to the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in and games, we lit the squadron. Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
Had like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. Theater, Grand Rapids, and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
And welcome to the UEL, everyone. I am Magna.
And I am Herb.
And welcome to another great game here today. I believe week 9 of season 9. First game of the week, Ravens versus KLiK. I'm joined by one of the I'm joined here by one of the players on the Ravens. Herb, how you doing today, man?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Good. So looking at this game, how are you feeling today?
Pretty angry. Like I see some faces down there that have been a part of the flock.
Oh.
That I'm saying, man, I just they don't really sit right with me right now. You know that him guy, he's got that funny little face. He's got that funny looking face, man. I don't know how I feel about that. And that one guy, Kiz, I don't know how I don't like that face either, man. I think he's wearing like a hot dog costume today. Well, I'm ready to smoke some glizzies today, man. You know? I'm ready to smoke some glizzies, bro.
Wow, so a lot of violence coming in here by the Ravens, a lot of old bad blood maybe. I mean, what games are you looking forward to here?
All of them.
All of them? All 33.
All 33.
There's not a single game that you're looking forward to more than all the rest.
Hey, bro, it's Halloween. It's finna get scary tonight, bro. It's finna get real scary tonight, all right?
Spooky night coming up ahead, I guess, then. I mean, what do you think your team's looking forward to then? Huh?
All of them.
Okay, now let's ask a different question. Who do you think's going to win what tonight?
All of them? No. So the Ravens definitely got Tekken. I think today Street Fighter will be a little tough.
Ooh.
Little bit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the shooters are going to be pretty good because we got a returning phase and Killer. It's always good to see him again. Dapped him up. Said I haven't seen you in a really long time. So really awesome to see how things are going to play out. And I don't really get to play Jekyll too often, so I'm excited for that as well. Shout out to Sky Guy. Shout out to Kiz.
Definitely. Well, hopefully we're going to have a good game here. That is the interview for the Ravens, and next will be Strix with the interview with the KLiK.
Oh, wait. By the way, before we go, TOG's talking crazy right now. He's saying things like, he beat me in Tekken yesterday. We were on 1 bar Wi-Fi. He's crazy. 1 bar Wi-Fi. He's absolutely absurd. That's the only reason I lost to him. Only reason. Only reason.
Okay.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there it is. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. This could be a runaway, like you
saying.
Descending from the stars, I have the tier 2 player from the Las Vegas KLiK. Jekyll, thank you so much for joining me today. How you feeling first and foremost?
Of course, thank you for having me here. I'm feeling pretty good. It's looking like a good day. Playing the Ravens, fun lineup. I'm from the heavens, so life will work.
So, speaking from the stars, from the heaven, from up there, is this going to be a heavenly game for the Ravens? Are y'all looking to secure? Are you looking to stop them from securing playoffs and secure your own playoff spot? You're not a Ravens player.
I'm not a Ravens player. Yeah,
no, the blue.
Yeah, I get it. What I'm really looking for is going to be a good game, because whether we win or lose, as long as we can keep it close, I'm good, because the Ravens are up and climbing team. While this is only our second week with this 5 guys together. So just being able to work out some kinks as we go further into the season, looking for the playoffs, just continue moving forward.
Okay, that always sounds good. I think clearing everything up and trying to submit yourselves as a spot. Now, I could let you get away from it, but I'm not going to. You said a good game. That's not good enough for me. How many fighting games are you dusting the Ravens in today? And I need specifics. Not just one, not just 2. Name them right now.
Name them. DBZ, Tekken, Street Fighter, Skullgirls, Die by the Blade. No, that game sucks. I'm trying to remember what the other game is, but
Tekken.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tekken will be fun.
So all of them. They're winning all of them. I'm happy to hear it. We already know Jekyll is out here confident, ready to go. You heard it here first.
Confidence is key.
Beyond the fighting games.
Okay.
Since you're going to win all of them, they're an afterthought.
Apparently.
What's going to be the best game of today?
The best game of
5v5
today?
matchup. Maybe shooters? Looking at a racer, maybe?
RPS.
RPS is the best game of today. So that, right now in a few short moments, we will find out who is going to probably take the best game of the day.
We have 1 win in RPS. If we can get 2, I'm happy.
I don't know if that bodes well for the KLiK.
It does
not. Over the course of this game, we have to have a lot of fun. I'm going to let Jekyll get back out there to the floor. It's always fun interviewing you, having a little bit of fun. And tune in. We'll be right back for the start of the game.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Are back here at the UEL where gamers go pro. Today, again, it is me, Magna, joined by
Strix, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a really fun game here today. The Ravens and the KLiK, some of the best performing teams this season with a actually matching schedule so far, 4-2 on both sides, one in the South Division and one in the North.
It's going to be really fun because both these teams are trying to solidify their spot in playoffs going forward. And here at the UEL, both of these teams start to exemplify what it means to be an in-gamer, where you have to be able to cover all 33 games across our 5 genres. What makes us unique here, and I think we're in for a banger of a game, if I have to say so myself.
I think so too. I mean, we got 33 different games on the wheel, as you mentioned, 5 separate categories of strategy, shooter, racer, sports, and fighting games. And the end goal of today is to see who is the best all-around endgamer or all-around player.
So what game you want to see today? If you have one game.
Ooh. Today, I'm looking at these teams. I'm seeing a good amount of shooters on both sides. So I want to see some mixture of the shooters in general. I want to see some Siege. I know Killer is an exceptional player at Siege. But I also know that some of the Ravens are pretty good, and that is one of those games that is so explosive it can go either way.
Yeah, Siege is always really different, and I love that you brought up Killer because he is sitting in that tier 1 spot. Jekyll mentioned that this group of 5 is still kind of getting together their synergies, and being that leading player, I think Siege would be a really fun game to see for today. Beyond that, I think the shooters in general might be a little bit more contested than people might expect. Both teams have a lot of shooters, so I like that call out. I think it's a little bit fun. For me, there's one game I don't want to see, and this is going to have production looking at me, and that's Dead by Daylight. It's Halloween. It's already spooky. Let's avoid making it too spooky in the building when it's already spooky outside.
But why don't you want to see Dead by Daylight?
I'm scared. I'm terrified. I'm scared, just like KLiK might be scared of getting their second win here in just a few seconds as we head on over to RPS. See, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't need this. We have Dead Mal in the building. We have an astronaut, a tiger. Is that terrifying?
We also have Marshmallow.
Oh, and he booped him on the nose. That's a double win. That's a double win. Terrifier has claimed another victim, and we start off with Ravens in control of this game.
Oh my God, we got a goofy game here today. Lots of personalities on both of these teams. We're getting a lot of trash talk. Both of these teams already some of the most vocal in the league, and you're already most likely to be able to hear it from them. Oh my God!
And I can promise you, this is going to be played.
Oh,
I don't want no ducking from the KLiK. Go ahead and set it up. Ravens, go ahead, sit down. I want to see this game play. Jekyll said they were not losing a fighter today.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and I mean, Herb seemed very confident in his interview, too, saying that he was absolutely going to guarantee Tekken, and then also saying that he's not scared on any of the 33 games. I think that's a lie, but obviously he's coming in here with the hype and that pressure.
At the end of the day, Herb has the room to be confident. Herb is the original end gamer. That man has been playing in the league season after season after season and somehow always staying as one of those elite players. I'm going to have a little bit of faith. You know, we haven't done it in a while, so I'm going to turn to you. Who you got winning the entirety of the game?
Ooh.
Who do you have?
I don't know. I'm going to look at... I think it is going to be heavily dependent on the wheel, honestly. Both of these teams have their wheel houses that are going to be really important. The Ravens with a lot of their fighters and some of their off stuff, like the sports games that they have with Genghis and the other kinds of shooters that they may be able to catch off the KLiK there. But the KLiK on the other side have a lot of those shooters, strategy, and him can also contest Genghis in a lot of these sports games. So I think, honestly, this game can go either way, and I think the wheel is perfectly tied.
I appreciate you. I'm giving real insight to the people. They got to know where everything ends up landing. But I got to go tried and true. Call me from my home state of the beautiful DMV. The DC Ravens, I think, are taking this game. They've been looking better and better each game, and I think the KLiK are still figuring it out. But maybe I'm wrong, and it's going to have to start off of the back of this first Tekken 8 game. So for those at home that have never seen us play Tekken 8 before, we play one life, but we play the crew battle style of game mode. So all 5 of these players from both sides will be going in, but we'll have one round. If they lose a round, they are done for their team. It sounds, and I'm hearing button checks called from the floor, so we might be getting started soon.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing you mentioned there. You have one chance to make a difference in this game, one life, one round to do whatever you can against the enemy. And the second you lose that life, your game is over. First in here, it looks like we're going to get Flying Kittens, also known as Stars, here at the UEL. Against...
And you asked for Siege, and it looks like it rolled second. We are heating up into a spicy day. And yes, you are correct. That is Flying Kittens there on the law on the left side of your screen. And on the right is none other than Himothy Hemsworth, the Him.
On Hwarang. Both of these very heavy, kicky kind of characters. Hwarang being one of those Taekwondo experts in lots of different range kicks and mix-ups here. Mix-ups being, you know, how to trick people. But Law being able to get a lot of the damage out, being like a kung fu fighter. Oh my goodness!
The nunchucks come out, and if I had to tell anybody, it's funny, Herb is up there. He's always going to stand as one of the best Tekken players. But I think in Tekken 8, currently, Flying Kittens is one of the best Tekken players in the league. His pressure is different. His ability to just lock people down and force them to play his game is a completely different level here. And we saw it there with the Law in the blink of an eye. You mentioned how tricky How Wrong could be, but he wasn't able to get started, so that just meant that Flying Kittens just swept away the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be really important here. Make sure that Stars cannot wipe the entirety of the click. Gizmo is coming in next year. I'm curious to see exactly who he's going to play, if he's going to play someone that we know here at the UEL as the scrub player character, or if he's going to play someone he actually may know how to play a little bit more.
I think it's funny because I would love to see somebody play Eddie.
Why?
Just because I think it's always a fun knowledge check. Like, as much as I've joked on broadcast before about hating Eddie, but Eddie is this weird knowledge check. It makes me always wonder, and maybe, just maybe, he has something cooking. We see him there in the Glizzy costume. I know that, they were talking about smoking some Glizzies today. And then, in fact, looks like it's going to be Steve. Now, something that's important, Kiz was on the Ravens. He's played with these players before. He knows maybe some of their tendencies and has an opportunity for a win here.
Yeah, I mean, Gizmo's taking Steve, a very heavy damage character, a brawler in this game, against the Law. So Gizmo's already going out for a very passive start, backing off away from Flying Kittens, who's going to press off Wake Up here.
And I need you to understand, Flying Kittens is not going to give him a moment to breathe. He has him against the wall here, and now you have to wake up and guess. And the high hits him as he's ducking there, and he gets launched. But the combo misses. Importantly, is he able to capitalize off of the missed damage? And no, we see those 7 golden leathers, the perfect in step for the side of his, for the side of Flying Kittens. And he coming out and showing why, again, he's such a scary player for the Ravens to be able to send out first in a game like Tekken.
The Terrifier out here, Stars, Flying Kittens already dealing more than what he needed to do. 2 people fully out of the game, and Stars his momentum has not even been stopped quite yet. Flying Kittens may have something to prove here.
And it's really funny because I think Killer might be the player that might catch him off guard. Killer is sitting in that tier 1 spot. He is the lead player right now for his team tonight. And more importantly, this Leo is an unusual character. You don't always see the character. You don't get a lot of experience against it. And Killer has a very fundamentally strong game plan. He knows what he wants to accomplish, what moves he wants to be pressing. And so he might not immediately, notice he didn't swing to start off with. He's seen Flying Kittens immediately start off, but he pops the heat to take his turn back. And now both sides are fighting. The parry ends up going the way of Fighting Kittens. And now we see the offense start. He's getting pushed to the wall, and this damage is never ending. You got maybe one more guess. The low finds purchase, and another perfect just as quick as they started.
Oh my goodness, Flying Kittens is taking out so many people here on the click. Jekyll and Sky Guy are the 2 remaining players. Can they at least not get perfected?
I think this is the hard part. I'm going to have a lot of confidence in Jekyll. He was talking a big game, but it's Sky Guy that's coming up next. This is a player that was taken from that GM role. He stepped in to assist this team, and it looks like he's stepping in to the capoeira shoes of Eddie to maybe try to make some magic to see if the KLiK team can stay in this first game attack.
Yeah, Eddie being that kind of scrub character, you can absolutely have a very deep knowledge of this character, but there's a very basic strategy of pressing one button and just not stopping until the enemy is dead here at the UEL.
So let's see if he's able to. The issue is that because Flying Kittens is a Tekken player, I would have expected him to kind of know exactly what to expect. A lot more reserved play coming out of the side of Sky, doing a good job of trying not to get blown up, but still Flying Kittens knows his opportunities and takes them every single step of the way. He is able to almost get a perfect, taking the smallest bit of damage. That's 4 players down. I need someone out there to go ahead and get the broom because we're looking at a clean sweep. But this is the man that said that they weren't losing. Jekyll, that tier 2 player, really looking out here to perform. And he is ending up going with the Jun in this gameplay.
Jun being a very difficult player to play here, not very high on the tier list anymore, but also Jekyll may have been receiving even more lessons from an old player here at the UEL, TK Badmoon, who was an exceptional fighting game player, an exceptional Tekken 8 player.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting to see. I was briefly chatting with him to see what he wanted to go with, and it looks like he has a few options. Not immediately getting blown up, but he finds his opportunity for a combo. Let's see how much he can convert it into, how much damage. ends up getting the knockdown into another guess, and this is what you need to do. If you want to beat Flying Kittens, you have to be the one dictating the pace of the game. You can't let him get a launch like that into big damage that should carry to the wall for another Rage Art. Let's see how much damage we get off of this, and it's going to basically come down to one more guess here. Now, importantly, Jekyll still has heat. This is going to let him build some health back up, as well as take his turn back. He ends up popping it, but doesn't do anything crazy. He gets staggered, blocks, and nice job. I want to see these big punishes. He's able to push forward, doesn't get launched. Both sides are just looking for this last touch to win this round. Do we see a sweep? And the throw connects, but the combo doesn't. And another throw, that's it! The clean sweep by the Terrifier himself. He may be small, but he is one of the best Tekken players here and has gotten his team out to an early lead. That is Flying Kittens for you.
That was an exceptional game here by Flying Kittens, wiping the team with multiple perfects, almost four perfects. That first round was really close also.
Yes.
Jekyll almost coming in to save the game there, but it was just not enough, and the Ravens will secure that first point, as you said. Next up, though, is going to be Siege.
So you were talking about Siege and wanting to see it. Why do you think these two teams, beyond just the level of skill of these players, what do you think is going to really make this a game to watch?
So Siege is, again, one of those games that is super knowledge-based, right? It is a shooter, yes, but also the biggest point of Siege is you have to attack a site, so it's either attack or defense on the game mode, and a lot of the stuff comes from map knowledge, execution knowledge, plans about your character, and everything in the game. Killer, being one of the best in the world in this game, definitely has a lot of that knowledge, but also the Ravens may have something up their sleeve. Stars or Flying Kittens, Herb, KIC, all pretty good shooters here.
Yeah, I think that's where I want to see what both these teams are able to create. Now, we hear a call from the floor that there's 1 minute. You'll see that setup timer in the middle of the screen. You do have to get these games set up when it comes to the UEL. And if you do not, then you'll start to lose timeouts. And inevitably, if you lose all of them, you can lose forfeits. These are resources that help you play our 4-hour match and to hopefully find a win. So I'm hoping these teams were getting set up. Ravens, I'm expecting you. Flying Kittens was doing pretty well. Y'all could have walked away. I hope y'all got these games set up and ready to go. On the other side of KLiK, no sweat, one game. Now, Jekyll, you didn't win all of the fighters. You didn't win all of them. But you know, I'll forgive you if you can go ahead and win. It looks like we're going to Border as a map.
Ooh, Border is a very difficult map. It's got a lot of different angles you can play from, and it's got a lot of these soft floors that you can shoot through. It's going to be really hard. Next game up is going to be Checkmate, but we'll come back to that when it comes to the time. Looks like we're going to get Flying Kittens playing Callie here. Callie, a very difficult in execution character. Her being a very sniper character.
Oh, so this is what I was thinking was going to be interesting, because I know Jekyll. Funnily enough, I played Border with him earlier in the week. I know he likes to run that depending on bomb sites. So I wasn't going to call out necessarily just yet, but it looks like, to follow up with what you were saying, is they did the Ravens choose defense to start off with. We've seen a lot of teams when they have the choice of selecting defense because you get that third round buff where you get to play defense and maybe figure out any possible problem.
Yeah, defense is also a very, I don't want to say sided like advantage, but in this game, if you play defense against a team who maybe doesn't know exactly what to do, it can be extremely detrimental. You'd see them the Ravens here getting their setup right, getting all their reinforces up, their walls up. You can see they have a Fenrir, a Goyo, a Castle, a Mute, and a Doc. Fenrir is able to basically make you have near sight, near vision, so you can't see far around you. Goyo has these explosive fire traps that he can put on walls. Castle makes bulletproof doors. Mute blocks jams all sorts of different explosives, drones, any kind of mechanical thing. And then Doc here, who is going to be Flying Kittens, is going to be a healing character. A character built around having these stims that can really help his team. See, Flying Kittens got a pretty good early peak here, but he could get his head taken off if he's not playing this well.
So why would he be looking for that peak? What is he looking to accomplish with these different angles and different areas that he's trying to hold?
Ooh. Well, the original goal there is trying to hold an angle because there's a lot of the opposite of Peeker's advantage. Peeker's disadvantage in this game, just like in other games like Valorant, where if you're holding an angle, you're going to have a lot more of an advantage to find the enemy and shoot the enemy and catch them off guard. You can see the Montaigne, or the guy with the big shield here, coming into the map. Montaigne is a very difficult player to play against. He has a very bulletproof shield that you cannot counter very easily unless you have brought a C4 into the game. but I'm not sure that any of these people have brought a C4 into the game, which is very unfortunate. But it doesn't matter. Another person gets taken out here. Kismoise gets a kill on KIC.
And it looks like he died the same way as Flying Kittens, peeking that door. It seems they've found their game plan. They want to go ahead and hold this angle. And now we're back on Jekyll, and Jekyll seems to be just holding this one spot ready and prepared to defend anybody that might peek there. That's Genghis dropping. He sees the other two. He just has to make sure that he can get an angle on them.
It's a 3v2 here. Looks like the Ravens only have 2 left, but it doesn't matter. The Ravens are able to get the execute there. Jekyll hits a really nice snipe, but the defuse goes out by Koza, and that means that is a Ravens win first.
They were challenging that door pretty heavily. I think the big issue there was that they got the plant down, but afterwards it felt like when pulling back, everyone died and left them in a pretty sad spot. And as a sniper, you're trying your best to hold these angles, but Jekyll can't cover 2 people necessarily unless he hits every shot. Now, again, you know, some people will just say aim better, but we have to see. Now, it looks like on the other side, it is going to be the KLiK's turn to defend, and it looks like they may be going to the same location as the Ravens.
Yeah, 2-floor in Siege is a very important area. It gives you a lot of that advantage on high ground. It gives you advantage because people can't usually attack from another angle. It's really helpful in general. You can see here the Aruni on Jekyll. Aruni puts out these basically laser gates that mean you can't walk through them unless you throw a grenade or other item through it first. If you do walk through them, you take a various amount of damage, and it's really not advisable. You can see the drone coming in here. Drones from the attacker's side trying to scout out where the enemy may be in their setup phase. 4 drones you can see on the right side of the screen. Only 1 drone remaining on this prep phase for the attack. Maybe they're trying to save the drone here.
All right, so now we'll see if the KLiK are able to do what the Ravens were able to do and stop any of this pressure coming in on the offensive side of things. They have to do this to tie the game up. If whatever team hits 2-1 rounds, whether that's this round or the next round that will follow it, we'll go ahead and take our game. And it looks like we are also watching Sky Guy focused in, locked in, setting up a wall there, looks like, to defend a possible entrance. And now let's see if both sides kind of have the same thought about how to approach attacking this bomb.
Yeah, you see Sky Guy here holding the angle on Frost. Frost having these bear mat traps that she can place out. See the live ping coming out here on that camera, meaning they know that where one of the enemies is coming from. Deimos is most likely going to be the Flying Kittens. Deimos, a character that if you get a scan on the enemy team, he is able to mark you, and he's able to basically 1v1 you and chase you around the map. It's really terrifying. The other one you can see scanned on the attacker side here is Ace. Ace has these potatoes he throws at walls that can break them open with thermite explosives. I don't know what else the rest of the attacker's team is going to be currently, but we will get that to you as they get discovered here. See Sky Guy holding a pretty good angle around the middle here, but it doesn't matter. Herb gets a kill on Jekyll. Killer gets a kill on
on Herb.
On
so
Herb,
now
thank you.
It looks like we are pushing in, and it looks like I can answer some of those questions for you. So there seems to be a Twitch, it looks like. There seems to be a Dokkaebi.
And finally a Nomad by the looks of it. Nomad, a character that has these basically knockback grenades. Very helpful to mark where you are and where your enemies could be here. Dokkaebi having this cell phone. I have a friend who calls her the jealous ex-girlfriend because she constantly keeps calling you until you call her back and turn off your phone. Very, very broken ability for giving away sound notifications of where the enemy is and will be.
So now they're trying to approach the site here, I think is the important part. Ravens aren't moving too fast. They realize that they're down to a minute, but that's not going to stop them from being able to approach, stop them from being able to get in. But they want to check all of these corners, make sure they're safe to begin their approach. But they're going to have to start moving a little bit quicker if they want to go ahead and find a win. And you mentioned Killer. He got a couple of key early picks. They're going to have to find him, I think, if they want to take this round.
You can see someone coming around that corner real quickly. Jekyll, oh my goodness! Jekyll almost gets taken out. It is a 2v4 here for the KLiK.
Nice kill. That's
no.
Sky Guy going down.
Sorry, this is 2v4 for the Ravens. 2v3 and now KLiK have an advantage. 1 man up here. See the man? He gets killed. That means Koza is down. It's just, I believe, last one remaining. I want to see who it is on the KLiK here.
It should be Genghis if my thought is
It
correct.
is,
Genghis
yeah.
doing his best.
Ooh.
He finds a kill. He's going to be stepping forward. He's taking his time. Nice job. He's looking and holding his angles. He's trying to step in, trying to get a few more kills. Steps in. He's looking for this player. He knows someone's here. And unfortunately, defense holds for the side of the KLiK. Now that is 1-1. This means the sides will flip one more time, and it's going to be, can the KLiK execute that attack they saw the first time better and take this round, or is just defense the stronger option here on border for both of these teams?
Yeah, defense as being one of those consistent, stronger options, basically forcing the enemy team to play at your pace and your, utility, play off of your stuff here. Looks like they'll be going for a very similar game plan here, except for Flying Kittens is going to be on Warden, character who actually counters flash grenades, playing against that Ying that you saw the KLiK have in the previous game that did get him killed.
We have to see. So the setup looks to be pretty similar to what we maybe have seen before, and they have made a few swaps. So I want to see if it can have a huge effect on the fight going forward.
Yeah, they also switched to a Capcan, a guy who puts these boom traps down. They're technically called entry denial devices, or EDDs. They deal a lot of damage. If you put 2 on a door, it's basically an insta-kill here. Gang is trying to get the setup done in time. 2 of the doors basically fully locked down. Another couple are set up with slightly less traps here. Gang is maybe trying to find an off area to put one of his traps. Gets another one of them down, and he's going to get the trap down off-site just a little bit, seeing if he could catch one of the KLiK off guard here with that damage.
But we have to see before they were able to go. He seems like he's been locked out of sight or having to rotate around to a different angle, maybe just not intending, and there wasn't enough communication for where he might be. He should be getting some, at least, sound notifications knowing where teammates are and aren't. So he's doing what I believe is called roaming, right? He's out of the site, but he's looking around to see if he can't find any players and catch somebody off the rip.
Yeah, off angles and stuff are incredibly important in this game. It being a tactical shooter, the time to kill is incredibly low, meaning that any sneak attack or any amount of kills or damage even, it could mean the difference between a win and a loss here. Gang is playing around a common angle here, seeing if maybe he could get a kill, but the Brava! Brava being a character that can take over enemy characters' abilities. Brava being able to hack into them. See him hacking the Goyo stuff, getting the BP2, the bulletproof camera. And that means that the Goyo was forced to destroy both of those. But that means that the Thermite is able to enter through here, but the Fenrir gets a peek. KIC gets a really good peek, but they're able to get the entry with the Thermite here. The Montaigne is moving into it. The game here, this execute is going to be incredibly quick and incredibly fast-paced. You could see Kismois on the flank, where I believe Genghis is sitting in this area.
We have to see. He might have rotated after hearing that initial noise. KIC has been taken down by the side of him. It's a 4v4. Both players are still trying to get control of site. So that big wall that we saw, the Montaigne, they're going to be trying to use him to help them get onto site like they did on the other door. The issue now is it looks like Kiz was taking some gunfire. He's having to rotate, maybe look for a different angle just to be safe. And now they're trying their best to use this information to play off this last minute of the round.
Yeah, Jackal being another one of those characters that scans footsteps in this game, being able to mark enemies. Very, very easy to get info with him because so many lurkers are countered by him because their feet are so heavy.
But now, importantly, Herb picks up another kill, and that is on to the side of Sky. 2 people peek and ends up. Flying Kittens is down. It's a 3v3 once again. There's 40 seconds left, and they have to get back to the side of the bomb. They have to make sure to continue to put pressure. Each one of these steps is going to be important. 30 seconds left in the round. They have to get this bomb down.
Yeah, but the thing is, all of them are low HP. I wanted to see because he walked into that Capcan trap. Earlier that you saw, I believe, KIC take that damage. It's 3v2 here. Another one. Him takes down Genghis. It's a 2v2. 1v2, actually. Last one is going to be Kismois on the Ravens, seeing if he can play through Cam's, play his time. Got 9 seconds left in the game. Koza holding an angle, but it just matters. And that means the Ravens take the game against the KLiK.
And it looks like the Ravens have cleaned up a ton of their play. That looked really coordinated. Even when things kind of went awry, they didn't lose control of the game. And I have to point to them selecting defense as that first option. They proved they could stop it in the first round. And even with the changes in the second round, in terms of how they're defending and where they're attacking from, the KLiK couldn't find that ability to get it down. A difficult call as well because that first round they did get the bomb but weren't able to protect it. I think you were right, though. Good game of Siege at the end of the day, and I'm impressed with both of these teams and excited to see how they continue to grow.
That was a really good game of Siege. I wish I saw a little more there actually out of Killer. I'm curious to see exactly what was going on with him for him to perform in that kind of way. Next up, though, is going to be Checkmate Showdown, one of our sponsored games here at the UEL, our featured games. 5v5 strategy game, but it's more like a fighting game. Would you like to explain how we play it?
So the way that this is going to play, you're going to see a chessboard. You're going to think it's normal chess. What I want you to pay attention to is the non-pawn pieces. So you'll see a row of pieces. Out there in the front, you can see the little guys right there. When they fight things, they either instantly die or they kill something. If you pick any of those bigger, more unique-looking pieces, if you're familiar with chess, queen, rook, bishop, king, the usual, they will, and when they clash with another piece of the non-pawn right, they'll get into a fighting game scenario. It's not a fighting game that's ridiculously complicated. For example, there's no lows in this game. But what it is it requires you to manage your resources. There are ultimates, there are specials. There's a ton of different fundamental fighting game mechanics that you have to have a grip on while still being able to play chess to maybe sometimes avoid the worst possible situation.
Yeah, a lot of difficulties in this game. I mean, checkmate is not always the end of the game, but it is a very, very bad position to be in. As you said, each of these towers have a lot of different powers. You know, the bishops being the rush down, heavy, punchy character. The knight being the character that's a zoner, able to play from range. The queen being a 50-50, very heavy character, built just to basically attack the enemy as much as possible. And then finally, we have the rook on the grappler. Or, not finally. And then we have the king on just a big body, big damage boy.
Yes, and I love the gameplay coming immediately out of Orange Team. They bait out that pawn move forward, weakening the king side of the board. You see over there on the right side. And now we're immediately just reverting to where they were going before, looking for another possible attack. I think what they're trying to do is destabilize the position, destabilize Purple Team's ability to take a fight at all, and instead just trying to kind of create a little bit of a disarray. Good job just taking control of the match.
And that's the thing about this game, though, is not the only strategy isn't just playing chess. You could play it like a fighting game. If you're confident in one of your players that plays one of the chess pieces, you could absolutely be like, our queen is incredibly good. We're putting the queen in the king's face as quickly as physically possible. And I believe that is what the Ravens are doing here. I'm assuming the queen is going to be KIC. So
it's going to be interesting. With the changes to how the rules work, I think KIC may have just been forced into a position where he's just playing king, unless they were willing to move one of their other players to that. Now in this game, one thing that is forced is everyone is forced to play an individual piece. And that's a type of piece. So you play one of the knights, as you see, that might move here. Then you have to play both knights. That one player will be doing that. And whenever they get into a fight, they will go from there. So it looks like both sides are kind of consulting. I see KIC locked in. Now, I'm going to share some fun facts here. KIC hasn't played a whole lot of. We had a whole conversation about this, but his thing is he has not been punished just yet in the side of Checkmate Showdown, and he feels confident to continue playing the game and defending where he needs to defend. So now the queen is following up here. This is important because it's going to give some support to the side of that bishop if it decides to step in, and ultimately the king can never move anymore over one square over because it will be guaranteed to be in two fights. But neither side, I don't think any side has control of the game just yet, but we'll have to see where everything ends up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is going to be, this early game is going to be that pressure, everyone trying to develop their plays as much as possible. It's a lot I'm not seeing from the Ravens here. I believe Ravens being the orange team and the KLiK being the purple team. Ravens just trying to maybe get that queen in while still not destabilizing their entire board, as you mentioned earlier. I mean, a lot of development by the KLiK on their pawns, though. A lot of pressure. Pawns aren't actually a playable character in this game, meaning if you take, it is an instant win for you. So the pawns are very, very, very difficult to play against.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. I have to believe with that move, he's going to end up castling the purple team to their right side if they do end up moving over to that corner. It's a little bit safer, and now it looks like this queen wants to move. The issue is the queen doesn't have an easy way into this king anymore. They have to maybe take a few more risky moves and try to put themselves in a position to get over a little bit further, or just be willing to take the fight and say that you win here. So I think we'll finally see some of our first conflict overall the entire game here, because the decision is going to have to be made. Do you want your queen to fight? And no, Orange deciding not to initiate the fight. If you do initiate the fight, you do get control of an ultimate ability. That ultimate ability, and now your king is all but trapped. It can't step to the right and it can't step to the left. So are you going to be the person to engage? And we will see here. So sitting down on the side of the KLiK is Killer. So KLiK is on that purple side. They're playing that purple queen, and on the orange, like you were saying, it is the side of the Ravens. And the king is KIC. So opting to play the most important piece as opposed to playing one of those harder to play pieces. Now, doesn't end up competing the entire opportunity. Now, KIC right here is looking to go ahead and get the touch of death combo. What that means is if he's able to complete this out, especially since he initiated the fight, he should be able to kill Killer without him ever getting an opportunity. Now, using that breaker to find his opportunity, ends up dropping the combo, and is now going to be put right back into the blender. He can just use the super here at any point, and he manages to take it without losing any life. This is the strength behind putting your best player on the king. If they have strong fighting core background, you mentioned this being so much of a fighting game, they can essentially defend themselves from any attack that might come.
Yeah, that was a very, very, very good showing by KIC. They're only getting hit really once and not even being put into any kind of combo. Again, the Ravens have even more pressure here on the Queens. Flying Kittens is going to see if he can get some pressure here. Maybe I really want to see this Queen get developed. Very easy pressure here. Going to play against the Rook. If this fight is won by Flying Kittens, then he's going to be able to go straight to the King and maybe even win this game.
After his performance in something like Tekken, I have to believe that he's going to come out here and be able to kill it here. And this is going to have to be able to show off as this Rook. Now, the Rook is a grappler. He wants to go ahead and grab. So anytime you see Flying Kitten step in with this Queen, he's at risk of being picked up and thrown and taking a ton of damage. On the flip side, the pressure that is able to come out of the Queen is amazing. It is hard to deal with if you aren't ready to deal with it. You saw the jump there. I like the option, but now he's stuck in here. I would be hoping one of his teammates is maybe telling him to go ahead and burst. Nice job using the super to go ahead and get some damage. Now, not the most damage in the world, but if I'm Kiz, I'm just looking to get 1 or 2 grabs. Whenever he's looking to start this combo, I also want to try to challenge it with it. Finally burst so that he lives and gets another opportunity. A nice, perfect parry. He's able to live, but more and more damage is coming out. He only has 1 more guess.
Wow!
Is incorrect. Slightly too soon on the grab, and he ends up going down.
That was a really good game there by Flying Kittens. Not even getting touched once by Kizmoys. Now Flying Kittens has the ability to keep a lot of pressure here and maybe even take this round. They're going to try to... The KLiK are going to try to move their knight up there to make sure that they have at least 1 more round. But I think they're going to kill another pawn. I think the Ravens are going to try to play over and play left on the next turn they have. Take that pawn right next to the king, meaning that no one is able to threaten that queen.
I think it's really important. They're not getting ahead of themselves. They're trying to eliminate this wall that has originally been set up and still put themselves in a position to take a fight in the next move. Now notice, all of these pawns that were in the front that had a lot of pressure before aren't able to deal with it, but it looks like the savior of the side of the KLiK is going to have to be Sky Guy here. If Sky Guy wins this fight, the king is safe, and the board state kind of goes back to what it was. If he loses, unfortunately, his king is going to be directly under attack. Him is going to have to immediately fight. They've been looking to try to get Jekyll into the game, but they haven't been able to here, and it looks like Flying Kittens is picking up right where he left off in Tekken. With this combo coming out, no burst going down, he ends up getting thrown back into the corner. Now you just have to hold the pressure. Nice job using the auto combo there. Tries to get an attack off, isn't able to get the hit. These counter hits are doing so much damage, and with this, I have to believe a combo that's going to end. The drop comes out, the throw break. Let's see, is he able to find this opportunity? The immediate wake-up dash finds its mark.
And you notice that Flying Kittens took a lot of damage there, but those notches on the health bar weren't fully taken out, meaning Flying Kittens still has full health, because after a round, your health basically it's rounded up to that notch. So
now, what's more important is in this moment, Flying Kittens is going to have control of this game because he has the ultimate. He burns it immediately in the fight just to start to whittle down him, and him is going to have to do his best to defend out here and to take these fights. Each and every single one of these fights and these hits are going to matter. Every strike could lead to this game being over for the side of the KLiK, but he's finding these opportunities, isn't able to convert there for a little bit more with no specials. The throw, he's not going to have a lot more health, but unfortunately for Flying Kittens, his game comes to an end. Good awareness. I think that he was caught off guard. Him was. He's going to have 2 health bars, so that's fine. He's going to still be at 400 health. Not the max health, but he's not in danger of immediately dying. And now I think they're trying to set up a fight. They're trying to get Jekyll in a position for him to take this win. They can't wait anymore. Him is too hurt in this game for them to let 1 or 2 more fights going on and happen. Whereas on the other side, they're finally getting Jekyll to sit down and to maybe start to even the board with some of their players. But an immediate swing on the side of I am Herb. If there was a player that you don't want to be sitting across in a fighting game, it's the likes of Herb. We saw some respect coming out of Jekyll early in the game, and now he has to find his own opportunity to see what he's able to. An early burst so that he doesn't eat all the damage. I like the decision, but he immediately gets put back into the blender. The combo drops. He challenges a little bit early, and he's going to continue to hold shot after shot. Herb has 130 health, and he wakes up with a button. That's huge. He's going to get a combo and take this Bishop of Jekyll down low. The burst comes out. Now, if Herb gets touched, he can always burst this before he dies. Where on the other side, Jekyll cannot. So both are playing a little bit more cautious, a little bit more careful. The counter hit hits, but no follow-up combo. But some more damage comes out, and that ends off.
And that was a very good win there by Herb, keeping a lot of that. Oh, wait, no, by Jekyll. Sorry. Keeping a lot of that pressure up. He may be able to even take a fight with the king here if he plays this well going forwards. There's 2 bishops in the back lines of the Ravens here. They really need to either get that pressure or handle these back lines as fast as possible, or it could be GG's.
So this is the unfortunate thing. They are letting Cassie kind of work his way around the board. Now, if they're smart here, they bring that other bishop back to challenge these diagonals, and he's going to have to step himself back into the corner and put himself in a position where he's unable to fight anymore. He's not going to be able to escape here, and instead Cassie taking the fight against the low health bishop here. I like this opportunity, this decision. Jekyll's not necessarily looking to win here. He's instead looking to get a singular touch. He wants to get as much damage off of Cassie as possible. Cassie with some good blocking, and they both end up walking at each other. No one ready to press a button. The throw into damage. Jekyll has a combo for that. Cassie's forced to burst and immediately finds a way to end the game. He at least took 1 bar off, so good looks to you, Jekyll. Your first bishop has done some work.
And that's the thing here, though. You don't have to win all of these fights for it to be worthwhile. Jekyll took a health bar off of him. You saw, off of, who was it? KIC, right?
Yes.
KIC you saw there. So now it is, he's down to 800 HP, which is going to be a big struggle for him here. Another big piece of pressure here by the purple rook, which is going to be Kismois. Kismois may be going to push down here. If he does get basically a free fight unless the king backs up in a very specific way. But it looks like the KLiK are going to opt to develop a little bit more of their gameplay. They're going to have to play this bishop back here. If they take that pawn, then the other pawn takes that bishop anyways. So step back, take a step back, take a step back.
I think this is a smart decision. They're going to end up taking a step back, but I think they're trying to keep Jekyll kind of in this threatening range where KIC is never going to be able to just straight get there. Their goal now is to get to him and get him in 1 more fight. Pun intended, maybe not so intended. But that 1 more fight could end this game. Checkmate still is done by taking the king. And so now they have to find their way down and around the board. The rook steps forward. He's starting to put this pressure down, and you're running out of options. I like the idea of bringing the rook in here to kind of protect the other rook from stepping forward. But now you have a few decisions to make. I think they're going to leave KIC on this light-colored square. They're not going to let Jekyll get another shot at him while slowly making and improving their position and looking for an opportunity to just take a fight with him, knowing that, hey, if we throw 3 or 4 pieces at you, you'll end up dying here.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the Ravens actually, the KLiK actually opted to sacrifice a pawn here. Maybe they trying to make a play off of that. Looks like the Ravens aren't going to buy into it, though. Moving that rook up forwards, threatening the king. They're going to have to block the king. KLiK is in a very bad position here. Either they lose a pawn or they go into a fight with a bishop here. Jekyll could get chipped out and not be strong enough to fight the bishop.
And now let's see, what are they going to do here? Are they going to take a fight? Where are they going to move toward? Looks like they're trying to bring Jekyll back. They're just trying to create this wall. But that pawn is going to fall.
Oh, that rhymes.
Haha, I'm not a lyricist. Maybe.
No.
And now
oh, no.
Jekyll has to fight the bishop. They have to take some opportunity, take some action here.
But the problem here is the second that happens, the bishop moved to the Rook who is being protected by a pawn. So Jekyll is dead no matter what here, so hopefully he's able to take out this Rook, or he is going to have a very bad time.
Well, he gets off to some early damage and is doing a great job to get an opportunity using the jump there from one of his moves to avoid any opposing pressure. Now, he's taken one hit, and it looks like the armor was an opportunity. Jekyll using his own Rook to defend and help him in the fight. He avoids it. Can he get the damage? This is what's going to be important. He needs to close it out with this combo. There isn't a break coming out from the side of Genghis. So that's Genghis, one of his Rooks down. Jekyll is going to still be there at the full 1,000 health.
This is not looking good here for either team, to be honest. The Ravens seem to have the upper hand overall, but the KLiK do seem to have a lot of skill with Jekyll being able to take a lot of these fights. And Jekyll is going to back up again to that defensive positioning. Maybe being able to help his king.
It's really interesting. Like you said, a defensive position here for them to end up avoiding being essentially attacked from the background. They're right now just trying to defend him and hoping that they can buy enough time to get into some of these other fights. Now, finally opting to take that. This is why neither side was really worried about it. Once you take it, it kind of gets rid of the last pawn. And KIC could just step away here. You could opt for the fight if you really wanted to, but I think stepping away on any diagonal keeps him safe, and he doesn't have to worry about, you know, what ultimately comes next. They just need to make sure that in the entire game plan, do they not feel maybe comfortable in playing Kiz for the win here, thinking that maybe he just gets touched, trying to remove some of these other pawns off the board as well, realizing and utilizing the ability on the side. Both sides are you trying to use these bishops to get a fight onto the king. This is beautiful. The knight stepping in now and fighting. If they win this, then they can rotate the knight out. Their opponent can move in with the bishop, and him will have lost that defensive wall.
But the thing is here, the KLiK have an immediate next round attack with Gizmoy's Rook on the king. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but I mean, maybe he's able to get a little bit more damage in here.
And this is going to be the big thing. Who understands their piece better? Both sides immediately using the teleports. A burst burned by the side of Sky as he blocks out the onslaught by Koza, but Koza has him in the corner and is continuing to put out more and more pressure. Nice job. You get a trade of hits there. Is he able to? Both sides are playing this back and forth. I like the hit here. Trying his best to avoid dying, but this is a combo coming out. He ends up dropping it. I like the wake-up block just in case. But unfortunately, he doesn't have much health left remaining. And on that hit, the defense of him has fallen. And I think this might have become the third win for the Ravens. The Ravens right now are in a position where Jekyll cannot fight the side of KIC. KIC can sit on that light-colored square, and they're at a position where they have to take a fight.
Either they fight the king or the king fights the, you know, it's a very difficult play here. If they move the king, they could also gamble and see if they could take the round, but I think they're going to opt to not for the time being, keeping Jekyll alive, maybe trying to get him into a positioning where he could fight the king. Jekyll maybe trying to get a diagonal positioning against the king. No. Looks like he's trying to take another fight against this bishop now. Maybe the Jekyll's trying to clear the board against everything that is threatening their king. The KLiK still have a chance here, but it is not a big one. And the farther this game goes by, it is rapidly diminishing.
So again, if you're rooting for the KLiK, that purple side bishop is who you want to see getting hit. And in that moment, I Am Herb immediately touches Jekyll. Jekyll wants to maintain as much health as humanly possible in this round, but gets anti-aired there. Unfortunately, the combo doesn't end up getting matched here. Both sides burning through most of their specials immediately, and Jekyll finding the drop. He will be able to extend this a little bit more before it does immediately come down. I like the use of the super there. I Am Herb trying to get out of the corner. He manages to put the pressure on Jekyll, and Jekyll just blocking it out here. Ends up getting touched here, which means he will not be at full health for the rest of this game. He will have to make it work with essentially one touch left. Popping the ability to boost his speed, to boost a little bit of his damage. And now both sides, neither one wants to make the mistake that could end the game here. You have to see a nice throw. Doesn't have any specials to cancel that into. Find an opportunity. A nice block, nice escape. Both sides are looking on a knife's edge here.
Oh my goodness, and Jekyll is just able to catch up the game there. Able to knock out I Am Herb fully out of the game. I believe that is the last bishop alive, but it is now a race to stop this pawn. I think they're going to have to block this pawn. If they summon someone in, they're most likely going to resummon back in Flying Kittens to make sure that there is another queen, I'm assuming, on the board. Full HP queens are very strong.
Depends. I think they're making the call. They make the call, as you said. I like that for the side of the queen. So, for people at home that maybe aren't as acquainted with chess, if a pawn ever makes it to the other side of the board, you are able to return one of your other pieces into the game. And what that means is that Flying Kittens gets another chance at life, but they instead opted to put Jekyll in a position to immediately challenge him as the game starts. Both sides still waiting, wondering what the opponent is going to do, and a nice counter hit there is going to lead to some damage here, and importantly, Jekyll is the one with damage, but these grabs are doing so much. The blocked hit wasn't unable to be punished, but both sides, and Flying Kittens might have found it. He might be able to take down Jekyll, and that's it. He's fallen down. And as we look at the pieces, we look at this purple side. There's Kismoy's rook, and there is the side of him on the king. The Ravens will not give them another opportunity here. They instead will just allow Flying Kittens to finish what he started, but I don't think him is going to make it that easy. And utilizing the ultimate armor to break through and get checkmate, that was beautiful play, beautiful awareness coming out of Flying Kittens to secure his team the third win.
The one thing I did see there, though, however, was him didn't even burst when he got into that combo. He just let it end and let himself die out there. That game did waste a lot of time on the timer here. You see, it's only an hour and 17 minutes until halftime here at the UEL. We didn't explain this too much earlier, but we run a 4-hour game, 2 halves, 2-hour halves, and whoever has the most points at the end of the game wins, right?
Yes, so going up 3-0 is a strong start. Now, I do think KLiK will have the advantage going into Roller Champions. The Ravens haven't shown me anything this season to really feel like they know the game. I don't think they don't. I don't want to say they don't know the game, because I think that is being a little bit unfair. But more importantly, they haven't shown that they can compete with a lot of the upper teams, at least yet. Maybe they haven't had the right lineups. Both teams are going to have this opportunity. So far, for those at home that are wondering, we have had Tekken. Tekken was followed by, my mind is blanking. Rainbow Six Siege.
Yes, and then followed by Roller Champs. I lied to you. Followed by Checkmate Showdown.
Checkmate Showdown. So this is the first time you're going to be seeing players get grayed out. What it means is they're going in for these games. We have a rotation system that works like a baseball rotation. So every player, every single player on the team must play before they are allowed to go back in again. So teams are going to get to pick their lineups for this game. They can pick ideally who they want to play. So on the side of the Ravens, you have I Am Herb, Flying Kittens, and Genghis. On the side of KLiK, Killer, Sky Guy, and Kismoy. Now, I said all of that. I said I think I have KLiK in this one. Can you explain Roller Champion for maybe people that do not know?
So for those of you at home who've seen roller derbies before, it is a roller derby mixed with like the old Aztec ball game. Basically, your goal is to do as many laps around the map as physically possible with the ball in your hand or in your team's hand. 1 lap around the map means that the goal opens up and you're able to score 1 point by throwing it in the goal. 2 laps means you're able to get 3 points. And then 3 laps means you're able to get 5 points. And if you get 5 points, the game instantly wins. The problem, however, is if the enemy team gets the ball at any point inside of that, it all resets, meaning the goal closes or your progression to getting to the goal ends.
It's a game of back and forth, literally, and we see Flying Kittens immediately pick up the ball, trying to prove me wrong. He's been having an amazing showing the game, and as they are calming each other and trying to talk, we have control finally going over the side of the KLiK.
Yes, Flying Kittens being a very good job. I mean, in gameplay today, he's already did amazing in tech and sweeping, and then did a really good job winning his team Checkmate Showdown too.
No, he still got it.
He is definitely one to watch here today, I believe. See Flying Kittens going for the chase here. seeing if they can get the ball before it gets to the end here, but the KLiK are able to get it to the goal. If someone's able to goaltend this in time, they could be able to stop it, but it goes in, and that is a point for the KLiK, I believe.
That was really smart. They're utilizing the edge of the wall to throw it in for a possible goal. And what I want to see out of both these sides, good shot over to Killer, good job. What I'm looking at both of them, I wanted them to see them building up more speed. This is a game where speed is king. If you're able to build up a lot of momentum and keep it, you'll be able to fly past these defenders even as they try to tackle you. And this is what we see Killer doing right now, getting as high up on the wall to get as much speed and then assessing where the ball is, looking for an opportunity. And it looks like his job is to play this goal. Boom. They send it to him on top of the wall, and now he has some space. He's lost a lot of his speed, though.
I got him. You're good.
You can see Killer here now struggling to get away from the enemy team who's all caught up to him. He passes the ball to someone else with the magnetic pack. Make it back around the lap, and someone may be able to shoot it again, but it gets saved by the Ravens. Back in the hands of the KLiK, though. KLiK are trying to pass the ball to each other here. Takes high ground. Killer able to get a lot of speed going around here on another lap. He absolutely could score the goal here if he's able to avoid the rest of the Ravens. There's 2 Ravens on Killer, but he's able to avoid them all. Dodges again. Passes off to his teammate. Dodges again. He tackles. This could be it. This could be another score for the KLiK, and the KLiK may get in 2-0. Oh my goodness. Killer did a flawless job there avoiding and then passing exactly when he needed to.
Yeah, a great job there. Great awareness to look to Kiz on the other side immediately, to send it to him and to allow him to finish up that play, not being overly greedy, not holding on to the ball too long. He was looking for an opportunity to work the entire team in. Speed is number 1. Number 2 has to be team play. You want to get your entire team involved as much as possible.
Yeah, I got you.
That's the thing, though. Speed is key, but if you're trying to get all the speed, you're not really with your team, and you're noticing that the KLiK are struggling to get the ball here at all at the start of the matches because Killer is not playing with them. Killer trying to keep a lot of that pressure and speed up. Someone gets the ball out of the hands, and that is going to be Gizmo's grabbing the ball. Killer is going to try to get past him here, but he gets tackled down, and all of his speed gets canceled, and the Raven grabs the ball back. I believe that it's going to be Flying Kitten. No, it's Genghis, actually, getting past them. Flying Kitten's trying to get speed. You can see him in the back of the pack here. Koza also keeping a lot of pressure, but Killer is able to get the tackle. Genghis playing back around to the goal, maybe even trying to catch them before they make it all the way around. Genghis may be able to grab the ball, but someone just barely avoids him with tech up the wall. Gizmo's running away even faster now. Gizmo's back around, but Genghis is going to prep himself up at the goal here, see if he can goaltend for long enough for his team to grab it. Someone passes around the wall on the KLiK, and that's it back in, but the Ravens are able to reset it.
What you talked about it on the one side of the KLiK where they're not able to have these teammates because Killer was jumping up on the wall. Well, on defense, it looks like 2 of the Ravens are looking to goaltend. You're leaving 1 player to single-handedly stop the entirety of the enemy team, which I think is setting yourself up for an opportunity where you're always going to be a man down in the situation where you need them the most.
And that's the thing. I mean, there's a man down with that speed, as you said, I mentioned earlier. But also the thing with the man down is you get a load of speed, so that's a trade-off. Do you know if you want that? Or the other thing, do you trust your team? And it seems like Killer is trusting the team, but Genghis grabs the ball back here, not able to trust his team enough. Passing up even further, Genghis may be able to play for team, but he doesn't play with his team, doesn't tackle anyone, instead opting to grab the ball. And that is what I meant by trusting your team. You saw there that Genghis didn't really trust them. Instead, going for a pass, maybe trying to keep up that pressure and speed. But again, the KLiK grab the ball back, but the Ravens are able to grab it again.
They have good speed here. If they can keep going around, I think they might have a chance in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Flying Kitten's grabbing the ball back here. Genghis in the back, seeing if he can get maybe a tackle. I want to see Genghis get a tackle and play off of his team, but he is just not doing it as much. But he's able to get 1 more, and Flying Kitten's able to get 1 goal, getting that game just that much closer.
I think it ends up being pretty smart here, opting for the 1. We see teams get pressured sometimes to maybe going for more than 1 lap, but realizing they have 2 minutes left on the clock, I like the idea there of Koza again hitting that shot, managing to get everything done. But now we're going to check out his Moist. Again, he's playing up against his former team. I want to see what his ability in this game is. Looks like he's trying to get a little bit of speed to start off with, still looking at where the ball is, immediately changing direction to get back with his team. I love to see it.
Yeah, Gizmo's getting a lot of speed here, working well, passing up to his teammates. All of them working really well in tandem here together. Another one gets tackled down. There's 1 on the goal. Can Gizmo's get back to the goal in time to stop Genghis from goaltending? And he just doesn't even need to. Gizmo's keeping a lot of that speed up again, up the wall, using the tech, but he gets tackled down by Flying Kittens. Oh, no, Herb actually here. Herb tries to go for the magnetic pass, but it does end up missing here. I believe that is Genghis able to grab the ball back. Flying Kittens may be able to catch up here, but it's maybe not enough. Oh my goodness, Kismois gets knocked back down again.
This could be greed, the undoing of the side of KLiK. This is now a tied up game. They had the opportunity at a point and instead opted to try to go around for the instant win. Had they been willing to go ahead and just play out the game, they might have been able to find a victory. Looks like Kiz is looking to make a change. Maybe he was muted in Discord this entire time. So maybe some comms weren't being heard, weren't being sent from one side to the other. It's really important that players are checking that beforehand. He is a rookie, so he's still learning, but we're getting close towards the end of that season. Now we see them setting it back up again. Speed on speed on speed for each player. They still have control of the ball, and KLiK is looking to repeat what they did at the start of this game. They have to come around one more turn, and it looks like Killer is looking to stop the defender, but in the meantime, the ball is lost by his team, and now they need to make an opportunity. So they go up on the wall, and again, instead using him as an opportunity to get some speed and to continue to move. I do think that they're kind of juking themselves out sometimes, looking for a play, and Sky moves up, grabs the ball, jumps around, but he has to go all the way back around one more time to find a third score and a possible win in 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing here. Sky Guy has to get that pressure in the next 40 seconds, maybe able to get a goal for the KLiK. Getting the game to be 3-1 is incredibly important. A 4-goal difference is going to be all the Ravens may need for a long while. And maybe they grab the ball back. Genghis grabs it, but Sky Guy is able to grab it back. Up to Killer. Down again, back down. Herb grabs it back this time. And you can hear Flying Kittens calling for a lot of passes, playing really well with his team here. But Sky Guy is just able to grab the ball back again. This may be a very bad position for the KLiK. I mean, for the Ravens. But the Ravens are able to grab the ball back again. But the KLiK are able to grab it out of the Ravens' hands. But the Ravens grab it back from being lost in the air. And this is Herb grabbing the ball, but Sky Guy grabs it back again. This can still be anyone's game. 3 minutes left in the overtime.
Throw up the wall.
Oh my God.
It doesn't end up working. Now we are in overtime. That means the next score will win the game. If we make it to the end of overtime, then KLiK will take the game. So KLiK might want to play a little bit defensive, just ensuring that their opponents don't ever go ahead and get any pressure started. But I don't think that's the KLiK style. I don't think that's their MO. They want to win this game. They want to claim their first victory on their terms. And we can see it as Kiz flies around the turn. But unfortunately, they've lost control of the ball, and it's back in the hands of the Ravens.
Yeah, that's the one difference I am noticing here today. Actually, one difference I am noticing is that the KLiK are still, as Jekyll mentioned earlier, getting together, working with the team, and trying to figure out how their synergy works as the reshaking of the league happened recently. But on the other side, the Ravens have been playing together for seasons and seasons, and they are starting to really understand how each other plays here. Really good comms from each other, playing together, really good camaraderie. See, Kismois, one of the players for the KLiK here, trying to keep that pressure. Ravens got it back. Ravens still have the ball, but Killer's able to tackle it out again. Kismois grabs it, has lots of speed. Does he pass it back and play back around onto the enemies? He does, and he's just able to make it around them. But it's, oh my God, Flying Kittens, I believe, grabs it back.
Each one of these players, they're both, I think, looking for that win, but they're so locked into their current game plan. We've kind of seen this gameplay come out of KLiK every single time. They are grabbing the ball, getting some speed. They throw it down. They have 2 players separated. If they can set up a good speed play here, they could possibly get all the way around and end the game. But no, Sky Guy is there to immediately stop pressure. He passes it off to Kiz, and Kiz looks down, throws it back up as he goes up the wall. They have the speed built. They just need to be able to go around. Both sides are fighting here. They're both looking for a possible victory. Killer with control. His teammates going up the wall. Kiz takes control of the wall. He has the speed. He just needs to make it around 2 more turns and look for a goal. You could even possibly throw it, but the Ravens aren't going to let him do it.
This could still be anyone's game. 55 seconds left in the game. Ravens still have possession of the ball, passing between each other, but it doesn't really connect. But they grab it back again. The Ravens could absolutely still win this game. Could they make it 4-0, or can the KLiK finally start catching back up? And that means that Kismois is able to grab the ball back. But Koza is able to, someone is able to grab the ball back, whoever's on Koza's account here.
It matters here. It matters so much here. Every single step of the way they have to play. But now they just need to run away. They just need to survive a little bit longer. I believe that's Flying Kittens on Koza's account. So you were right. Flying Kittens got their goal for them. But in 15 seconds, they have the opportunity. They just need to throw it. They just need to get it through the goal. It goes wide with 10 seconds left, though control is on the side of the KLiK. They just need to hold it for 4 more seconds.
But the Ravens get it back.
But time
the
is
Ravens
up.
keep the ball. Time is up, but if you keep possession, no, it's a draw. I was wrong. And that is a win for the KLiK.
At the end of overtime, it does not matter who has possession. It matters who got the first score. So the KLiK are able to find their first victory in this game.
And that is what the KLiK needed. That first win going in here, only an hour into the game. They can absolutely still catch up. Tens of games to still be played here at the UEL. Make sure you stay tuned.
It's going to be a crazy game. I think this is what is insane to me. That came down to the wire. It took them a little bit of time, and I want to give credit to the Ravens. I doubted them, and it looked like they were really unsynergized at the beginning of that game, but slowly the plan came together. They were able to find their movements, but it wasn't enough. KLiK came in with a game plan, and they executed. That execution led to them getting those first few points, and then being able to defend well enough to ensure that in overtime they were able to secure it just by virtue of being a team coming in more prepared.
That was very good by the KLiK there. I mean, you talked about that and the teamwork. They actually had a really good amount of teamwork there. Seems like that may have been one of the games they've been working on together after the shakeups have occurred. But next game up is going to be 2K. And would you like to explain how we play 2K here at the UEL?
It is Black Top 2v2s here at the league. It's first to 21 or whoever has the most points after 6 minutes. Both sides have their 2K player of choice. I believe that's KIC, as well as the side of Jekyll. Him. Wow, I was reading both names really quickly, trying to transition. So on the other side, you have Koza as well as Jekyll going in with their respective
yeah, that would make sense here. I think it was a choice by the KLiK to save him here for another sports game instead of putting him in for a game they maybe felt confident in winning. 2K, Jekyll, and him. Jekyll, I'm assuming, is going to play a big man while him is going to play the shooter.
We have to see. Him has been playing a lot of Curry lately. And so I would expect him to kind of default to that option. And I want to see if the Ravens are going to... I know KIC, I think, defaults to big men more often than not. But my question is, I wonder if they will continue to put him on kind of like the scorer, if Koza's a little bit less familiar. Koza is a rookie, and I don't think we've seen everything. Obviously, not every rookie gets a chance to play everything. You don't get to always to know, like, oh, yeah, 2K is like my favorite game. I just never end up being available to go in for it, so we'll see here. Who do you think has 2K? Who you betting on?
I honestly think the Ravens have 2K here. KIC and Koza are a very strong team here. KIC being a carrot player who I think knows pretty well how to play this game, and Koza being a slight sports player. Oh my goodness! So it looks like on the Ravens we're gonna have LeBron and Embiid, and who's on the KLiK here?
Kareem and Allen Iverson, so a very different setup. The Ravens opting for a more balanced setup where the two sides are able to compete with each other, or in terms of being able to maybe shoot from range, maybe play for rebounds. You have not two bigs, but it's effectively two bigs. On the other side, we see the KLiK going with a far more standard setup, with Jekyll being on the Allen Iverson, someone that's a lot smaller but quick and able to get that first step and to maybe rim run a decent bit. And on the other side, Kareem being that big man with a lot of control in the paint. How this technically should go if everybody's playing well, Kareem should be able to win the paint pretty consistently, but he will be pulled outside by the likes of Embiid and LeBron, and that could lead to opening up the paint and more opportunities to score for the side of the Ravens.
And that's how the Ravens could definitely win here, but on the side of the KLiK, I mean, they have, like you said, that strong balance of players, or not balance, but the opposite. Kareem being that big man, Iverson being, the shooter. But, as you said, there's a weakness there, but they can also use it to their advantage if they know what they are doing. If they're able to do it quickly enough that, maybe Iverson has the maneuverability and ability to, juke around people, stay avoidant and stuff like that.
That speed is going to be important. I think that it's going to come down to both sides seeing. Now, noticing I had a few questions about Koza. Koza on Embiid tells me he's played at least some. I don't feel like Embiid is a character that players are defaulting people to for the most part. I think that you instead are putting them on the Kareems. If they want to shoot, you might put them on a Kobe. You might put them even on a LeBron, Durant, somebody that's a little bit easier to use. Just in general, just the general idea of 2K. Embiid seems like a little bit more of a niche pick that I see out of people that do play a good bit of the game, but we will have to find everybody getting their shots and everything set up. We got to make sure everybody is comfortable, and now we will see. So I can tell you right now from a quick look, the dark jerseys will be the side of the KLiK if you are rooting for them, and the white jerseys, the light jerseys will be the side of the Ravens if you're rooting for them. So make sure you let us know who you are looking to play. All right. So we have control over KIC already getting set up as LeBron. They kick it back. Koza looking for a shot. Doesn't end up taking it, but they give him so much space. Why not just green it and put his team out to an early lead?
Yeah, 1-0. Three-pointers aren't counted as 3 points in this game mode 2. It's only 2. So it is very important that you do get every point you possibly can because it's still very possible to catch up no matter what.
Trying to get some space. And KIC is just doing a good job of staying in front of Jekyll. Now they're trying to set up a pick play here. And they're not able to get anything started. But Jekyll with the quick shot isn't able to find it. Goes out of bounds and is going to head back over to the side of the Ravens. I like the idea of the shot. It shows him that he's not afraid to take that shot. You have to kind of prove that to your opponent early in the game. So they have to respect you when you're farther out on the perimeter.
That's a big thing here. You can see that LeBron runs it down, passes it off to Embiid, passes it back to LeBron. Goes in, and it just barely does not connect with the goal. KSC is not able to get that shot that he needs to get the game tied up, but it goes back into the hands of the KLiK here. Iverson tries to hit the shot, but doesn't, but the Kareem is just so big, it's so hard to get around him.
You notice that KSC didn't overcommit. He trusted his teammate if his teammate lost the play, but Jekyll doesn't care. He goes ahead and hits a nice lay-in. Good job tying the game up. But he committed to just being around. We see a lot of people in the league get free threes that way when teams are over-committing for plays. Both sides jumping, leaves Embiid open again for another shot. It doesn't find it land, but he takes it again. I love the confidence from the rookie, and he finds a 2-point shot, putting his team up by 2.
And that is very much what the Ravens need here to win this game, but the KLiK can absolutely still take it back here. 5-minute game, whoever has the most points at the end of the 5 minutes wins. LeBron grabs it back, passes it back out, maybe? Embiid still not out of the paint.
He didn't clear the ball, so he was unfortunately unable to take that shot. But Koza's been doing a lot of the work with these shots. Every single time, KIC pulling the pressure, and you see him looking over and nodding at his teammates. He has complete confidence in his team. They're running these plays exactly how they set them up. And a big shot coming out from Jekyll doesn't end up hitting it. Him instead gets the rebound, but KIC takes it back, and guess who's open again on the outside? It doesn't go in, though, importantly, but still keeping pressure on AI. This is the thing, is keeping up with this pressure on the outside is going to be difficult, and I like to see it. You're only down by 3 points. You need to be willing to keep this presence up and not give up on the game.
3 minutes left in the game here. They need to get that point. As you said, they're down by only 2. It's still comebackable, definitely. But again, the Ravens are able to keep a lot of that pressure, shooting a lot, not really. Kareem not staying out of the paint, honestly. Got to be on and beat a little bit more here. The screen being set up, running around. Mismatch here, really bad mismatch, but they're able to get you back up, and that's going to most likely be yep. And that is 2-5 in favor of the Ravens here. KLiK really need to start catching stuff up, or they are going to be messed up. Oh, good screen there, but it's not enough. Passes to Kareem, gets it in, and Kareem just barely gets it in. That is going to...
That's what I want to see them start doing, a little bit more offensive interference there. Ends up not actually getting the point there, importantly, and losing control of the ball. It's an unfortunate call here, but this is the opposite of Roller Champions. Roller Champions, it seems like the Ravens are the ones with the better plan for 2K. They've set themselves up, and the two of them are working extremely well together. Cassie forcing a shot up, ends up not making it, and his teammates now have to make an opportunity. If you're playing AI, 3 points, of course I was going to say something, but I knew that the caster curse was going to hit it. The moment I make a comment about AI and three-pointers could be a little bit iffy, Jekyll has to prove me wrong to get his team back into the game. But here we go, the play going in once again. I want them to continue using this outside edge, pull him out of the paint, force him to kind of step up and take an opportunity. It's so much harder to play perimeter defense on a big man if you're used to just playing down and inside. But as you bring the ball down low, you let him play a little bit more comfortably, play for these rebounds, and not have to be as aware of the game plan. But you see him drifting now. AI is not going to match up with LeBron, but a nice block. to stop the play. I love the closeout there by the side of him.
I mean, that's a really good showing there by him, being able to keep a lot of that force in against that Embiid, who is shooting so hard here. But are they able to grab the ball? LeBron saves it, gives it back to Embiid here, but Kareem is able to grab it. Iverson is open. Is he able to hit this three? And he's just barely not. Jekyll whiffs the shot, and he bounces out, meaning it's back in the hands of the Ravens. Oh my goodness, I think it's 1 or 2 minutes left in this game here for the KLiK.
Trying to get a steal, but ends up almost getting beat here. And I think KIC is going to just continue to do what they have been. Continue to put pressure. There's an open man on the outside. KIC with the shot. Hits it, puts his team up by 3. There's not time left. They're going to have to take
30 seconds left. And this is where Jekyll needs to catch up as the shooter of his team. Jekyll needs to hit these threes, and he's just not able to get them in. Is he going to pass him back? Passes it back to Jekyll. Shoots it again. Jekyll is just not able to make these threes currently. His timing may be slightly off, but it is a fail to clear the ball here by the Ravens, and that is time over by the... Oh, 1 second actually. Oh my goodness, and that is another Ravens win, 4-1 for the Ravens. Next game up is going to be StarCraft, a game that I believe the KLiK most likely do win here, having Sky Guy and other people that may know how to play the game a little bit more.
This is going to be a really interesting game of StarCraft. Both of these teams have put in a ton of work getting better at the game. I'm interested to see how people are able to perform in this game. I think it could be a lot funner and a lot closer than maybe some people expect. It's going to be a big test for who's able to handle the early game, I think, really well. And now to your statement on that, I kind of want to highlight the Ravens did a really good job, but for the KLiK, if you're going to run a strategy like that, unfortunately over an AI, I have to make the call for somebody like a Curry or a more prominent three-point shooter. AI can do it. I don't think that there's a problem. His speed is amazing, but as you saw there, the players in the league that play 2K, that know good defense, you're not just going to be able to always, if ever, going to be able to blow by a player like KIC in 2K. Yeah. Especially, again, remember, they have Vape as their GM, as their coach is leading the team right now. So you have a wealth of 2K knowledge on that team. And so you're not just going to be able to, oh, well, like, you messed up your defense slightly. I got the first step. I'm going to be able to just win that way. And so I think kind of relying on that three-point shooting, and a big shout to Koza. He was hitting those shots early on to give his team the early lead.
That was a very good job there by the Ravens. I do want to point out, though, Him's big man did save a lot of those plays, but also Him's big man was playing in the paint a lot when he needed to be on that three-point line with the Embiid, and that allowed them to get 2 separate three-point shots.
This is where I think a lot of the league is going to be a little bit more exposed. The non-2K play. In specifically relying on Kareem, and I play Kareem, so I understand this great role here. They'll be able to both get in their players, and NCAA, we're going to go ahead and see some of that college football. But more specifically, Kareem is very good inside the paint. He's able to get good rebounds. If you understand how to play offense in the post, you'll be also very good. So we're watching Flying Kittens here. I'm expecting to see a ton of Protoss. Flying Kittens here spreading out. And interestingly enough, we have a map that is going to group all the players up. Now, why this is important in the way we play with unlimited resources. But what this also means is that teams are not going to have the same amount of space that they would normally want to have. Instead, they're trying to get everything set up, and they're going to start placing down these buildings, getting as many done. This is a map where actually I want to see more teams use this, because what this will catch teams doing is, if people don't know how to carefully place stuff, you'll end up realizing you run out of space really quickly for both your units and for your teammates. But we do have unlimited resources, so they're not going to be taking expansions or doing anything wild. They're just trying to get units out and get prepared. So Flying Kitten's doing what he needs to do, getting a ton of building downs and dropping a forge as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten loads of buildings down in a very, very quick amount of time here. And just looking at this, you could see his teammates also building a lot on a Terran, actually. Not the normal Protoss you see in the game mode we play here at the UEL game mode we play here at the UEL, being, of course, unlimited resources and stuff like that. You can see Flying Kittens here starting to warp in even more pylons across the map, trying to get a little more map control, maybe.
And he's importantly doing this so that he has the ability to play outside of his base more often than not. Now, importantly, I want to highlight that whoever's playing Terran here is only building a wall with one probe. You would want to really be doing this with multiple probes if you want to build that many supply depots. It's going to take you a ton of time, but now the army production has started. So forgive me at home, I didn't immediately tell you how this game works, but all 4 players are controlling their own bases. They're looking to build an army to destroy the opposing team's army and additionally their bases. You'll now start to see those armies form because at the beginning of the game, some of the different races have to set up a little bit. In the case of these golden little guys, the Protoss, who you see here, they need to set up what are essentially power lines. These power lines are called pylons, as you mentioned, Magna, and they have to get a little bit of that set up. Otherwise, teams still just have to build up their army, right? An army doesn't just appear. You have to take the time to go ahead and get a little bit further. But I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Flying Kittens again. He's just making sure his game plan is ready to go. It looks like he has a lot of these different bases, these different units. He's making sure to get his upgrades going as well and just continue to fill up this production. I want to know who is maybe going to be willing to attack first. It looks like both sides are kind of agreeing to play the longer game. We do have a time limit of
It is an 8-minute build timer, I believe, followed by however long it takes for people, I think, to live. I think there is a time limit, but it never
15,
really gets
15,
reached.
yeah,
15
yeah.
minutes. Okay.
15 minutes is the hard time limit for the game. I know that it's always interesting because depending on where, and again, continuing to build, taking up as much of the map here, we normally have seen teams separate teams, but I like the idea of the Ravens saying, if we're all together, I can help you out a little bit easier. But again, it's managing this space. How good is the side of Flying Kittens and the Ravens at maximizing their space and accomplishing exactly what they need to do? And he's continuing to make more and more units. Now, he's made a ton of these units, and you see them standing around. He will eventually call his army together and look for an immediate fight. We have to see when he is going to make that decision, though. It looks like he's taken up a ton of space. Now, I wonder what his other teammates are doing in the meantime. He's also teching into some air units, so some things that can shoot down and is just building up a huge army from here. Let's see where he's able to go. He's again continuing to expand. And he makes the call out that there are units coming towards him. So maybe an attack coming from the side of the KLiK. He did call them out as being very good at the game as well and having put a ton of time in to put pressure out. You see here, he's looking around, seeing from his teammates what he's able to build, what he's able to put down, trying to find a spot for a building. And this is what I was talking about before. It becomes so hard on these maps to find this extra space. And you see those exclamation points. The fighting has begun. Armies are starting to clash, and everyone is going to need to send their armies in. And so they have to, I hear calls coming out of saying, hey, I need some help here. I need a little bit more space. And so we see the armies going in. So one important thing that I'm going to point out for Flying Kittens here, he hasn't actually selected his entire army. He's made a bunch of them, but they are not moving out. So he can hit that F2 key, and all of his units, which he could then choose to move them someplace, moving them in front of his buildings, would make sure that he has stuff to defend here. Right now, a lot of his army has now started moving out. Finally, a nice call by him, but you're starting to get it clogged up. This is something that I think people haven't realized. So much of the board is clogged up. So much of the board is stopping them from even progressing. You have to be willing to move your units further out. This doesn't mean you're going to take some damage. You're going to take some damage for free, but you have to be willing to run a little bit further. Neither side looks like they want to make a mistake, and so they're just playing this slow and consistent.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, but the problem is once you get slow and consistent, it's really hard to fight against an enemy build when you don't know what's coming against you until you're not able to build anymore. And then it is a battle of the, battle of the armies, I guess, and whoever has just the better plan without reading the other is going to be the winner here. You could see Flying Kittens trying to tech up a little bit more. Lots of different buildings. He's seeming to go for a Void Ray strategy.
So we have another call, 4 more minutes until building is done. So at that 10-minute mark, we'll see what's all going to happen here. Yeah, and I want to see teams operate. I've said this a few times. I've been very open about this to a ton of people. Good StarCraft players, the best players in the league, are not going to give you the opportunity to play the game freely. Instead, you're going to have to deal with pressure on pressure on pressure. Now we're looking over at Kismoys on the side of this Terran. It looks like he's building. Looks like he has a ton of. Ooh, what is that? A ton of Marines is being set up, and down below the screen there, I'm very happy. It makes me guess that might just be I am maybe has been working with him here. Somebody's building Archons is what it looks like, and I'm happy to see Archons. A lot of teams have just defaulted to Archons. These are incredibly tanky, big, giant, massive creatures from the Protoss. We don't normally see them, but I think as more and more teams are starting to elect to go into airplay, in terms of Protoss, like Stargate stuff, you'll see a lot more people to dip their toe. We have to see, but look, again, both sides are just preparing. He's kind of looking around, but he's just building and making sure he has as many units as possible on the board for this final fight that it will be coming up in another couple of minutes.
And this big final fight is going to be epic, honestly. You see all those... Oh my goodness gracious. There is a few people there on him's build. Looks like he's got some Stalkers and some Void Rays. Basically running the meta, or the... I don't want to say the meta. There's no meta in this game, but like the busted stuff in this game. That's just basic busted.
And thank you. You did correct me. This is KLiK that we're watching. Then KLiK does have a good army, and having the extra... And now they're moving out. I love this. This just reminds me like the Lord of the Rings fight scene. All of the units flooding out. But they have a good mixture. The Archons will give them a little bit of tankiness, as well as they just kind of have this good blending to fight air units. We will have to find out. The fight is going on in the middle of the screen. I don't know if he has realized this now. The two armies are clashing directly in the center. And the SurfThing PCs, luckily, our PC sponsor allows us to run thousands upon thousands of units. We're talking supply caps far beyond what normal StarCraft sees, with no problem with this unlimited mod that we do.
Yeah, and that's a massive big thanks to our SurfThing PCs allowing us to be able to run this kind of stuff buttery smooth.
As you can see here, over to there's a lot happening all at once as these different units are moving. And Ginghis's army seems to have been cut down by a sizable margin. And on the other side, Killer comfortably piloting these Archons and piloting his Protoss army to victory and cutting back, looking to see and realize that he has a few different units. Now, he does have Warp Gate. Looks like he's making a ton here of High Templar. You take 2 units, you combine them for the Archon. And we have to see here. It's interesting. It's a solid play here. Both sides are kind of poking each other from a distance, and it's kind of going to be who is able to have the most units. 45 seconds, closer to 30 now. Left to see who's going to be able to fight, but these are the armies clashing, and you see the SurfThings are handling it to the best of their ability. They're just surviving shot by shot, and as Ginghis runs forward, trying to get some damage with his various Marines, trying to get as much done as possible, making it looks like he's making Cyclones.
Why? Why is he making Cyclones?
They're a powerful unit. I don't think they're as strong as maybe some people realize. They can create AoEs on the ground that just things can walk into and die. But in the UEL, where we just mostly attack, you see some of these zealots aren't even attacking. They're just standing here kind of waiting for something to walk up. We're going to have to see which army is able to play forward. Now, this is the big thing. There is no more building, so all these armies are static. And I think Killer's now realizing that some of his units can't come out. And I see the Tempest, the Golden Armada flying down, and I think the Ravens have this. They're starting to surge across the board, and it's going to come down to if on the side of the KLiK there's any left, but I think the gas has been spent, and as more and more units move onto your screen, I have to believe that this is a Ravens victory. They have found their moment, and they are marching across the screen.
You see here, I mean, Genghis already has this massive army, all sorts of different characters. He has Tempest, he's got his capital ships, he's got Void Rays, he's got all the little shield dudes, I forget their names, and a load of zealots. And it does not matter whatever the KLiK try to do here to defend themselves. They're just getting pressured and pushed over. Him trying to defend his base here, but it looks like it may just not be enough. Killer's also there trying to help, but it's just not looking good for them.
I kind of talked about it before, but I will highlight it again here.
Oh my God, we still got units coming.
The way you stop this is not letting it get to this point. Yes, there are units that counter, but when you have this many things you are trying to fight, you're in a position where like you said earlier, you're already dead if you don't realize it's coming. This is why you need to attack, you need to check what your opponents are doing, and continue to put pressure out. You look at a player like Billy the Goat, he's never just sitting there doing nothing. He's never not attacking his opponents. As soon as he starts to have units, he's putting that pressure on. Because your goal at the end of the day is, oh, well, I'm just better than my opponent. They can't build as fast as I can if you're willing to wait for 10 minutes. So KLiK, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. You're going to have to look for another opportunity, but I think that's going to be the end of StarCraft 2 in the favor of the Ravens.
Yeah, which is, I'm kind of bummed. You saw there, Sky Guy, one of the better players of just general StarCraft here at the UEL, not even able to defend much. He was already out of the game by the time that it started the fights here, but it looks like the Ravens are finally just coming through and wiping all the rest of the enemies out. Wow, this game was a very dominant showing by the Ravens, and that is a GG. Ravens win again, up by 3 points once again here. It is just not looking good for the KLiK in this. Oh, 4 points. Apologies.
KLiK have only run Roller Champions 2K. With the,
yeah.
Oh, Roller Champs and 2K.
Yeah. No, they didn't win 2K though.
Ravens won 2K. Cool.
Yes.
I was like, wait, my brain broke.
They won RC. They have not won 2K.
Yes. So that means 2K went to the side of the Ravens. Our very first game, Tekken, went to the side of the Ravens. Our second game, Siege, went to the side of the Ravens. Checkmate Showdown went to the side of the Ravens.
Yep.
And just now, we had that StarCraft 2 go to the side of the Ravens. So this is a whole funny thing. I'm happy to see the Ravens do that, not putting KIC in. KIC is the only person he asked me when he first got in the league. We talked about StarCraft. I helped him out a little bit. Just getting started and pointing him in the right direction. But it looks like his team has gotten to the point where they feel confident to be able to play most other teams in the league, except for people that they know are super strong. And then you still have KIC for college football. I'm assuming they're going to put Genghis in here. And then it's probably going to be Jekyll and a person of their choice, actually. At this
I'm assuming
point.
it's going to be him here. Oh,
Jekyll
no, it's going to be
and
Kismoys.
So maybe wanting to save him for another possible role. You end up sticking Kiz in and letting Jekyll run the game. Jekyll has already shown himself to be good in terms of Madden play. NCAA isn't the same game, but we have to see if he's able to create that same success.
That's what I have noticed here, though, that they are saving him a lot. Maybe Kismoys also does have something up his sleeve, but, like, I've seen him saved multiple times. You saw him in our Roller Champions getting saved. You saw him just now getting saved. I'm curious to see if the KLiK have a reasoning behind maybe holding their punches, or is it not holding their punches? Is Kismoys just built different?
I think that's the question that we're going to have to find out here, but I can tell the Ravens are in good spirits. The Punisher. What's his name? The clown, the evil clown that kills everybody.
Tormentor?
Terrifier.
Terrifier.
There we go.
I
it's one
know
of those
my
scary
names.
words. He is Stars making a ton of noise out there with his horn. It's really fun. The Ravens are going to go ahead and use a timeout, make sure they get this game set up. Smart choice. I don't think you want to risk possibly doing too much. But obviously, college football is a fun and interesting game. We do play 2-minute quarters, so it does fly by. And it comes down a lot to who understands defenses. Again, having someone like Vape on their team, I think, puts them in a great position. And I have to see. But in the meantime, I mentioned during StarCraft, we're going to tell you a little bit more about them right now. RPC sponsor, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Thank you again to SurfThing PCs, the only hardware end gamer approved. They allow us to play all 33 of our games across 5 different genres of gaming. You are looking to play any game and play it at a top level with top tier hardware, you have to get yourself a SurfThing PC. Head on over to surfthing.com to grab yourself one today. And in that downtime, in that moment, in that time while you bought your SurfThing, I know you did, I'm looking at you right now.
Get it. Buy it.
We loaded up college football and Maelstrom being the next game as well.
Yeah, but coming in here, you see, looks like some people are running around here, getting ready. It looks like we're going to have Alabama on one side, a very common pick, Alabama being a very strong college team here against
2. Looks like Georgia, I want to say. So it'll be Alabama versus Georgia. A pretty classic matchup here.
Yep.
We will find out which team is which here shortly. So the home team, I think, is the Ravens. Away, I believe, is the side. KLiK, the Ravens are Alabama. All right. Good to hear and good to know. And the KLiK will be Georgia on the other side. So I'm interested to see who is piloting which one. I think Genghis is gonna, I'm gonna assume, be the pilot of the Ravens game plan, and then Jekyll on the side of the KLiK. We have to see how both these teams end up playing. Like I said,
We see Bama, Georgia's the first ones receiving. Bama going for the punt downfield. And gonna get it all the way into the end zone. Are they gonna knee? No, they're not. They're gonna try to get a run here, but it looks like the KLiK just get absolutely taken out there on Alabama. Oh, wait, no, the KLiK are on Alabama, I believe. His home is going to be on the left side. Oh no, Ravens are on out.
Yes.
I'm confused.
You're fine. It takes a moment because home and away, and then you got to see the teams. And sometimes we've had it where it's been Alabama versus Alabama, and then one team's like, I'm wearing the white jersey, and the other team is like, no, I'm not. So it takes a quick moment. But I want to see how Jekyll starts his offense here, who is able to take a little bit of control of this game. Yeah, I see Genghis leaning over, so he should be running the offense here. On the other side, Jekyll running his team's offense. So let's see if Jekyll's able to get a successful first drive. It's going to be important for him. If he wants to maintain pressure in this game, he has to get started first and foremost. And a nice run play up the middle for a big gain is exactly how you want to start the game.
And that was absolutely perfect there by Jekyll. As you said, a really good run play, getting them like 10 or so yards, if not more, getting to that first down. Looks like they are going to go for a throw here, but it's not going to be it. The QB is going to be pushed out, but he does chuck the ball to stop the time.
I like the decision there to throw the ball away. It makes a ton of sense, and I think it ends up being a really smart option, as opposed to losing more yardage. Now, you're at 2nd and 10. They were trying to run no huddle to maybe catch the side of the Ravens off guard, but Genghis was pretty quick to make those adjustments. Big run there. 3rd and 4. They just got to make sure they continue this pressure down. We see a lot of teams sometimes going for super risky plays, but in 2-minute quarters, you really just need 1 or 2 successful drives to find a victory. And so I like the confidence of Jekyll to just play his game.
It's like they're making the play, setting it up, 57 in the half, and that's what we were talking about earlier with the whole thing of, oh my goodness, never mind. What I was saying earlier was the pressure of these 2-minute quarters you were mentioning. It's just going to be such a struggle. They're going to opt to punt the ball here, Georgia. Maybe they're wishing to get it. I'm not quite sure what the thought process there was for that on Jekyll, but
I think he just got caught off guard by the blitz. But punting away there, I think you have to have some faith in your defense. If you give up after your first drive, I think it's a really scary spot. He thinks he can stop the side of Genghis and KIC on that Alabama team and can find an opportunity for a win. So let's see what we're able to do. Now in the red jerseys, we're going to see what Genghis, what magic. He's doing a lot of changes, so it shows you that he knows what he wants to do. Maybe see something in the defense, finds an opportunity across the middle, but what he finds is an interception, and it's going back the other way almost immediately.
And that is exactly what Jekyll needed there. Maybe he was planning that 30 steps ahead, seeing exactly that the enemy team was going to fail their next run, and it just ended up in a very poor play. Jekyll now having the ball at a actually closer distance here now, I believe.
Yes, he ended up getting a ton of field position. Fortunately, running into his offensive line doesn't mean that he doesn't get a gain there. But as you said, he's in field goal position as he is, so he should be able to get a score here and possibly take us all the way to halftime, which would be great if at all possible. There is a flag. It's going to be important to see.
Holding on Georgia?
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Illegal block in the back, and this is what you have to be aware of and talk to your teammates about. You can't just run into somebody whose back is away from you in this game. It's a penalty that will continue to cause more and more problems. And a 3rd and 15 means you might just have to try for a field goal if you're not able to convert here.
It's very interesting. You know, block the ball again. Very good by Alabama. That shows how powerful their team can be and why everyone in the league usually runs them as the meta pick here. But Jekyll is still struggling to get that run. Gets one in, but it gets intercepted by Alabama, and the Ravens grab it back. He's going to run it around, but he just barely is not able to grab it, and that is going to be, no, the quarter actually stops running time.
and he threw it into really, really contested space. His 2 receivers, along with 3 defenders, they end up running into each other, and smartly controlled. One of the players is able to pick off the ball and send it back the other way. Both teams are making mistakes. It's going to be a matter of who's able to capitalize first, like an opening in the middle of the field for a big gain, putting him on to George's half of the field. I'm liking this from the side of the Genghis, finding his opportunity and finding his chance.
And that was already a very good start for the Ravens. Not only are they in the second quarter already, but they receive the ball back at halftime regardless of what happens here, meaning that the KLiK really need to catch up as soon as possible or they're going to be left in the dumps in the later parts of this game.
You said it perfectly. Now let's see, are they able to continue the pressure? Nice job trying to cut back, but ends up not finding a hole that he can slip through to get a gain. Ends up going down the backfield for a loss of 1 yard. I think whoever finds that first score, maybe first 2 scores, will probably end up taking this game. Now, the Ravens are in a great spot. If the Ravens score here, they're going to get the ball back in a little over a minute and a half, which puts them in a position to basically take us to the end of the game and not worry about scoring 10, 20 points. The best teams and best players recognize when they can end the game with one singular decision, and I want to see the Ravens have that same ferocity. They are fighting for a playoff spot. Every single one of these games matters, and so I want to see a playoff team find win conditions, recognize them, and play for it.
That's the biggest thing here. Hopefully, oh my goodness.
The play action
fakes
works,
the pass.
but he's not going to be able to get around. He manages to get beyond his defender, and he finds the first down. That play feels so bad. It feels so bad because I know they felt one split second that they had that play. They had the read on the run. They thought they had everything locked down, but a good scramble by the side of Genghis getting to that additional offensive member. His out route allowed him to go ahead and get the first down and continue this progress and burn more time off the clock. Honestly, that's perfect play. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, running time, I mean, I said it again. I'm going to say it earlier. I said it again now. Running time is so important here. I mean, there's 49 seconds left in the second quarter of the game already. We've been playing this for, what, 10 minutes minimum or max? So
yes, we have to see. And now this time, when they bring the blitz, he's still able to dump the ball off to the screen route and just take off to get another first down. Calling a timeout, realizing he wants to get as far up and have as much time to possibly score. So now looking at the side of Jekyll, I need Jekyll to go ahead, and he's going to need to get a stop if he wants a chance at this game. If you let them score and go into halftime, the game is all but over.
And that's the biggest thing. Even at the place they're at right now, they could totally, punt the ball and get just the 3 points they need to get the lead here into halftime. Again, Bama gets the possession of the ball after half, regardless of what occurs here. They got one more big play going on, and then they are most likely going to opt for the punt, probably. Timeout is up again.
How much time do they have? 6 seconds. They could try for one. No, they're out of timeout. Yeah, you just probably block this. Kick the field goal. You know you get the ball back. Just make sure you hit the field goal. We've seen some wide field goals in the side of this game, so you just got to be prepared. A nice kick that looks like it's going to go in. Good job. You put yourself up by 3. Now, Jekyll, run this ball back. Make this game a little bit more fun, a little bit more interesting with a quick run back.
That would be amazing. Jekyll has one play to do that, though. He cannot drop or anything, or he is out of the game. And then, again, I'm going to keep saying this. Alabama gets the ball back, but they mess up the punt.
Let's see. That's going to be solid field position, but it's going to mean that there's no time. If he beats these defenders, there's too many around. He's not going to be able to run it back. He had a little bit of daylight there. And now we have to look back at the Ravens one more time. Do not let the KLiK touch the ball again.
It's totally a possibility here. You can run so much time here just by, picking a play, I think I'm going to play this play and wait 19 seconds,
Yes.
Big chill.
All right,
There is absolutely zero rush here, and he gets tackled down at, the 20?
Yeah, so at the 13, he ends up going down.
Oh, okay.
It ends up, people would say, oh, why not call a fair catch? I think he doesn't mind as long as he's able to get first downs, more distance to travel down the field is more time on the clock he's able to chew through. So we have to see here. Looks like he's adjusting a few routes, making a few changes, maybe see something again in the defense. And is now instead just looking for a big play. I said waste time, don't give him the ball back. And Genghis said, let me just get a touchdown.
Wow. And there we go. Genghis gets a touchdown, absolutely obliterating that pass with a very, very open catch.
He saw, like I said, he saw the defense. He read where defenders were going to be, found the opening, and was able to place it exactly where he needed to take a win. And that puts them up by 10. This is hard for me to say because Jekyll needs to not lose the ball. He just needs to move down the field as quickly as possible because you want to not give them 30 seconds left. He has to find his opportunity. Once again, running into each other. And this is the risk of playing people that are super. I don't know how familiar Kiz is. Kiz obviously played with the Ravens. He's probably talked with Genghis, talked with Vape. But playing either Kiz, who's not the quarterback, is where I'll put it, is he might just be trying his best. And if you're not explaining how to do things, sometimes he won't always understand what the mistakes he's making are and why they're so detrimental. I think they have him on a linebacker as well. I would want him to be more so on the line. You're going to probably open up the middle of the field here. Nice job rolling out, looking for some space. I had that backwards. I keep getting it backwards. I don't know why my brain wants to flip Alabama and Georgia. Kiz is on offense. Jekyll, obviously, right now. I'm able to get a little bit of a gain there in third and.
But the thing is, I mean, even if they are on offense, they are third quarter, a minute and 17 left, and the clock is just being absolutely torched.
If you give them the ball with 2 minutes left, they can end the game. Guaranteed. 3 minutes, it's a little bit harder without them just kind of really controlling the ball. They're going to have to send this off, and that is a delay of game, trying to make some adjustments as well. Jekyll ends up not being able to snap the ball in time. That's going to push them farther back, making it a 3rd and 10.
That means that this game is most likely going to be over for the KLiK unless they get a basically god-tier run, princess run.
Looking for the play, looking for the player coming off the middle, and he finds some open field, and I think that's a touchdown. He has to keep running. He can't be tackled. He has a little bit longer, and he doesn't make it.
And that is such a bummer there for Jekyll. I mean, literally 1 yard from the goal. And all he has to do is run it down one time, and Jekyll will be able to win this here. Get 7 points on the board, hopefully, and then he will hopefully pray to get the ball back later.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a defensive stop if he wants to get in. That's if he's able to make the touchdown in the first place. This is going to take us to the 4th quarter. He needs to get and out, take a play, get out, and make a decision. The clock is still running, so we're going to the 4th quarter. You need to score here and possibly go for an onside kick.
This is not looking good here for the KLiK. They should have hopefully been able to make it there on that play, but that means that they have a lot less time here. Strix bobbing with the watchers here in the game.
Oh, you got to hit the wave. You got to when you see the wave going, everybody got to go ahead and hit it.
You got to get a UEL wave. You got to get a UEL wave going on. Everyone, UEL wave at home. 3, 2, 1, wave. Okay, we're good now. You're going to throw it off to someone? No.
I would have wanted Jekyll to dish it off to the screen there. The person that got enough space, I think he could have possibly taken it in there. Rolling out to that side, there was nobody to beat. The zones are too close together right now for you to be able to find that much open space.
Yeah, and he's taking a lot of time for these plays to, go forward. But I don't know if it's going to be a struggle or not.
He had to let the play develop. It does end up being a score, but with a minute and 21, if the Ravens are able to get 2 first downs, I think this game will be done. 1, probably. Yeah, you have to onside kick. You have to onside kick. So you're just trying to get it to go 5 yards, but that's going to be optimal field position for the side of the Ravens, and they just need this. if they can, yeah, because it's 30 seconds per play, they keep the ball in bounds. They need to get 1 first down to go ahead and end this game. Go ahead, close it out.
This is not looking good here for the KLiK. It's progressively getting worse. They elected to do an onside kick, but it just was not enough. They were not able to make it through there. You know who was able to make it through there, though, was Genghis, I believe, running straight down the middle line of KLiK's defense, meaning that he gets like a lot of yards off of that.
Yeah, he ends up having a read here. So first is out the timeout here. And this is why it could take upwards of 2 first downs. They need to hit at least 1 first down here to go ahead and continue to force. They just continue running the ball, continue to keep the pace up. Every single play is going to burn a little bit more time off the clock.
Oh, dear.
An incomplete pass means that the clock does stop. So rather than having to burn another timeout, KLiK managed to push them to 3rd down and 6. Now, again, you're just trying to cross that red line. I don't want you to make it complicated. You're a playoff team. If you want to solidify that spot, you have to prove it here and now. So they're going to go ahead and hike the ball. They're going to look for an opportunity. A nice out route means good job staying in bounds. Okay, force another timeout. I actually didn't want them to score there. If you score there, you allow another miracle to possibly show up. So we have to see here. They called another timeout, so whether you get a touchdown here or a first down, you can end the game. Just run normal run plays, keep the ball in bounds, or score.
And that is going to be basically, I mean, there is a very slim chance that the KLiK could take this back here.
They would need to run back the kickoff, win an onside kick.
Yep.
Immediately score.
Yep.
In 52 seconds.
They got it. They can do it. They can use the power of friendship.
Shout out to the side of Magna. Magna sees the vision.
I do.
Hopefully KLiK sees the same.
KLiK do have a 1% chance to win this game.
Genghis kicking it short so that he's forced to run the ball back, isn't able to get any more progress. Now, there isn't going to be any more time. Taking off the clock. But Jekyll's going to need to look for some pretty far down the field plays. He's going to need to really air out the field. But knowing that you just see 5 defenders in that backfield looking and waiting for any possible long-distance passes that may come up. Jekyll trying to buy time. He throws it, and that interception will go ahead and end the game.
Okay, this feels like BM at this point. You can hear the Ravens getting so loud there out in the main room. 24-7. Yikes.
And the Ravens are being smart here. The Ravens could go into half up by almost as much as 7 if this next game of Maelstrom ends up running on the long side of things. Gonna kick an onside kick. Yeah, this is BM. This is BM. There ain't nothing else but BM here.
Oh, he gave it to him, though. I mean, at this point, it's over for the KLiK. I feel like at this point, they're just playing for fun.
Well, you don't want to, with 30 seconds left, you're not burning a forfeit. You're not giving up a game at this point, and so you kind of just have to take your lumps, unfortunately. Not necessarily the game you want to be in, but the game that you find yourself in.
Oh, my goodness. It was almost a fumble. That would have been egregious.
That was a really dangerous pass. Wow, this is really interesting. It seems like the Ravens are showing themselves as that strong sports team, having a really good core identity. And there is a flag on the play, so we'll see what it is.
The flag that causes the Ravens to instantly forfeit the entire game. I'm kidding. But no, seriously, coming in here, getting punished a little bit. I think the KLiK got punished there for that one on Georgia.
It's okay. Jekyll's still looking, trying to play for a little bit of pride here, buying some time, looking for something to develop.
Why are they?
I think Jekyll's honestly trying to let the game burn down, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he's letting the game run down or the UEL game run down. You know, maybe he has some kind of strategy of running time into the next half.
Look, if you're down by what will be 5, you got to be willing to just play it out. Trying to wait for it to develop. Almost was caught there. Still one more play left in the game. It was not a completed pass, so we have to have one more. Again, I appreciate him trying. This is the hard. When you put yourself in this situation, you're more asking and hoping that your opponent makes a mistake than being in full control of the game. Go back, watch the game. You made a few mistakes, but as long as you just try your best to not let this happen again, you'll be able to find another opportunity. Again, taking some time, letting the play develop, and is going to launch it down the field. But this is an interception. Use your time to pick, and if with a few good blocks, they go ahead and let the game end. We see the two teams gapping up. And it looks like there's some words like, bro, why you gotta be him, bro? I know, bro, why you gotta be him that? But Ginga's like, hey, nothing personal, kid. I had to do it to you with Maelstrom the next game. I know you play a good bit of Maelstrom yourself.
Yeah, Maelstrom is one of those games I played a little bit because of the league. It's pretty fun overall. It's pirates or pirate ship battle royale, basically. It's a game basically here at the UEL we play public matches. It's a kill race, so like whoever has the most points at the end of the game, that goes to placement, score, all the different kinds of things inside of the game. There's a lot of strategies that have came out here at the UEL. The main three people that I've seen the league playing a lot are the dwarves, the humans, and the orcs. The orcs are built to board the enemy, deal damage to their crew. The dwarves are built to have this tankiness, this ability to heal themselves. They also don't have any sails, so their sails can't be damaged. And then the humans are the all-arounds, more of a heavy DPS kind of character. They deal a lot of damage. They have a lot of DPS, as I said, DPS. And then they have a lot of speed at times, or max speed, not acceleration.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting because this is a battle royale. It changes how we play because you're trying to score damage, you're trying to get eliminations, called bounties in this game, as well as your final placement. So you see teams opting for some pretty interesting strategies. What we're playing here now, we do see that a timeout was used. We talked about it briefly, but now that they've changed, you can see over there on Magnus side, underneath the Ravens, you see timeout. That buys you a little bit extra time, whether you want to set up the game, talk about the game, go over a game plan. And if they did do that for college football to maybe make sure everything was prepared, really good call there. That game looked amazing. And then you have FFs. If there's a game you don't necessarily win, you can go ahead and let it go. But now we'll get another wheel spin while our players are loading in for their match. They're in public lobbies, so if you want to pull up, you can. Overwatch 2 is the next game.
That's going to be a really fun game. I'm actually really excited for that. I've been looking forward to this game a lot today. So we will see how that happens when we come up to it next. But we're going to focus on this game of Maelstrom right now. So it looks like on the Ravens, we are going to have 3 of the Fury's Hold. This is the sniper chip that deals loads of damage from afar, loads of damage in general from a close to. And
they did this in their last game, I believe, where they were playing 3 Fury's Hold. I think it got them into a little bit of trouble because it's very easy to put yourself in a position where you don't have the space that you would like to be able to take a fight.
Yeah.
The Fury's Hold doesn't want to be up close and personal with a few of these with these other ships. Or on the flip side of that, the dwarves do. They want to be up close. So let's see. Everybody's in the lobby, and we do see a few different names here. So 3 Fury's Holds. I see one of the ghost ships there. I see on the other side a dwarf. And
I believe I saw an orc ship maybe, but this is
a little bit more well-rounded. That would make a little bit of sense with everybody going in and playing. The ghost ships are really interesting because you don't always get the chance to see them and to really show off just how strong they are. So boom, taking some damage. Everybody just warming up, getting a few shots in.
While they're preparing, While they're preparing for the battle, the ghost ships have multiple different wild abilities. You saw right now, he just got put in the cage. That's one of the abilities the ghosts have. If they hit you successfully, you get clawed and stuck in a little bone cage that you cannot move out of. They also have an ability to go intangible every now and then, which makes their life even more difficult to kill in general, meaning they are the escape artists of the world.
So we are once again watching Flying Kittens. I gotta give currently my MVP of the game over to him. He's been playing ridiculous, especially in these fighting games today.
No, I completely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I completely agree here. Flying Kitten's playing exceptionally well, showing that he is that deserving of his position on this team here. Able to get a lot of the well-rounded stuff that he needs. I want to see how he performs in this game, though. This game being one of those weird games you don't really see often.
Yes, and so now we're looking at Jekyll here on the dwarf ship. He's won this game for his team a couple of times, and it looks like they're now moving into this catacomb area. So both sides are now destroying the little NPC ships. This drops, you see those little colored icons. Those are boom. They give you different buffs to your ship. But it looks like they're being immediately flanked by the side of the Ravens, and now they're just trying to get some space. But one of their teammates is and seems to be missing. I think they're trying to maybe get to this cloud, this smoke, this fog, and be able to turn around and maybe look for a better fight.
Yeah, they're definitely not in a very advantageous position here. They're kind of pinched in between a rock and a hard place. Maybe they're trying to play off for some damage through the smoke, not being able to be seen very easily by the other team. Jekyll getting a little bit of early damage here. Someone gets trapped inside of there. See Jekyll getting stuck in a fight with all of them, but maybe he has to back out. Jekyll goes for a board here, holding them still so that Ghost Ship is able to deal a lot of damage. But again, he's blocking even more damage here.
He's doing a great job of doing his job of being the front line. Taking a little bit of damage, being pushed back, but now he cannot move back. That cage is stopping him from moving back at all, and it feels like he's trapped. He's not able to get any speed and is now just stuck. Jekyll could be burned down if they're aware that the front armor on his ship is gone, but the left side is almost low as well. They seem to be calling that out, and now Jekyll's forced to go forward, forced to separate from his team to just try to survive and continue to exist in this map, and it doesn't look like they're going to give him an opportunity to get away immediately chasing him.
That's not looking good for Jekyll. I mean, maybe he's able to back out, but you see his armor is just getting obliterated. The more he runs, the harder it's going to be for the enemy to catch him. But again, this is why I talked about the human speed earlier. They're able to catch up and just be in his face off rip here. And this is most likely going to be the end for Jekyll. The Ravens, sorry, are keeping a lot of pressure on him. Jekyll gets boarded here, getting pushed both two different directions, and he is most likely out of the game. 47, 16, and 0. And that is a wrap for the KLiK, I believe, unless there's another KLiK remaining. Maybe Killer is alive still.
Killer does still seem to be alive. It's really important that he lost 3 sides of armor. I think taking the fight there was the correct option, but you don't necessarily want to engage super close if you aren't able to block the damage. I would rather them have used the choke point so that the Ravens members would not be able to shoot forward against his opponent. And now they're trying to call GG's, but they got to go ahead and finish this game up. You don't want to jump too soon. You want to make sure you have the points. Just because you kill your opponents doesn't mean the game is completely over. We'll see what they were able to do in the meantime.
I'm willing to bet here that the Ravens are going to keep playing the game. You can hear Flying Kittens making a lot of calls here on how exactly they want to do this stuff. Maybe they're going to just keep going for this game, going for a higher score, making sure they guarantee it, maybe running the timeout in the half. The KLiK okay, that is going to be game over.
So that was the game master making the final call. He sat down and he did some calculations and figured out that we were, it was an unable to be come back from, was unable for the Ravens. How do I say that? That sounded very weird. The Ravens were unable to come back in that game. There we go. Words are a little bit difficult, but what is not difficult is understanding Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 is going to have 5 different players on each side. They're going to be playing a multitude of game modes, one of those game modes, and then a winner will be declared.
I mean, Overwatch is one of those hero shooters here at the UEL that is super duper fun to watch. Both of these teams here today are going to have exceptionally well-placed skills in this game. Both teams having really good players. Killer, Jekyll, Kiz, all players from the KLiK who are very experienced in shooters in general. And then on the Ravens, you got Flying Kittens, KIC, Herb, Genghis too. A lot of these players know how to play these games. So I want to see exactly how that's played.
I can't wait to see. What game mode do you want to see today? Maybe they'll hear you in
I want to see Hybrid. Hybrid shows a very good balance of the strategies you play here at the UEL. Hybrid being that you have to capture a point, basically King of the Hill style, before you're able to start pushing the payload in a shorter area on the map. I think that would be really fun to watch and show a lot of your different balances and skills here today.
That'd be really interesting. I don't think we've seen too many Hybrid games played actually in the UEL. And for those at home that are wondering, when we say at the UEL, we are the Ultimate In-Gamers League, the premier esports league covering 33 different titles across multiple genres, 5 to be exact. And we're setting ourselves up for another shooter here. We've had a couple of shooters today. had a lot of strategy actually with both Checkmate and StarCraft rolling. And then we've even had some sports fighters. I think everything's represented so far except for those elusive racing games.
Racing games are a lot of fun here at the UEL, and I think they're one of the most tense and close games. Racing players are a very, very rare breed of players. And I don't see any, strictly racing players on either teams here today. I know Sky Guy is definitely a player who knows how to play his games, though, in those races. So I'll be looking out for him.
Yeah, we have to see. I would love to see maybe some Forza. Some Lumina Rush is always fun. I'd love to watch Lumina Rush, see who's been keeping up to date on their skills, on the levels, on their abilities, or see who's able to go ahead and find a victory. But we'll be getting in here shortly, I believe. So far, this game, I don't think is playing out how a lot of us thought. Jekyll mentioned they just want to play a close game. They want to measure themselves up against the Ravens, who are up and coming and kind of have solidified themselves as one of those veteran teams. But what are your thoughts? What do you think has gone wrong so far this game, more specifically?
I don't know. I think a big thing on the KLiK today is that they are not playing off of their character players that they know are good on their teams. Looking at the KLiK in, let's say Rainbow, right? Killer is I'm going to keep coming back to this. Killer is a very, very good player. I played with him the other day, and he was going crazy in that game. And now it seems like his team's not really able to back him up in a way that is meaningful and helpful. Maybe they need to work on their executes around Killer or something along those lines. Or maybe the Ravens just diffed him.
Could be a diff situation. I know that there was some conversation previously in the UEL Discord. Go ahead, pop into the UEL Discord, join the community. Tons of amazingly kind people in the Discord. But there was a conversation, I think, that was brought up at one point about, and I'm interested while we have a few seconds. Well, we're getting a ready call. I'll hold that till next time.
Okay.
We're getting a ready call. We're going to hop into Overwatch. I'm going to need a little bit of your help here, Magna, because not the most familiar, and it looks like push is the answer. On Coliseum, a map and a game mode we never see at all.
Ever. Coliseum being one of the most common maps here at the UEL. The comp we're going to get seeing here by the Ravens is going to be a 3-2 comp, most likely. Genghis playing Kiriko, yes. So the plan is going to be here is they have a Malga to dive, they have a Orisa to keep pressure, a KIC on Zarya to keep protecting. Zarya has these bubbles and other kinds of abilities, and then of course they have the healers. One on Kismoes, who is going to be the Ana, and then one on Kiri, one is Genghis. Can I stop having a seizure, please? Thank you. Genghis, who is playing Kiriko.
And if it wasn't already clear, we do play open queue, which is one of those things that sets apart some of the team compositions that we do see. So you'll usually see GOATs here, which is 3 tanks and 2 healers. It's a composition that's kind of hard to burn through with a lot of survivability with just having that pocket healing for all of these beefy characters.
That's the thing here. I'm curious to see exactly what is going to happen. This comp is a very, very strong comp, but the second that one of the healers fall, they could be struggling pretty hard here. Getting into this game, though, the KLiK are going to start moving out alongside the Ravens. Ravens moving in immediately to get to the robot. Maybe they're going to be able to get a push here. If they spot a Moira off rip, a D.Va, and a Reinhardt also. Reinhardt is a very interesting choice here. Not being a very helpful character. The second he puts that shield up, he's basically taken out of the game overall. He is very strong as a damage dealer, but the second he's put that shield up, he can't do anything. So
I think it's to try to deal with some of this damage, but Flying Kittens jumps in and is immediately going to start to put the pressure on.
I want to see the rest of the team get a little bit more of the pressure here. You saw the really good anti there by Kismoes. They're going to try to capitalize off of this, and the Ravens do get down. Flying Kittens gets killed here. I Am Herb trades off Kismoes' D.Va. KIC kills out the Moira on the enemy team. That's going to be Sky Guy. And this means that this is looking... KIC takes out Jekyll, too. Looks like it's going to be a win here by the Ravens. Only real casualty is going to be Flying Kittens.
This is going to be huge for the side of the Ravens. They're going to get the first push. So the way this game mode works is this robot is going to be pushing those walls. You see Flying Kittens walk by one, but you'll see him up by a blue wall here. This is the Ravens. They're trying to push it all the way to the base of the KLiK. And for that to work, for that to happen, you end up winning the game. Now, importantly, I think this is going to be the player to watch for this entire game. This Zarya can negate a lot of the defenses that the KLiK do have. You see that wall from Reinhardt. You see the defense matrix, the squares from the side of D.Va. Zarya can effectively ignore all of these and continue to push out damage.
And that's the thing about, also on top of that, Zarya can also tank damage and basically eat all that and turn it into her damage of her own. You see that meter on the center of her screen there, letting her deal more and more damage. At 100, she deals a Vargas amount of damage, but it's just not enough. Looks like the Ravens did get retaken there by the KLiK, and KLiK seem to have taken out a load of people. Last one remaining, Nah, that is going to be the KLiK taking that fight and moving the robot back to mid. Basically a big version of tug of war here on push in Coliseum.
I'm just in general there. I think it was a smart option. They were trying to get that to that wall, that checkpoint, and so being willing to die. I think sometimes teams overcommit to like, oh, we have to stay alive. If you get that first push, and that, especially the initial one, you have control of the pace of the game, so you can take a die. And instead, here they choose the section off the side of their tank and to find a win, but the Diva Bomb will take out KIC.
And Jekyll takes out Flying Kittens here, meaning that they probably are going to get pressured out. The KLiK may be able to take this fight. Koza goes down, though. That means that the KLiK are down. Oh, the Ravens are down a player. But this most likely means that the KLiK are going to keep this push going up. Gizmo is with that Diva in the front lines, able to deal a lot of damage. That ult turning the tides of that fight there. KIC shield going down just as that ult went off, meaning that he was able to go just completely out of the game. Looks like they're probably going to get a drop down from this high area here. If the KLiK are able to get it just a little bit farther, they are going to instantly be able to take this and win.
Yes, that golden wall is where they're trying to get to. Just take one step beyond it, and you now control success in this days. I love watching Kiz here. He's not overcommitting, not going forward. We see some ults popping off. Fights happening. Him with a big shatter to survive.
And him gets the shatter. And that means the KLiK take the lead here. Not only getting past where the Ravens were before, but getting to the forward spawn. You see that little hexagon on the ground. Whenever the wall gets past that, the KLiK get a forward spawn, meaning they're able to get to this point way faster. And this could spell the end for the Ravens. Many good ults and a lot of ults still being saved here. This team fight means that Gizmos may be able to actually get his mech back up again here. A lot of good pressure. You see the Reinhardt actually make maybe a good decision here. Both Ryans running off the map. Flying Kitten killing him too.
Maybe feeling like him was the thing that was stopping them from being able to play forward and play the game. Kiz here, though, is getting a ton of damage. No one is looking at him, and he's so close to this. He needs 10% more. Make that 5, make that 1, and he's ready to make a play with his ultimate. If he finds an opportunity here, this could be huge, but he has to find his moment, and it looks like both sides are trading kill for kill, but again, the Ramatra's still up. He's still finding some damage. Kiz has found 2 kills, but he's still here. I want to see him do something interesting. I want to see him try to make a play, but he's instead trying to get away, and he's gonna fall out of mech without being able to use his ultimate here. Now he has to just try to survive. I think if he was going to die anyway, nice job staggering the kill a little bit. I would have actually preferred them to just let him exist a little bit longer to buy even more time. But now KLiK has control. They need to play the defense better than the side of the Ravens. Now, we saw what happened in Rainbow. Can they change it here?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the Ravens taking the point back. 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game here. Flying Kitten's going for the shatter, but the Reinhardt shield blocks it. Diva ult coming in here. Diva trying to ult. Diva ult gets put in the corner. Herb goes down by it, though. Looks like maybe Flying Kittens could go down by this, but Flying Kittens is staying alive in the Nano here. Gizmos may be able to take Flying Kittens. The Nano goes down on this. Is that Herb on the Reinhardt? No, that's K. Who is on the Reinhardt here? I want to know who's on the Reinhardt.
He's trying his best. On the other side, he's going up against him, and I think him just has a strong understanding. I say all that as Flying Kittens goes crazy, picking up 3 kills and managing to keep his team in control of this mech.
And that means that Flying Kittens here most likely is able to keep a load of pressure for his team that they absolutely needed. Gets stunned back by the Mauga. Mauga running in, trying to get Genghis down. Jekyll kills Genghis here. The Mauga in the backline's wreaking absolute havoc. Diva diving in again. Flankins goes down. Koza goes down. And there's only 2 left for the KLiK. Ravens here.
Now this becomes incredibly important. I need people to understand. If KLiK get control of this robot for 3 more minutes, they just need to keep pushing. You hear them communicating and talking to each other. I love this. They seem to have figured out what they need to do. They just need to get around the corner and continue the pressure going forward. I want to see Kiz start catching those with his defense maker. Don't let the free damage come out. Even if it's just a tap, just tap it as it comes in. And here we go. We see Killer on this Ana. He's healing up his team, trying to keep them away.
Oh my goodness, you see her pushing out on the Orisa, but it's not enough. And that means that Gizmos is able to stay alive here. Jekyll trying to get a lot of damage out, but he's just not able to push in. I'm looking to see a dive here by Jekyll on the Mauga. There we go. That's what I was talking about. Mauga ult, but the Flying Kittens gets ulted with the Nano. But the Nano keeps Flying Kittens alive here, and in the fight, Mauga, oh my goodness, Mauga's out, and I can't even commentate. This is going so fast.
Him is doing an amazing job. The coordination on that push, to your point, was perfect. Killer nanos him right after Jekyll runs in, and they just take control of this game. They turn this corner, and the goal is in sight.
This is the last little bit of the game that they need here. The KLiK are absolutely on the final push. You can see a Doomfist, I think that is, diving in. Mauga also diving in here. You can see the Orisa ult about to go off. Genghis killing him here, meaning the KLiK are down a player, meaning they're most likely going to have to back off here, but the KLiK have a very heavy lead. That means Jekyll and Kiz are going to try to protect Killer here, making sure that their healer is alive for this final push. The Mauga pushes the backlines. Diva ult goes off. Jekyll almost goes down. He gets anti-healed here. And that means Jekyll is out of the game, but Flying Kitten...
One of the killers is dead, though, importantly for the side of the Ravens. They're just trying to survive. The KLiK are running for their lives.
But this is honestly what they need. A minute and 53 left in the game, and the KLiK have such an extreme lead. It's going to take 2 or so team fights for the KLiK to honestly win any amount of game that they need here. That means that this is going to be a very, very tight game here for the Ravens. Getting stunned here, KIC. That means him gets a kill. Him coming absolutely in, killing Herb. That means Flying Kid gets a kill on, oh my god, Gizmos, and also on Sky Guy. Jekyll gets a kill on Flying Kittens. And that means that Koza is in the black lines here. Last one alive. He could absolutely get killed, but I think he's trying to back out what's going on with the robot. He's doing a little bit of a gritty there. That means that, him gets anti-healed, but he keeps his shield up, meaning he's not able to take damage. You can see Jekyll diving in there. Stunning. It's still anyone's game. The KLiK are having these really good pushes, followed by the Ravens able to keep the goal going back, but it's just not enough. The Ravens are able to keep it up. You can see that Koza is staying alive. The KLiK are letting him stay alive, but not for long, and that is going to be Jekyll and Gizmos, him, all getting kills, but someone died to the map. But this could be the end of it. Oh my goodness. This could absolutely spell the end for the Ravens.
I think that this game with 30 seconds left is firmly in control of the KLiK. The Ravens have to make their final stand. They have to win this fight and every fight that exists to stop the momentum that the KLiK want going into the second half. They step forward, the ults are being popped. Everybody is trying to get the edge for their team. And here we see Kiz slip behind. 2 kills go the way of I Am Herb. Kiz is out of the mech. Kiz is going down. I think they might have done it, but him is still swinging that hammer around. He wants to get his team this victory, to put them up by 2. The fight is going. Can Kiz find a kill on the healers? He can't, but KIC is still up. He's
oh my goodness! KIC stays in the game here, and so does him, I believe. All the tanks are left. That's a Diva ult, meaning they're forced off the point. They're going to be pushed behind the rod, and that means that the Kyrie is going down here. Last one alive is going to be the Ana, who I believe is going to be Koza. Gizmos, again, that play is going to be perfect. That means that the Ana is going to be hyper staggered against the enemy team, but the Ravens are going to start getting this push back to mid. That means that KIC does have his Mauga ult here. I mean, I'm going to assume here that Stars also, or Flying Kittens rather, has his ult too. I think that this could be anyone's game still. The Ravens have to win this game in one push, get the forward spawn, and then keep going onwards. The forward spawn means the bot gets stunned.
But they cannot walk away from this robot for too long. They have to keep marching forward, and KLiK know that. They're stepping in, they're dropping fire, they're saying step away. You see that bar, they immediately have to turn around, but Jekyll, KIC popped his ult. Doomfist! Is that enough?
I don't know, honestly. The KLiK are seeming to be the last ones alive here. Killer gets everyone in. Killer with an amazing game of healing there. I believe it's just the Kiriko and the Doomfist versus the rest of the KLiK here. Stars and Koza trying to keep the game alive for their team, but this could spell end again. The Ravens able to keep up in all of this game, and that means that they're off the point, and that is going to be a win for the KLiK. Oh my God, every second of that game was as tense as the last, and that was anyone's game, but the KLiK were able to just push it and keep 2 good pushes that won them the entirety of the game. Coming back from the half, we'll be playing Valorant, one of my personal favorite games, but until then, 15-minute break. We'll catch you then.
with the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not paused. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Once you check.
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like
the game master called.
We was told nothing about it.
It's not in the rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
We never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not in the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
So wait, Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the KLiK win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting gaming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Season, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Season all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is, what y'all got to say to Third with his coaching tomorrow?
Look, he's going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got no feet. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hyped, bro. Get hyped.
Yeah, come on, get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Aiden?
Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, we got into the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number one priority. Even though it's number two, it's the number one priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the master cycle, and the cooperative work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the master cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
An exciting word from our sponsors, and we're back for another half. I lost my voice from screaming at Overwatch.
Wait.
So we're talking about the first half.
Okay.
So this is the thing. He threw my voice. So our lovely director, I love him. He took my voice, and but if you're just joining us, I'm having a little bit of fun. If you're just joining us, this has been a banger of a game. It's 7-1. You might not believe me, but some of these games have been a lot closer than they seem. We started off with Tekken 8 from the side of the Ravens, with Flying Kittens sweeping the competition. He was sweeping. I mean, it was so clean. He went ahead and took that game out completely. Second up, we had, was that Rainbow Six?
It was Rainbow Six Siege, yes.
And how did Rainbow end up going?
It was a win by the Ravens, but it was not a disparaging win by the Ravens. I think the KLiK had as much of a chance to win as the Ravens did there.
Okay. That's always good to hear. That's always good to know. Beautiful, in fact. And then from there, we moved to another 5v5 game, Checkmate Showdown, where through a combination of, I believe, KIC And Flying Kittens, especially on the King and Queens, respectively, they managed to protect themselves, not lose anything, while at the same time take almost every single piece on the side of the KLiK. We got our first 3v3 after that in Roller Champions, and that's where KLiK also found their first win of this game. Just coming up with a very coordinated plan, but they were pushed all the way to the brink of overtime, where they ended up winning because they had scored that first point, which ended up looking pretty good.
Going in after that would be 2K, I believe. 2K was a very good, strong showing from the Ravens, coming out and winning that game. I believe it was 7-4 at the end, or 8-4 at the end.
Yeah, they had some really good shots. They did an amazing job to take control of that. And then was college football after?
No, there was another game in between those two.
The 5v5s have been rolling pretty heavily today, so it's a little bit more difficult to go ahead and see from there. But we've seen all the likes of Maelstrom already today. And if you just missed it before the second half, we had a banger game of Overwatch. That game I'm missing is StarCraft 2, funnily enough. It ended up
Again, a
well.
very dominant game by the Ravens there at StarCraft. And then again, going into another one, NCAA or College Football League. Again, Ravens winning there 24-7 at the end of the game. And they could have gone for more, but I believe they just didn't want to.
It was disgusting. But that Overwatch game has me really excited for this Valorant. I think both these teams take a lot of pride in their Valorant. And so it'll be interesting to see who takes a win. I want to see that KIC versus him matchup. Both these players are strong, highly ranked in Valorant, and ready to come out and lead their respective teams to victory. Both teams seem to still be in good spirits. I think KLiK knew that this was going to be a hard game, and the Ravens are figuring it out. There was a lot of questions about the Ravens, about where they stand, about where they are. I think they've kind of boiled down to an incredible five set of players that are able, set of five players. Yes, they have 5 sets of players, a set of 5 players that they're able to find a win with. And this team looks really strong, and going into playoffs, I think a lot of people in the South have to be prepared.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially in the South, a lot of those teams have been very strong this season. So the Ravens being able to show that kind of strength and, gameplay shows me that I think they have a chance to make it all the way to finals here.
Yes, I also realized I lost my glasses, but, who needs to see? Who needs to see at the end of the day? We're going to hear for a little bit of fun. Valorant, I'm going to say it right now. Give me a map.
Abyss.
He wants to see Abyss. That's very interesting. Okay. The agent I want to see is Astra on Abyss. I think Astra's really flexible, especially on that map. She has the ability to control all 3 lanes, especially with the changes to her. So I think that, again, I think Astra's actually in a solid spot. I think the extra tier was not needed, but I'm not going to complain. Tier, star, close enough. Tiers are stars from the sky. That's why they fall. That's why they're called falling stars.
That's why we call our tier 1 players 1 star and our tier 5 players 5 star.
Wow. But at the end of the day, this Valorant should be fun. I don't want to see Odin's, but Jekyll is in this game, so I can't honestly hope for too much of that. Jekyll, when in doubt, goes to the Odin. He'll start shooting through the walls. You're not safe. No one's safe.
That makes sense for Jekyll, honestly.
Wow.
It does. He does what he needs to do.
What else do you think of Jekyll?
He's a great player all around. One of the, I think, the number 1 strongest player in the UEL, honestly. But
number 1 player, but Fortnite rolling next. My man's Flying Kitten dressed up here is terrified. Probably gonna get excited. But first, play the game in front of you. So, walk me through this. All right. So I see a Sova, a Clove, possibly a Neon, and a Sage. What would you want to round out that composition?
Wow, this comp is weird. We're going on Sunset here, a reworked map recently. Cypher was originally a very strong player on this map. I'm not sure how he stands currently. I believe he still has some pretty strong setups and site plays and other stuff along those lines. But if we're looking at this, we have Genghis on an Initiator on Sova, as you mentioned. Clove, Flying Kittens on Clove, who is a kind of duelist, mostly controller. They have smokes, and they also have vulnerables and heals. And then they're going to have a Sage. Looks like they're going to have a Gecko and a Jet. Jet being able to fly around, having multiple different speed abilities, and a Cloud Burst Cloud. So a very well-rounded team. I think Gecko does make sense for Sunset, but I would have preferred to see other stuff. And then on the other side, we have him on Reyna, Jekyll on Vise, Killer on Raze, excuse me, Brim, who is going to be Mers, and then Kismoy's on Sage. You'll see the Sage is usually the one with the least experience or the one who wants to run assist a lot more. I'm actually going to disagree with that for the Ravens, but
I want to go ahead and say we should ban Sage. I'm tired of seeing Sage.
Why?
Because I think people look at that character and they're like, oh, well, she has a heal and a wall. It's really simple to play the character, and then just completely ignore the rest of Valorant, and just kind of like boil the game down to a single individual. The juxtaposition right now on screen with Flying Kittens using the Magical Girl knife and then, being dressed as Terrifier is
absolutely
hilarious.
fitting, I think, honestly.
It's hilarious.
And he's got the cat.
He's got his own emote. He's got his own emote. He's in the game.
It's also really funny because that spray makes a really, really loud noise when you do it. You spray it and it goes, meow! And he's audible from a very long ways away. Flying Kitten's going to be playing from further back on the map here. Playing alive.
3 on A side. I would guess 3 on A side here as the setup.
Maybe, I don't know though, because we're seeing one thing though, that there's not much coverage mid. You see the Gecko slowly rotating back actually behind Flying Kittens here. Flying Kittens going for the spray out again. They see someone in elbow, but they just don't want to re-peek it currently. I'm curious to watch exactly what happens to the Soba. Soba gets down here. That's Reyna. That means that's him. You see the Vise Briars come out. Vise takes damage. That goes Jekyll down. That means that Flying Kittens gets 1 kill, trades it out for him, killing him though. Wait, Flying Kittens got 2. Oh yeah, he got 2 kills there.
Jekyll and Killer are out of this round, but importantly, him is still up. So now they're going to have to play for this retake here. What are you looking for to be the correct call for this Ravens team to hold on to this site? Or to stop this play?
If I am the Ravens here, there's 3 different angles I can push from, and I have a decent amount of time. They are pushed all the way into sight. I would at least push through elbow and mid, right? That means him goes down, Herb gets the kill. Last one remaining is going to be Kismos, and he gets a kill. He gets a second kill. Can he get the last? And he's out of bullets, and the Jet is able to get the finishing kill there.
Nice job by KIC.
Okay, and you can hear KIC out there in the main room going, oh my god, I am the best.
That's the confidence I want out of my tier 1 player. You gotta be willing just to sometimes let them know you're the best out.
Very, very funny though. I'm not going to lie.
So,
but
is this game the same as Rainbow, where we see all 3 rounds being played, or does it work different? How does Valorant work for us here in the
In Valorant, we play a game mode called Quick Play or Swift Play, right? Swift Play means that you have 4 rounds on each side. First to 5 wins the game. So you play 4 rounds on defense and then 4 rounds on attack. Of course, it's first to 5. So the more if you feel more confident on one side, you think you're going to win more, then you'll probably want to play on that side, right? So I'm assuming the hope here for the Ravens is that they are better on defense than they are on attack, and they want to get as many games as possible. Here, a lot of enemies lurking around here. I'm assuming there's going to be a push through mid. Sunset's mid being a very vulnerable spot, especially from the Ravens here. I'm not seeing much come out in mid from them. Maybe 1 or 2 peaks, but nothing hyper important. You can see KIC just holding his angle here with the Outlaw. No real reason to peek any more farther up here. No damage or kills on either team. You can see on the top left of the screen, everyone's health bar under their player icons. Never mind, Genghis goes down. That is going to be Genghis on A site in the backside. That means that there's most likely someone in elbow, which is the side of A site. But it is a 5v3 now. Ravens are in a very detriment. You can see the Sage has not a lot of HP. The spike is going to start being planted here. The Brimstone volley comes out. Oh! Nice shot on Killer. Oh my god! See, the Vice Briars are still out here. KSC trying to get another kill. Misses Jekyll here. Gonna go for the reload, but it takes a really long time. Is KSC gonna get it out back in time? And the smokes go out from the Brimstone. This Brimstone is keeping a lot of control. KSC is gonna eagle peek out of it. Able to miss, and he whiffs on Mers. Mers is able to trade with KSC. KSC gets a kill. That means that Jekyll and Herb gets a trade. Gets a kill here, actually. No.
But him is still up. Him is lurking somewhere. We know where Sky Guy is.
You know he's defusing. They have a really good pinch here. No matter what happens, that means that most likely Herb goes down. And that is 1-1 in already incredibly tied up game. They can go either way, just like most of this game, to be honest.
It's crazy how back and forth that round was. Both sides are fighting for every single inch. Now I would have to wonder if the defense is willing to swap up. Seeing as the attacking team, like, have shown maybe some
I don't like you going mid.
preference in sight. A good Valorant team, in my opinion, they would sit there and you hold your positions because you're holding the positions for a very specific reason. As opposed to otherwise being worried. We'll find out here in a second if anybody has rotated now. Doesn't look like the buys are the same from the last round, and they're just waiting to make a call on whether or not they want to maybe smoke, maybe they want to take an opportunity, looking for their next play.
Yeah, you see they do give up on B side here, going back around to A. Maybe the KLiK have a plan over here in general. Looks like A is a more vulnerable site, but it doesn't matter. Flying Kittens gets 2 kills here on him and Kismois, 2 of the better players on the KLiK here
Jekyll, are you
for
gonna peek this, Jekyll?
their
Are you gonna
Valorant
peek
team.
this? Taking some damage. They're trying to get a trade back, and it doesn't matter. That's 4.
No, oh my gosh! But it doesn't matter. Flying Kittens goes for the res on Clove, hugs the wall. Wide peeks him. He knows exactly where he is, but it doesn't matter. Killer's able to get the kill out on Flying Kittens. Can Killer ace this game? 7 bullets left in his Vandal. Killer gets another kill, back down to 30 HP here. Oh my goodness, this can still be Killer's game, but he needs to absolutely clutch it up. No mistakes can be made here on the side of the KLiK. Another one goes down. KIC is dead.
Oh, he
Killer
has
gets
this.
the
He has this.
showstopper, and he doesn't matter. Genghis comes in from his backside, is able to just, oh no, his front side is just able to get the last bit of damage needed to take down.
Heroics from both sides there. Have to give a lot of credit up to both Killer and Flying Kittens, putting on a show for their team, and it just so happened that there were a couple of Ravens left, and you can't check both left and right at the same time.
Here we go, though. It looks like we're going to be keeping watching Killer here going on A site this time. Looks like they're maybe going to try to get a better execute on this site. Off rip, maybe try to get a little more speed and haste on this. I do see a few people maybe aiming to go through mid, which is very good. I do approve of that. They don't see the dart reveal all of them. You see Jekyll there with the Odin backing. Oh no, the Gecko gets a really good molly straight through that top arrow. You can see those little windows. But it doesn't matter. Him's able to get a kill on Herb here.
That was mid. You mentioned that they hadn't been playing for control of mid most of this game, but KIC on the lurk finds a kill on the Killer, and now they know he's here. I want to see if someone's able to go ahead and stop to put the pressure down. It looks like they're all trying to rotate over here and to provide some support. I like this call, but they've managed to get Killer back up. That is a terrifying sight, because now Koza has gone down as well. We have to see where they're moving to next. Flying Kittens is looking. They don't know at all where the KLiK have gone.
Exactly. This map is full of question marks, and it's a 3v4, 3v2, a 2v4, apologies. Oh, 4v1. Last one alive is Genghis. KLiK is going to be very hard-pressed to lose this round here, but it doesn't matter.
Close.
Him is able to get the kill out on Genghis, and that means the game is going to go 2-2 into halftime. The next one is going to be the Ravens on attack now. Ravens are going to have to catch a lot more of these rounds, or they may even have to take this game to overtime. I don't think we've seen an overtime here at the UEL before.
You haven't seen too many of those rounds go, but we have to see how the Ravens want to attack. That's going to come down. You mentioned it. I think their composition, both these compositions are better on the opposite side. Having the Vise along with the Sage gives you a lot of control on both of the sites, whereas having the double initiator in the Gecko along with the Sova means you have the ability to really dictate your attack, get a lot of information, and play really strong.
One thing I also will say about the Raze on the KLiK's defense side now, Raze is very good for taking up space mid. If they know how to play her and execute her stuff correctly, Raze can basically clear the entirety of mid on her own, getting early game nades, getting early game satchels, and mobility out.
All right, let's see.
KIC is going to try and get a little bit of pressure in here, maybe try to go for a peek, but they're going to let Flying Kittens go for the lead. Maybe they're going to try to grab the orb, but they decided to go for the stealthy route here. You don't hear anyone. They're going to execute in really quickly, basically explode into it. But the Vise pops. That means KSC is stuck in point alone, and that means that KSC gets taken out by him.
Really smart use of the Vise trap there. That trap works as once somebody crosses it, it brings up a wall, sectioning them off from their team. So KIC doing the correct thing as a goal is to jump into sight and try to get some attention. But unfortunately, because they know the trap is there, it means that no one else is going to be able to help him, and he just gets left basically in a 2v1. one by himself.
And not only that, but he gets pinched in or pressed in backlines, right? He can't do anything. He's in there alone. I think that's part of why they took the Vise here. That Jet is just so easily destroyed because she's got to have to dive in on her own with her dash. Genki's going to try to get a dart out here, maybe going in for the entirety of sight. Yep, throwing a dart for the back area of sight, trying to get any knowledge of where the enemy could be. Not seeing anything. You can see Flying Kittens gets down by Killer. Herb kills Killer.
Now they have bomb down. Now their roles reversed. Do you think they can hold this? What do you want to see? Where do they need to be playing?
I'm seeing a 3v3. You can see that Jekyll's moving up with his flash grenade. Vise having a flash you can actually put through walls. But Genghis is able to take out him here, meaning it is now a 2v3. Genghis may be able to hold another one of these angles. That means that the third, the player difference is just becoming a problem. The Brimstone on Sky Guy, but it doesn't matter. Herb's able to get a kill out. Genghis in backside here. And Jekyll's able to get the kill on Genghis. Last one gets hit 30, and that is going to be Koza. Last one, 1v1 here. Sky Guy versus Koza. He's going to have to be forced to stick it, but it doesn't matter. And that means that Koza wins the round for his team. That's a very good win for the Ravens. Now they only need 2 more to win, while the KLiK need 3.
I love the awareness there, the realization that I don't need to peek him. He has to stick this, wait for him to commit to the defuse, and then make a play. It really shows he's understanding the situation. And now we're back on Sky here on the Brimstone. Dealt 11 damage to himself last round.
Sky definitely could have done a little bit better there. I think he did have a few plans, but I think he needs to understand a little bit more of the game before he can execute them to the best of his extent. Now, hopefully I want to see someone covering mid. Again, the KLiK are just not covering it. You see the Reyna maybe covering it through the... no, she just closed door. There is literally nothing going on mid. They are giving up mid for free here. The KLiK really need to be not doing that. Maybe Kizmois is going to be able to peek through mid and cover it, but they really are too late. If the KLiK are able to not cover it like this, the Ravens probably got a timing and are able to get into a site.
I think this is just a recognition and an acknowledgement of the skill on both sides. Neither side has enough. You can call it confidence, you can call it ego, to say that I can peek mid and I can win. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. It will come down here that it doesn't feel like either side is really challenging for mid super heavily, instead choosing to play both the outside lanes of the game and the map to make the decision. But it's really quiet here, and with 46 seconds, we're going to have to see some action shortly.
You can hear the call, enemy spotted on A. Maybe they're going to try to get a rotate going here, seeing if they can find some of the enemies on the Ravens. Sky Guy seeming, I think I'm seeing a lot of knowledge come out by Sky Guy, but I'm not seeing the,
30 seconds left.
him showing that he knows how to do it and execute it as an execution. Thank you, brain. Words are difficult. As
yes, sometimes. And it looks like they managed to get the site down, baiting out a rotation before getting everything down. And KIC, you talked about a timing. He's the one that found the timing to pick up 2.
And that is why you need to cover mid. KIC basically got a free pick there on Sky Guy. You could see all of the Ravens there holding on to the spray from B long. You could see the Vise. Briars come out. Vise gets a blind. They're all in that kill box. Jekyll gets a kill. Flying Kittens gets a kill. Jekyll gets another kill. 2 more in this box. Can Jekyll kill the rest of them? It's a 2v2. They have to retake the site quickly, though. The Ravens are not going to lose this. KLiK are going to win this. And
so this was really smart. They had that peek because they hoped that the gunfight would hide the sound of the defuse. Luckily, there was somebody aware enough to be like, hey, we need to peek this just to make sure he's not already on it. Jekyll has to let go. It's a 2v1. He ends up going down.
And this is a game point for the Ravens. If they win this, this is GG's, and the Ravens get another point. But if the KLiK win this, they can keep going with this game. I think the KLiK have a possibility to do this, but they just need to cover their sites with a little more strength and a little more knowledge.
Yeah, I think that right now that's the key to this game. I think that mechanically, the KLiK as a team are strong mechanically. They can all shoot. And this is what a lot of people in the shooter category in the league really value is strong mechanical execution and prowess. The Ravens here have that prowess, but at the same time, they're showing just a strong knowledge and understanding. And Koza picking up the first kill onto him of all players is big for a game-winning round, possibly. So, gonna go ahead and get this more information, see what he can see on site, maybe find out to see if someone else is lurking over on this side of the map.
Yes, he gets the kill out on Killer here.
But importantly, Vise has used her ultimate. They're left with only their pistols until that bar on the screen completely runs out.
But what I'm noticing is the KLiK aren't playing off of that. They popped the Vise ult and didn't do anything with it. Flying Kittens gets another kill on Kismoys. It is now going to be up to Sky Guy and Jekyll. Now just Sky Guy to finish this round off. You can see Sky Guy being pushed back by his entire team, and that is going to be a wrap for the Ravens. Ravens have won the game.
Really good play from the side of the Ravens there to close out that round. I think more than that, they saw a couple people trying to rotate, and what needed to happen was because of the Sage Wall coming in specifically, they needed to flood out from backside the moment that Vizalt was popped. There's a breakup in communication there that can't happen for that to be a successful combo. Because the Sage Wall means like you're not breaking through that. And so either you need to delay the Vizalt until the Sage Wall goes down, or you need to play off of the Vizalt and immediately flood out. But good play by the Ravens. A lot of strong voices over there that I know Valorant and are talking not just about shooting in Valorant, but how do you play the map? Where should we be setting up? What areas do we need to play? And funnily enough, at home, I think we know our lineups going into Fortnite. They're going to be exactly the same. These 5v5 games have been rolling all night. And the Ravens right now, I think the score kind of shows it, have a very strong 5-man core lineup that is working very well together.
I think I agree completely. The Ravens have that really tight lineup that covers all of the stuff they really need. KIC and Herb and Flying Kittens with the fighters. Again, KIC and Herb and Flying Kittens with the shooters. You've got Koza to catch him off with shooters also. Genghis and Koza cover a lot of the sports games. Strategy games are covered by the entirety of the team. I think overall this team is incredibly strong. I want to see more from the KLiK, though. I see that team, and I can tell you right now that they have some of the strongest players, but they're just not performing the way they should.
And this is the thing about the KLiK experiment, which I want to call it, from this season. They went out and built what a lot of people, I think, would have viewed as one of the closest things to a super team in the UEL, what we've seen historically. The issue with super teams has always been, though, is everybody coming together and clicking, no pun intended, but clicking on a level so that they're able to play and utilize that mechanical strength more than anything. We see Killer stepping into the tier 1 for the first time. We see them as a lineup and a team kind of still figuring out how this 5-man works for them, what the strengths are, what the weaknesses are, what they need to be worried about, and even maybe how to play off of each other. They've found it in a couple of games. Again, Roller Champs look good. Overwatch looked good. But you have to be able to translate that in the UEL to 33, not just 2 games. And that means that across those different genres, I need to see them utilizing that same level of teamwork, same level of team planning, for them to, I think, reach the heights and the expectations that a lot of players in the league had for them at the start of the season.
I definitely agree here. I think I want to see a little bit more, as you said, from the KLiK. I know they're better than this. I've been playing with them for a while now. They're one of the teams that you and I, on the Paladins, practice with a lot. But again, I want to go into Fortnite a little bit more here. See, on the KLiK originally, right, there was a few really good players. There was Carnage and stuff like that, right? And now the KLiK no longer have Carnage. But on the Ravens side, they have Flying Kittens. And that is going to be a big problem for the KLiK, I think.
So this was a topic that once again came up in the Discord recently. And again, at home, chill, wait for a second here. Just hold on, okay? Those SurfThing PCs, they're fast, but we as humans aren't fast enough to keep up with the amazing performance coming out of them. But specifically what I was getting at over in the Discord, they were talking about how even when they played the Shogun last week, the Ravens were able to win because they have multiple people that know how to play Fortnite. And KLiK realizing that, hey, we just don't have the firepower to fight back. Go ahead and utilize our first forfeit of the game. And with that forfeit coming out of KLiK, we're now going to go into NHL with him being available, which I think is already a strong start. But Herb on the other side being available means we might just be in for a banger NHL game.
I think so. NHL is one of those games at the UEL that's like, it's a sports game, right? But there is a specific breed of sports players that only play NHL, right? There's not, maybe some of the players play 2K, some of the players play Madden, stuff like that, but not a lot of people play NHL. And him is one of those players that plays NHL. So I want to see him perform like that in this game here coming up next.
I think to that point, they have to start performing now. They've already lost 20 minutes in the second half. They are still down by 7 points. They do not have room to allow this lead to grow any more if they would like to win this game. Now, notably, if they lose this and go to 4-3, it would put them in a position now in the North where the North second and third spots completely are opened up. There's so many teams. Any team can end up in almost any spot at that point, barring the Wolves.
And the Bandits.
Technically, the Wolves, I think, are out statistically more than anybody else. But we'll see. We'll see. Every team in this Northern Conference is so close. It really ends up coming down to how they perform in these last set of games. KLiK only has 3 more games following this. And so they are going to be looking to get whatever wins they can, especially seeing as currently they're down in the head-to-head against the Paladins. So if the Paladins have a good end of season, Paladins could come in and sweep that second place spot. And that's where you want to make sure and find your position to solidify. I just want to see more out of them. I wanted a close game. Jekyll mentioned that they wanted a close game, and I think the Ravens feel confident in their ability to make playoffs going forward. I don't think they have any more specifically. Maybe the Reapers game, which I think is their last game, might be a game that I don't want to say they're not favored in, but that they're expected to lose. I think the Ravens are even or favored in almost every other game they have left. So it'll be interesting to see. Fortnite is not our next game. It will go ahead and be that NHL. What teams, what players? You're looking at Killer, him, as well as Kizmoys going up against I Am Herb, Genghis, and Koza. So Genghis and Koza, to your point, seem to be that sports pairing that they're also sending in here with the veteran Herb. And on the other side again, Killer having that tier 1 after not being in, this is his first season back after a couple of seasons off. I think he's performing pretty well. Again, there are the questions around what happened necessarily in Siege.
Yeah.
But a lot of these shooters are team games. A lot of players, I don't think we've seen a team yet find out how to utilize one exceptionally strong shooter to win a game. It's unfortunately, it's a difficult task regardless, because if 5 people shoot at you,
you're just done. Yeah.
It's super hard. What are you thinking though? How do you see maybe the KLiK getting back into the game? What games are you still seeing on the wheel for them to possibly win?
I'm seeing a lot of the racers left on the wheel. I know Jekyll is pretty good at a lot of them. I know Sky Guy has probably got them still under lock and key. So I really would like to see some of the racers come out. Maybe that'll be able to let the KLiK shorten that distance, but it's not going to get them the full way. They need to start winning some of the other games too.
That makes a ton of sense. I agree. We haven't seen any racers today in the 11 games that we have played. This is also one of the lower scoring games, I feel like, of the season so far. A lot of games have been reaching that 20 to 30 mark fairly consistently on our wheel, but with 11 games being played, the KLiK might be in a situation where, you're not seeing Halo with Sky available to play. You're not seeing some of those racers you highlighted. You're not even seeing maybe some of those fighting games that you do have a better chance than Tekken of all fighting games in against the Ravens. And so they're in a position now where they're just down by 7, trying their best. But here we are, we're in NHL, and there is an immediate pause. So we will find out what is going on.
Oh, dear.
I asked for it, and I receive it. Street Fighter 6, the next game on the wheel. So we'll see here. It looks like they're realizing, making sure controllers are good, trying to find out who is where. Looks like the call is to play and go ahead and get started. So, Sam, I'm noticing a money puck, a +3 money puck at that as our first puck of the game. This means if they score, they will take a 3-0 lead of a game that only goes up to 5. This could be over in the blink of an eye. And so it's really going to come down to which of these teams play. Oh, my God! I saw him stand. I'm pretty sure that was him. The way he stood up and started talking, started yapping. He was proving a point. And he said, my team's going up 3-0, and I'm winning this game for my squad.
And that's the thing, though. I mean, that first puck is even more important. You mentioned the money puck going off there. Money puck can either give you +1, +2, 3, or -2. And they already got +3. The KLiK are already 3 in the lead here. It only takes 5 to win NHL here at the UEL. So it may not be good here for the Ravens. Ravens grabbing the puck. KLiK grabbing the puck. KLiK passing it around across the map, trying to bounce it across. They grab it back, but it's not enough. They grab it. Ravens have it now.
And this is the big thing here. They get a 2v1. Can they find the goal? They aren't able to, and the KLiK have finally gotten back on defense. Now it is their time to run this puck. They look for another shot, and they're not able to find it here. They're looking for their opportunities to score both sides. But this pressure, I have to believe that the KLiK started off this game with him with that 3-point money puck, scoring it so effortlessly. In the league, we have seen teams look to chip away at these goalies, yet he pulled up and immediately found his goal, found his opportunity for a shot. And they're trying to pull this goalie left and right, trying to find an open goal, and it was right there, but the defense stops the attack of the Ravens, and almost there. I saw it. Him had one more opportunity to take a shot. He's walking out with the goalie. I don't know if you want to do that. Leaving yourself completely open, and still he's able to move up the rink with such confidence in his movement. He's not worried that one or two people come up. He grabs the puck. He sends it forward to a teammate. He has another teammate forward. A little bit of a wide pass. Can they get it back and look for another reset? They look for another opportunity. And here we go. This is something that I have to give confidence on. The Ravens are always on these sports games to look coordinated together and on top of the game. This is the first time where I've seen a team that feels like they are dictating the pace of the match. Now, we only played 2 periods, so that does mean with 40 seconds left, this game could be over in the blink of an eye.
It's not looking great here again for the Ravens, but I'm not seeing any more goals from either team at all.
And a nice job.
Again, maybe moving it back around, but the Ravens pass it back, passing it back down. He's pitched in the corner. Does he pass it back at all here? He just chucks it back out, grabs it again. Is he able to grab it? Almost. That was such a, I saw the vision, I saw the technique, and it just wasn't able to get in fully. Passing it back and forth, seeing if they can get the pass. Almost in again. Top right corner, just barely missing here.
But here we go. The KLiK are on the attack again. And we have Kiz. Takes a shot, doesn't end up going in, but they've stopped the response, and that's the end of the first period. There's one more period to go before this game has wrapped up, and I have to believe that right now with this performance, the third win, I asked them to stop losing. I asked them to start winning, and if that statement by him with that first goal is not saying that the KLiK is still in this game, they still have life, I don't know what is.
For sure, the KLiK grabbed the puck off rip, passing it back. That is going to be him in yellow winning that face-off, passing it back to Kismois. Waiting for his team to really line themselves up, maybe haunting the enemy just a little bit. He gets through, he breaks out alone. Puck almost rolled. Oh my goodness, the puck goes through the goalie's legs and just barely does not make it into the goal.
He 1v3'd that. That man said, look, challenge me. The moment they challenged him, said, all right, cool, it's my turn. Anyway, y'all try. Look at them. They don't even walk forward. They saw what just happened. They're scared. They're nervous. They're trying to decide what they want to do. He just takes a slap shot. Doesn't end up going in, and now the Ravens go on the attack. I want to see you put it in the net. You have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but now the KLiK surge back up. They're looking for another opportunity, and the pass goes wide. But guess who has it? Him has it, and that goalie bar is down to about 60%. So a few more of these shots, and another one might find purchase.
It's going to be exceptionally bad here for both teams. I would like to say also, though, that him is super low HP. That's low stamina. He's low HP in this sports game, guys.
It's a crazy moment, but he's fighting for every step of the way, and he's going to look to get any one of these. He forces the Ravens to sit on top of that puck, which is going to give his character a chance to regen a little bit of that stamina, as well as give control back to the side of the KLiK, but they leave it out in the open. But unfortunately, the cookies are grabbed by the side of the Ravens. The Ravens now looking for a play. They're looking for an opportunity. That light blue player is Pastor Herb, their captain, their owner, their leader, trying to make a play. He's got control of the puck, but it feels like they can't get out of this net, this pressure that the KLiK seems to be putting on them from the beginning of the game. He walked right up to the goalie and was just like left or right, and he did it! That's 4 points from him.
He is him. That is an incredible goal there, too. Pass just out of the goalie's hand, slips over him, and crawls just barely into the goal. But again, KLiK grab the puck back. I'm not doubting in a point here that KLiK will have pressure almost the entirety of this game. Oh my goodness, what is going on there? They are hugging. They're giving the
but the response out of the Ravens.
But is it enough? Next puck, I believe, is going to be an ice puck, also known as like the... Oh no, it is a money puck again. Can the KLiK go for the BM, get a 6-point win, or is it just going to be tying up by the Ravens here? They got about 59 seconds left in this period. Him's really trying to get around them, but it's not working. That guy is staying on top of him. Light blue is going to be Herb.
And we are trying our best.
So moving up here now, the Ravens got the puck again. Herb's got it back, Red's got it back, which is going to be Koza. Koza passes it back, the goalie grabs it and secures it, but it doesn't matter. Oh my good, what the?
There's 30 seconds left. There's 30 seconds left. They got to make the magic happen now. Him did it at the start of the game. Y'all do it at the end of the game. Continue your winning streak. You can't let this slip away, but right now I don't think this grip, the hand of the clip is there. I say that, and immediately the response, now it comes down to it. They can tie this game up. They can find a moment, but they need this next puck. 20 seconds left, and I don't think the KLiK have any effort to let this go away. We saw what they did in Roller Champions. They held on to the puck, but this is an attack. That's an opportunity. The splits stops the puck. It passes out to him. Him is looking to take the puck forward. He can't lose it here. He wants to end the game with 4 seconds left, but instead just runs around and ensures that his team wins. I appreciate the smart play out of him to put his team up to 3 points.
Great game. That was, I thought, a dominant game until the Ravens came in and did some amazing team play and decided that they were almost going to take that game back. And now the game is 9-3 going into Street Fighter, a game that I think can go either way for sure.
Yes, this is really fun. We've seen wilder things. We have 2 of the top, honestly, I would say we have 3-4 top fighting game players in the league. KIC, I Am Herb, Flying Kittens, and then on the other side, you have him and Jekyll. These are 5 amazing Street Fighter 6 players that exist here, and it's going to come down to who can find the win. Now, normally, I would be saying that I have my money on the Ravens, but notably, KIC has lost at this game. Herb has not been playing up to snuff, and Flying Kittens hasn't replicated his Tekken magic yet. He can take out 1, he can take out 2, but in Street Fighter, where your health bar doesn't refresh, but only a fraction, it's so hard to take out 5 people.
Yeah, and that's what I think is going to be so important here, though, is that each of them at least take out their 1, right? Each team, each player has to take out their 1 to win this game, and that means that both sides have to have all of their team incredibly competent at this game, and that's something I'm concerned about looking at the KLiK. I'm not sure how Kismoys plays in this game, or Sky Guy, to be honest, who I do know plays really well, though. Jekyll and him on his patented modern Kimberly, and Jekyll on his DJ, maybe? We'll see exactly who he's playing nowadays.
My big thing, I expect the DJ. I know he has a few pocket picks that he could also bring out, so I'll be interested to see. And more specifically, Kiz was on the Raven. So again, this is a lot of familiarity that I hope can maybe be put on some display. They might know him just as well. So normally in this game, we see players kind of use a reverse order. Whereas Tekken, we saw the likes of Flying Kittens. I'm going to say it here time and time again. In my opinion, currently the Ravens' best Tekken player going first. Here, we're not going to see that. I think we're going to see possibly Genghis or Koza go. Maybe they send in Flying Kittens to try to kill off the Skies, the Kizzes, as you mentioned. Koza and Kiz, trying to say the 2 names. My brain does not like that, by the way. But even Killer. Killer is a solid middle ground player that I think you just have to be able to go ahead and take a win there. I want to give a really big shout out, though. That this game is not over yet. We have an hour and a half left of our 4-hour match. If you are new, you have joined the UEL, where gamers go pro. 33 games, 5 categories. We are here to find out who can win the most of those games in 4 hours. With an hour and 25 left, it looks like the Ravens have full control of this game. But the KLiK, if NHL is anything to talk about, have proven they have some words to say.
Yeah, and I think the KLiK can come back if they have a very good run for the rest of this game. I think they absolutely have been a lot closer than it seems. I say this every time, but a lot of these games are super explosive with the rule sets at the UEL, and I think the Ravens are able to just barely eke by in a few of these games where they really could have lost. So
yeah, it's. I think the difference between these 2 teams, again, it's synergy at the end of the day. Teams have to kind of put together a game plan and be willing to play off of that game plan. And with 50 seconds left and only 2 timeouts now that we're in the second half, I have to be asking, do you have a plan to get into Street Fighter pretty quick?
So actually something I'm hearing about them when they're picking the characters is someone maybe playing Terry in there. Terry being the newest character in Street Fighter 6, I heard some people be very in awe of this new take. I'm curious to see exactly who is playing Terry.
What? I'll give you a hint. You mentioned his name before. There is a chance that one of Jekyll's pocket picks might just show up. So this is going to be Kiz going up against Genghis, if my memory is serving me correct. Ejected Rivals is next. Somebody asked Jekyll if he's available. That has been his game over the course of the season, and I'm going to need to see him continue. So it is, in fact, Kiz.
Rivals.
Yes. It'll be Kiz going up against Genghis, Ejected Rivals. Coming up next, we got to get through some fighting games first. So this Lily is going to be the side of Kiz. On the other side, it's going to be the JP. Kiz trying to find his opportunity. Some tactical crouching coming out of the side of Genghis. And this is the issue with fighting JP. You just kind of have to know how to deal with it. And now Kiz kind of choosing the block. You don't have to block forever. You just have to be willing to step forward. Picks an unopportune time to take a swing. And we have a Glizzy down.
And down goes the Glizzy Gladiator himself, Kizmoys. Next up is going to be, I believe that is Killer sitting down on another Kimberly?
Yes, it's gonna be him on the Kimberly. Or Killer on the Kimberly. I can't say the word him when talking about KLiK. Killer on the Kimberly. Is that a dead character? We have to find out. He didn't hit a button, so technically it might be all right if he's able to land with no problem.
Oh,
and that was really funny. So because Killer saw the jump, he was ready to anti-air almost immediately, whereas Genghis was more worried about not actually dealing damage. But we're back in the same situation. Can you cross the screen? And it looks like Killer has found his opportunity. He goes ahead and uses the drive impact, isn't able to find the combo. Both sides walking up. I love the patience. The throw puts him back, and now Killer is continuing his pressure. Genghis, though, finally throws out a drive impact and is going to start dishing out some damage here. The spikes come out, and he dives in, but immediately Killer is moving away. Doing a great job here. I love seeing it. Nice job checking with a couple of buttons, but the drive impact one more time. Going into the level 2, I like it. Does he know the combo? He does. Okay, ends up backing up a little bit. That's a command grab. Gotta avoid that. You can't just let it hit you. And then into the spike. People want to move after getting hit with it the first time.
That is not looking good for the KLiK. 2 down by just their first one in. Genghis on modern JP. I want to see if the rest of them can maybe catch up here. Next up is going to be Sky Guy on Ken. Hopefully.
So you mentioned getting your 1. Well, Genghis has gotten his 2 here, importantly. And this is something that is kind of bigger. I think that a lot of players don't always realize. I need Sky to win this game. Going down 3 players and putting it all on kind of him and Jekyll will make this game exceptionally difficult to make your way through. Think he's going to just go ahead and reset this to default, make sure everything is good. Calls for the live, and now here we go. And instead of backing up this time or trying to stop any pressure, immediately Genghis jumps in, and this is the problem. He's trying to hold back to go ahead and block these dashing up, and Genghis immediately looking to move out, goes into the level 3, gets the hit. I love he should be able to kill here, isn't able to, and then the throw to close it out. Genghis hasn't even been under real threat, I think, just yet in the game. And now we're at the hard part, but we've seen him do it before. The magic known as him, he did it in NHL. We got to see him bring that to the streets, literally in the Street Fighter game. He's going to need to start finding some wins.
I hope that maybe him is able to get another win here against Genghis. I want to see some more of the Ravens come in and play. I want to see maybe some more of I Am Herb and Flying Kittens and see what they can exactly do in this game. We got the Kimberly switch up into
the level 3.
Off rip.
I need you to understand, him is a different level of player. If Genghis thought the same game plan was going to work, he has to be ready to deal with what's next. A nice drive rush to start off and keep the pressure up. You're back in the corner. You're going to take a good bit. You're knocked down, and this is it. One more guess, and that guess is a throw. Perfect KO. No damage. Him starting off on the right foot.
This is not looking good.
I need you to understand, this is the worry I have. And going into a Manon stepping up. Koza, the rookie playing Manon, is really interesting. I want to see what he's able to do and the effort and the energy he's able to put out here. He's also on the modern controls. Let's see, did he call a button check? Does he need a button check? He did go ahead and call that button check. I love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Here, let's go ahead and see what's going on.
We can get a modern Manon here, though.
And this is the big thing. Him has been playing modern since the game came out. Him is absolutely a menace at this game. He's able to put him in the corner and is now going to jump over the drive impact. Throws him back towards the mid-screen, not wanting the corner, put the pressure on. And this is what I mean. Him is able to move through these players by not letting them even play the game, just continuing to put pressure after pressure. That's 2 perfects. He's matched Flying Kittens from Tekken now in this Street Fighter.
Wow. I mean, that is really, really good gameplay by him. But, I mean, is he going to be able to go against Flying Kittens here? A very competent and very good Akuma. Akuma being one of those characters that is a glass cannon on crack. Now the question is he going to be able to finish him off?
So it's going to be really big here. So this is going to be about who gets their offense started first. Him and Flying Kittens both want to run a stronger offensive game plan. Catching the teleport has to know you got to duck it. You can't press after that second kick. But now he's in the corner, and this is where Flying Kittens starts to get ready, using the level 3. Come here. Let me show you something really quickly. And now him is in a position he hasn't seen yet. He's taking damage. He's put on the wall, and he's dead.
Was that a perfect?
Close, but no, not a perfect.
Oh my goodness. Flying Kittens maybe able to take out Jekyll next? Let's see. Jekyll on his patent to DJ.
It's really interesting here. Jekyll has to lock in and be ready to play. Again, Flying Kittens is an offensive player. It is an offensive player, which means that he wants to be in your face normally playing the game plan. Now, him backing up, nice job ducking. They love the awareness, and it's just going to come down to Jekyll. Jekyll dropping a combo there, giving Flying Kittens an opportunity to start, and now the fireball start. Nice job. I like varying up those options, but he's going to get hit by the drive impact, and it's going to be a ton of damage coming out here. Into the damage. Good job. And now we got to see what Flying Kittens is willing on each one of these to press and to find a little bit of purchase. The drive reversal to get him off and to start his offense finally. And this is the classic, but now he's burnt out. He can't block anymore. He's going to have to just keep this pressure up. Flying Kittens jumping over and just trying to get a little bit closer. Either side could die here, but he can't keep blocking these fireballs. We see him trying his best. A perfect parry, moves out of the way, but he's running out of space, and Flying Kittens is in his face. Blocks, reversal, no punish.
Jekyll
isn't able to confirm it. Next hit.
Oh.
And Jekyll is still alive. Now, I want to see who comes next. Is it going to be I Am Herb or KIC? I love this call here, sending KIC. Finish Jekyll off. He's low health. He can't make any mistakes.
But Willie, Jekyll is showing a lot of skill here. But, I mean, he's going against KIC, who is the Tier 1 and a very, very good fighting game player. The question is, can Jekyll take this off? I don't know.
It's going to be how this round starts. It's going to be whoever gets the first touch, I think, is going to have a lot of strength in this game. And I mean that because when KIC gets a touch, he's going to confirm it into some damage. And you hear it from the floor. You'll hear it from me. That is a Ravens win. They hit double digits and go back up by 7.
And that is not looking good for the KLiK at all anymore. They've won another game almost an hour, almost an hour into this quarter. Half of the game, not quarter.
Half.
8-hour UEL games would be crazy. Sorry, guys.
No, that'd be amazing.
Cool.
What do you mean? We're playing the whole wheel twice.
No,
twice.
But
Twice.
anyway.
Do the thing. Press the button.
Anyway, going in here next is going to be, what was the next game up?
Ejected Rivals.
Ejected Rivals, a game we don't see a lot of played here at the UEL. It's a racing game with stunt racing aspects and stunt diving aspects. Also, you'll be able to jump in and out of your car. You'll have a jetpack and loads of different speed.
But the ejected rival himself, Jekyll, is available.
The Jekylled rival.
Yes. And I think I have to believe. I don't think he's lost Ejected all season. I legitimately think he has not lost the game every single time he has been in all season. But he's going up against two of the young guns, the loud mouths, the big personalities, the egos of the Ravens, and the likes of Flying Kittens, as well as KIC. So he and him, Jekyll and him. Let's go ahead and use different
he and him
words.
is so good.
He and him have to go ahead and show out here. In our last sports game, him came out playing, so maybe these races will be another avenue for them to find some victory.
Yeah. I think, honestly, we are going to see the grand finale race here if it is the KLiK setup, which it is, by the way. If you want to know whose setup it is as affected by the RPS, you will, is here, right here. You can see the little setup thing, and it points in that direction.
Gotta be careful. Chucky might bite your finger. I'm trying to tell you. Just not. Just tell you no. Just be careful. It's Halloween. Oh, you didn't see him? He was running around earlier. He had this little knife. Well, it wasn't a little knife. It was actually a big. You are coochie-cooing to Chucky, which is insane. This is how people die, by the way. If you've never seen the is it Child's Play Chucky's movies, horror movies?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's how you die. It looks like we got movement already. They moving and going in, and that's flying kittens flying around the map here, taking an early lead. Midnight Ghost Hunt going to be the first player. Never mind. Let me correct myself. That is Heckle himself, Mr. Jekyll. He avoids tons and tons of this damage and is going to go ahead and fly up. I love this, opting for a different path than maybe a lot of players are aware of. This shows a lot of time labbing and preparing for this game. I was doubted you for a second. I'm sorry. I apologize. This is why he calls it his game. Yeah. This is why he talks about not being beaten, being unbeatable, being untouchable in this game. He is so far ahead, bouncing off the wall here and skipping an entire section of the map, knowing exactly where he needs to go. He's a little bit mad after 3, but I'm going to promise you that. But he's here to prove a point that this game was never in any doubt. There's nobody on his minimap. There's nobody in sight. And Jekyll is, I think, going to run away with this, barring a little bit of craziness. Now, there are multiple laps in this, so let's see if he's able to do it one more time. We see him jump out, so now you can get the routes at home. Boom, bounce off the wall. You hit another bounce. Now you're going to hop back in your car. Nope. You're going to land here and then hop back in your car, all right? Now you're going around on the wall. You're coming from the left, full speed. No slowing down, no stopping, all gas, no brakes. Now he's going to come back around here, and specifically he's looking for an angle up on top of the cliff. Boom, flies up there a little bit higher, gets over this ramp, a little bit of extra jet wing, maybe a little bit of awareness of what comes next, and then is going to continue to speed. Now he's going to go through the loop-de-loop. Everybody hold on. Make sure the bars are down. We're on the roller coaster in 3, 2, 1. Whee! We're coming out.
And now we're going to go around to where he hit the shortcut earlier. He's going to hit a full 180, basically, spin around, and keep going into that shortcut. He hits the aerial portion of that checkpoint. Going to go straight in between the Eagle's legs, grab the recharge, but he hits his face. He hits his face again. Minorly concussed, but he will wake up. It is okay. Only all of his bones are broken. He's got spare ones. It's okay.
It's found in the trunk of this car as he comes around this turn. He flies over, not even waiting for it. He's going to make sure no one is close to him, and he crosses that finish line. 2 minutes, 27 seconds for KLiK's 4th win. Jekyll putting on a clinic. Injected Rivals. I told y'all, it's Ejected Rivals. Jekyll Rivals.
Jekyll Rivals.
The person they made the game for. He's showing it time and time again. Why are y'all doubting him? If you put your points on anybody but the KLiK, you deserve to have your lunch money taken.
And next up is Midnight Ghost Hunt. Different from what the name is, it is not a mid game. It is very entertaining. Midnight Ghost Hunt being a prop hunt kind of game. There's 4 hunters and 4 ghosts. You spawn in a different map every single time. The team chooses whatever map you want to go to. And the ghost's goal is to make it to midnight, then kill the survivors. And the hunters or survivors' goal is to make it to kill all the ghosts before it hits midnight.
We have to see. We've seen a lot of teams initially, I think, a lot of people thought ghosts were really good. Don't know where they got that idea from, where people could, hide and dodge and avoid and, But then people started saying, oh, but if we just play Hunter and hide in our little corner of the world with our traps and everything else, that seemed to deny a lot of pressure. But now it seems like both sides are kind of balanced. I think there's been some strong teams on both sides, and I'm excited to see what's coming out next. But I want to see more than anything else another win coming out of the KLiK, because I want this game to come down to the wire. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds. You got 6 games to win, tie this game up. 7 games to win this game. So it's going to have to start here.
I think that is true. I mean, overall, they could tie the game up in an hour, and then you'll go to overtime here. Midnight Ghost Hunt is, again, as you said, the start of their journey up this long, long, grueling mountain of the Ravens, fighting their way through a flock of very angry birds. And out there on the floor, it's looking like the movie The Birds right now. The Ravens are fighting against the KLiK, hiding inside of phone booths. Now the question is, are they going to be able to escape and run away, or are they going to end here and now?
We have to see. I think it's going to come down to decisions. I want to see what both these teams end up picking. KLiK seem to have enjoyed the killer side of things, but they have played Ghost a few times as well. So I'm interested to see if not. I realize I said killer. All right, KLiK. While we have 2 minutes set up, I need to talk about the KLiK. In a game where we play DBD and we play Midnight Ghost, they have a player named Killer.
Yeah.
One of their players is just named him. I love him, by the way. One of my favorite players. Love it. But his name is just him. Do you know how hard it is to speak about anything? Like, it's very easy for me to be like, yes, I am her. Boom. Got it. Easy.
Okay.
Flying
Good.
kids. Easy. But I'm trying to say a word, and I'm like, yeah, so if they pick Killer, and I'm like, well, they have Killers going in the game, yes, but not Killer, but Hunter. Your names, please. It's interesting to see here. We have a minute and 20 seconds left. On how would you feel as a player in the league active in moments like these as the KLiK? What are you trying to focus on to kind of keep that mental together to make sure you make a comeback in this game?
I want to focus on the good moments, the wins, and the pressure that we do have. Those really dominant wins that the KLiK have had. Absolutely, I want to be those. I want to point out those games that they are playing as the most important for keeping that mental, keeping that overall morale, and that speed up.
Makes a ton of sense. Makes a ton of sense. And I think, and I hope the KLiK might just hear you. Maybe they have the same idea. Hold on to that NHL. Hold on to that Ejected Rivals. That is where you have found your wins. Yes, there's been some missteps, but you have found victory here. These games were not blowouts. And the second half has really been yours. Since Overwatch, they have looked like a different team. Looks like they found that win and they found their moments now to shine. And in 20 seconds, we will find out if they will be found as Ghost or be seeking out victory in the form of the Hunters. We will have to see it at home. We've seen some pretty good hiding spots, but I'm happy that we get to watch the Hunters. Ooh, who is this?
Ghost Invaders on Flying Kittens. Come on, come on.
What do you got? All right, cool. Level one, not CTR being the next game. Okay, let's see. Doing a good job. I like the movement. All right, he's cornering these lanes. I don't like. He's abandoning that far right lane. I need him to just keep the consistent pace up. But we're actually watching Koza here. Koza focused in and locked in, getting his hits. I like this movement. He's spacing out his shots, making sure there's always at least one shot going down each lane to stop anybody. A nice double tap there. Can he hit the floor? The 8. Nice job. He manages to keep control of this game, and he's pushing his way through level 7.
This is the best gameplay I've ever seen in the UEL. Oh.
And a great showing by Koza, looking and showing off exactly what's going to happen to those guys. All right. Let's see. And they go ahead and run out here. We are back in the school, though. This could be a little bit of fun.
School is a very weird map. It's difficult to play as these Hunters or honestly as the Ghosts. Not a lot of places to run down very long hallways, but also many rooms that you can hide in. And you'll see inside of this kitchen, one of my favorite items, the rotisserie chicken. This item is so funny and so great. It has a rush ability that allows you... Oh, they found a Ghost already. They're on a Ghost. The Ghost is trying to run out of the room, but he gets stunned. He gets jumping. He's trying to jump out. He hits the trash can, but there's 2 Hunters already on him. He's trying to bounce between multiple different items just to keep their durability up. TPs again. He tried to hide, but it doesn't work. He gets stunned out, and down goes that player.
And that is one of the side of the players on the side of the KLiK. Now, I see something going on here, and we're going to wait and see how everything ends up playing out. I don't want to give anything away, so we'll just there's a lot happening currently on your screens at home. So we're going to have to see if the players of these teams are able to determine exactly and know exactly how to play here. And this is the problem. So they've used the Poltergeist ability, and the Poltergeist ability allows you to possess different items. These items will float up, and if it comes in contact with another player, you'll take a ton of damage. That's how they were already able to kill one of the players. Now we see them back to hiding. So they're almost playing offense while playing defense here on the side of the KLiK. They're doing an amazing job, but they're trying to be found out. Does anybody know where they might just be?
Oh my
They're
God.
shooting around.
They sprayed all around Genghis. Genghis is that box, for those of you who don't know, in the bottom left. They think that's the only one in the room, but it's absolutely not. Genghis is directly underneath him. He walked over him right now. Oh my God.
Him has also died now.
Sky
Sky is the only Ghost remaining in this game. And you were right in calling out his spot, but now the Ravens have to figure it out. They look to heal him up a little bit. Go ahead and give him a fruit roll-up. Another one there, you know, make sure that he's all nice and good.
Fruit roll-ups. Fruit by
Feeling
default.
good.
Yummy, yummy.
Coming. Watch out. Planting bombs.
He's planting bombs. And down. Oh, and he got the guy out of them. And Sky Guy is able to escape. And that means that Ravens win that game. Oh, goodness.
That was an amazing play there and awareness, once again, by Flying Kittens. He realized he was in that room and did not have a ability to quickly find him.
Yeah.
Rather than that risk where you called it out, they shot at him and didn't realize they had actually found him. He said, cool, I'll blow up the whole room. If the whole room explodes,
you know,
I'll find him if he's in here.
I'll find it with a nuke, yeah.
In that moment, it ends up working out. They get that last kill. That was a clinical example, sending them back up by 7 with an hour now left in the game.
And that kind of secures the game, I think, for the Ravens. They're going to keep keeping a lot of this pressure up. Yikes. Next up is going to be CTR with both Herb and KIC available, two of the stronger players on that team for CTR.
KIC is mid at best, but Herb, on the other hand, is one of the top players in the league. And so this is going to be a moment where, looking at who's available, looking at the side of Sky and Jekyll, you got to be willing to go. Now, the other thing is on the table. Do you forfeit this? Do you go down by 8? What's the difference between 7 and 8 in an hour game if you don't believe you're going to win this anyway?
Yeah, and that's the problem. I hope they do believe they can win this. I don't know how Jekyll is. I don't know how Sky Guy is in this game. But I think Jekyll is also, as you said about KIC, kind of mid here, which is unfortunate. But and there's the forfeit on the KLiK. They call it out. They definitely did not want to take this fight, but fortunately, both sides do get a full reset here, meaning that the next game is going to be anyone able to be played.
Late in the game, I think you have to start weighing the ability to win a game. If you're not able to know, if you don't know you're going to win that game, it's far better just go ahead and skip it and instead get into the finals, which I think is a game that the KLiK can go ahead and take. So we have to see here what the compositions are going to be. We've seen a lot of teams. Some teams are still relying on heavies as their shield and damage dealers, whereas on the other side of the lot, there's some teams that have completely opted away from it, either going full medium, light, looking to shoot their way out of a box. Notably, KLiK have become more flexible. Jekyll, for example, playing a light and switching over to a heavy, and vice versa with Killer maybe rotating these roles when they find an opportunity to find victory.
I know
Tier
a lot
ones, though, is going to be the head-to-head matchup to watch here.
The head-to-head in this game are going to be really good, but I also want to look at another player, Jekyll. I was playing with him the other day, and he was hitting some of the craziest shots I have ever seen on a player. I think he most definitely can do a lot of these really good plays that could secure his team wins. So
It's really interesting because I agree, obviously, and I was there. He was doing it. Last time they played, though, and speaking with them, Jekyll is happy to play the heavy in this game. He isn't necessarily looking to play that light. He will, given the opportunity. He might hit a headshot or two, might get a clip or two. But I think that I think he's going to more than likely, especially if we play Power Shift. People at home, there's a game mode we always see. It's tug of war with the platform. When you stand on it, it moves towards your opponent's base. Your goal is to get it all the way to that base. You go ahead and win. In this case, if they do play that, I expect Jekyll to probably be on a heavy, have a flamethrower, have wall, be on point, and to try to be secure. Now, I want him to be sniping. I want him to be flying around. I want the zaniness. I want these teams to elect to use no heavies, actually, but I don't think we're going to see that.
I doubt that will happen, but I really want to see how each of them do perform here. I know that both of them have really good shooters. I keep talking about this. The shooters are going to be some of the most contested games here for both of these teams. The finals is one of those games that is basically just a raw shooter, right? It's not much mobility. It's got mobility. That's a lie. It's not got much abilities or other stuff like that.
I agree. I think it's far more about how you use your utility. More than anything, I want to see which one of these teams is really willing to use the destructibility of the buildings, the environment, to their advantage. Please. So I'm going to call it right now before we see it. It's Power Shift on Monaco is what I'm going to call it to be. I'm going to just make a bet here. It is going to be Power Shift on Monaco.
You're right. Yep.
Because that's just what these. I've seen it way too much. We're going to watch the church get blown up. But if I have to pick a winner of this game, right now I got to go with the Ravens. They've just been clicking on all cylinders, especially Yes. They're currently clicking over the click. It's a crazy moment. But both KIC, but more importantly, I think Flying Kittens has been having one amazing game in particular. And so I think that if he's able to continue that performance, games like this are games where he's able to use his movement, use his ability, and use his strength to go ahead and take a win.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, this is a hard game to set up overall. You got to get in the lobby, you got to get everyone into the lobby, get them all in teams and all sorts of stuff. 2 minutes left on the setup. Ravens could be forced to have a timeout here, which is really bad, especially after halftime when every team goes down to 2 timeouts.
When you're down by 8, you cannot use a timeout until you absolutely have to.
And
you have to use that timeout to buy yourself the time you need to find this one.
And the KLiK already did. They lost the timeout at some point already.
I believe it was for name on the last game. One of the players was incorrectly named going into the game, which I think ended up costing them a timeout.
That is unfortunate.
I don't know. Like, normally I think that this game would be far more contentious for me, but specifically, just the way the Ravens have been playing today, because I guess that's the simple answer I can ask you is, do you think this is closer to Valorant-esque teamwork or Overwatch-esque teamwork?
Overwatch all the way. This game is a really, really slow, I don't want to say slow TTK, but the time to kill in this game is kind of mid-range, right? You have to play around your team. You can run away. It's not like Valorant where you peek, you're either dead or they're dead. End of story. It's something like Overwatch where you're going to play around your team, maybe. You have someone who can flank sometimes. You have abilities that your team can use that goes on cooldown and other kind of stuff. So I really think this is way more like an Overwatch kind of game.
Then that would make it clickbait, based on what we saw today.
I definitely actually agree with that overall. I don't think the KLiK were that far off in Valorant, though, either, if they just had a little bit more knowledge. But I think I'm going to favor the KLiK in this game. 22 seconds left in the setup. KLiK are trying to get in, hopefully. Ravens already have the lobby set up, from what I've heard, out on the floor. So we'll see exactly what goes on here.
Importantly, you got to get into your teams. You got to make sure you're in the lobby. There's 10 seconds left, making sure names and everybody is aware ahead of time. We have to see who's going to be able to find a victory. 1 second, we will find out what is happening here. The game should be getting started. So what I'm hearing from the floor is there was an update that prior to the game, players were told to
update their game.
Were told to update. They did not do that. Their teammate had to update the game. They were trying to play. They needed the time, and they didn't have the time. So rather than burn their last time out, they had to go ahead and make the call to go ahead and forfeit it and play into Blaze.
One thing I'm noticing, these lineups aren't the same. So I'm willing to bet that these teams maybe someone messed up on their lineups in this at one point, and they could be struggling. Like, if they get caught off on that, they can lose a lot of stuff from that.
Yeah, I think this game is really weird. So I think the biggest change with lineups nowadays is that since we're running 5-man lineups, it's a lot harder to keep track of stuff because the amount of times where your lineup is going to be the exact same. Oh, wait. Who did I not send in?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. How does that play into the next, game?
Yeah.
Luckily, Jekyll going in here, going up against KIC, and we saw a pretty good matchup between both these players. They both had some good showings. I want to see who's going to manage to take a win here. Excuse me. A little bit of heartburn from that Blaze Blue Central Fiction. The music is too good. Everything in life is a little bit too good.
Yeah, BlazBlue is a very old, I don't want to call it a very old anime fighter, but it is an older anime fighter as long as how the game is played.
He's calling me old, everybody at home.
I'm a Zoomer.
I want to say I was in, when I first played BlazBlue, it probably been in middle school, but I think I played this one. It should have been high school when it first came out.
I wasn't alive. Or barely was.
Lord. Jekyll, please. I don't know who I want to win. See, I'm a big fan of both of these players, Cassie and Jekyll. But this is something that I will highlight. Knowing KIC, this is the most traditional fighting game that we have on the field. It is a best of 3. It is like full games. First to win 2 games goes ahead and wins. So I think that KIC has the advantage. Just KIC is one of the most adaptable players in terms of if you give him the time to adapt, like over time, he might not do it immediately, even though he's going to do it round to round, like something like Valorant. But in a fighting game, especially, if he's given a game to look at what you do and then continue to play, I think he just is able to grow. So we're going to be seeing S going up against Azriel. Azriel on the player 1, the left side of your screen is going to be Jekyll. S on the right side of your screen is going to go ahead and be the side of KIC. And then we have Wreckfest coming up next.
Another racer. All the racers are slowly starting to roll now at the end of the half.
Yeah, so we're going to get a quick button check, everybody, making sure that buttons are looking good. Everything is where it needs to be and looking fine. I love that people try to tell me that you do your button check before you get in the game on this game. And I'm like, you can do it in-game as well. But, you know, go off. This is fine. Everybody's making sure their buttons are good, making sure everything is where they need it to be. Just want to make sure everybody is good and ready to go and ready to play. Next, anything else left? No. Jekyll trying to confirm. He throws up the thumbs up, and I think we're ready to play. So let's see which one of these players is able to go. So Jekyll getting in here is big for him. KIC immediately not wanting to hold pressure. Pops out. Now, he's not going to have burst in case he does get comboed, which is going to be important here. Jekyll not able to complete the combo. Both these players look like they've played each other a good bit, though. I can see a little bit of hesitation between the two of them. Neither one wanting to overcommit and possibly get themselves blown up. Maybe not having put a ton of time into this game. And here we go, the loop start, and now you have to hold this just in case. And the overhead finds its mark, and KIC is starting to run away with this. Jekyll's going to have to prove that he can get out of the pressure and just finally swings, takes and jumps out of the corner, but gets DP'd immediately by the S. KIC burned his burst early, but bought himself enough time in the round to go ahead and get it back. So let's see what we're doing next. Jumping in, and it looks like this round is picking up right where the last round stopped. So we're pushing to the corner. KIC is going to go ahead and drop this circle. The circle will explode after a while. Jekyll doesn't always know exactly when it's going to explode, so he has to take a risk to punch his way out, and what he's doing is punching and taking his turn. He jumps out. He tries to get KIC to hit him. KIC doesn't take the bait, and now pushed back full screen. Jekyll's going to have to fight his way back in once again.
Jekyll's getting a lot of pressure. Ez is just able to zone him out so well here. But Jekyll's able to get a little bit of a combo here, taking the life lead, but Ez has just got so much pressure. Jekyll goes for the burst and gets KIC off of him. Jekyll blocks, but gets almost confirmed. KIC does not get the combo, but now does he get... He does not finish both combos.
I think he wasn't expecting to touch and just kind of did his best. This is going to be a ton of damage. And now we're going to have a guess for game. And KIC wakes up with the DP. Jekyll responds in kind. Next hit could win this game. And that's another round, this time going the way of Jekyll. It is 1-1. This is the first game. Strap yourselves in. We don't got time.
Wow. Here goes Jekyll again. Maybe he was able to win this game, but again, KIC was able to keep that pressure on the first round. Is he going to be able to replicate it in the third? Jekyll maybe getting a little bit more of a download here against KIC. There we go. KIC trying to get a combo, but he just barely doesn't get the combo fully done. Lots of damage on the Ez.
And now these guesses. Can KIC stop? If Jekyll gets another seal on top of him, I have to believe that Jekyll could run away with this game. But KIC hits the blue combo and is going to loop him all the way to the corner and keep his pressure going. Jekyll's not going to just hold that, though. He's ready to go. Again, nice job. He grabs a hold of it. Is he going to throw out the growler? He doesn't. Now he's pushed back to the corner once again. Nice job standing up. He's not getting caught by these lows and these overheads. The mix-ups aren't enough, but the swings are. Jekyll DPs. Gets control. Left, right. What side's he on? He pushes him to the corner. A DP by KIC. A blue combo that wasn't real. Jekyll forced to burst or possibly die and lose this first game. Looking for a bit of patience, and KIC has found defeat. One more guess, and that's first game going the way of KIC.
That is not good for Jekyll. First game over for KIC. This could be very bad here. 14-4 for the KLiK is not going to be a good game.
Yes, that is true. Now let's go ahead and see where we're going next. Jekyll, I like this. He's trying to start off with pressure, does something unsafe, immediately burst. He doesn't want to give KIC control of this game, but we find ourselves in the same situation. Jekyll in the corner, Jekyll trying his best to defend and block these highs, these lows, these guesses, but KIC is going to make sure he earns it now. Nice job, found the challenge. KIC bursting offensively to maintain his turn, and now Jekyll says it's your turn to go in the corner. It's your turn for timeout, and it's my turn for damage. But KIC falling, he's not respecting this pressure. He says it's not real. It's my opportunity to play the game. Jekyll needing to spend his meter just to get KIC off of him means they're not going to see very many supers out of the side, and KIC on the other side can continue pressure, can find these tuckage, and get more damage. Importantly there, neither side has a burst, but Jekyll's will come back first, and that hit is going to be big if he's able to keep up this pressure. And instead, he jumps into the circle, blocks it, doesn't find an opportunity. KIC just keeping the pressure up. He's saying, can you block forever? I'm willing to bet you can't. He spins the burst. Who's going to take this first round of game 2 and just pops the super for the punch? But it's not enough. The DP ends up immuning the damage enough to kill off Jekyll. Another round goes the way of KIC. And now here we go. KIC is on the brink of victory, and this has started like his other 3 rounds where he slowly pushes Jekyll to the corner. I need Jekyll to come up with some life, to find an opportunity. This game is one of the most unforgiving on the wheel. Each and every single time, each and every single swing comes out, and ultimately he has to hold it. He has to find his opportunities to get out, but KIC is not giving him an out. KIC is continuing to swing, is continuing to take his turn, and is trying to seal this Blaze Blue away. Every one of these swings, he jumps up. It doesn't connect. Jekyll's blocking. He takes a hit, but this should be it. If KIC routes correctly, he should be able to get the kill off of this. Into the super, into the game, and into a 10-point lead for the side of the Ravens.
Wow. And that was a very good game by KIC. Jekyll only able to take 1 of the 5 matches played. And next up is going to be Wreckfest.
The great equalizer of UEL. No matter how strong you are, we're all the same. Not in the face of the bus. The buses are gone.
Rip the buses. Rest in
They've been
peace.
sealed for 1,000 years until such time as the ancient spell is chanted and they are able to return. Instead, now we just have vehicles. We have mayhem. We have not roller derby, but demolition derby on a race course. That is what Wreckfest is. 5v5. All of these players and all these teams are going to have to go in and try their best for a win. We have to see here. I'm going to put this out to you. You're more of a racer than myself. What map do you want to see?
Okay, so it is my favorite map in this game. It's not a game we get to see a lot. I know the KLiK played a little bit, but it is Hellride. Hellride is a very entertaining map. It is basically a big 4-leaf clover with a really long straightaway in the middle. And the straightaway has a ramp area you can hit in the middle that goes through a flaming tube. And then it's got 2 lower divot areas. And towards the end of the game, as it goes along farther, it actually turns into a basically pit of dead people. And it's really hard to get around people, but it's also really hard to get over that hump on the top sometimes. So it becomes this really fun game of, can you make it? I hope you can.
Ooh, that's really interesting. I do hope we get the chance to see that because it might be a little bit of fun. Both these teams have been labbing. I want to give a shout out to the Ravens. They've been looking really good in Wreckfest so far this season. Maybe they have a little bit of sauce, maybe a little bit something to cook. But the KLiK are also a big thinking team. Killer, Jekyll, him, Sky, even Kiz, I believe, all have some strategy, a bigger brain there. And a timeout coming out of the Ravens here. They're finally using the timeout, slowing down the clock. And we have to see. We have to see here. I don't know who. Again, Wreckfest is never a game that I can ever predict the winner, to be honest with you.
So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry. This game is really hard to set up. I'm assuming the Ravens have struggled with setting it up. There's been a lot of netcode issues in this game. Even online, setting it up sometimes just doesn't work exactly. So I'm willing to bet the Ravens may have just got unlucky with their setup here and not had the game up and working in the correct manner.
Well, if you want to talk about luckiness, I am lucky, you are lucky, we are lucky here in the UEL to play with our PC sponsor, SurfThing. Here's a word about them.
If he loses lost now? I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be.
Right out of the frying pan and into the fire. We're on the Wreckfest looking at the side. A lot of purple here on both sides, so we have to see which team is which as we move around. So the bluer purple should be the Raven, and the redder purple should be the KLiK. F1 being the next game. I think Sky's available, which is a good thing here. So unfortunately, we are not getting the map that you wanted, and instead Killer being flipped around. Oh my good. Killer playing with fire there, almost dying. So it does look like the colors actually flipped a little bit. Whereas the Ravens are the bluer colored, where the Ravens color is like a purplier, whereas this darker shade will be the side of the blue.
Already you can see the lead getting taken out by the Ravens, 33-12. First play is already taken up by Genghis here. See here, though, that Killer is trying to get a little bit of wrecking out. Maybe able to knock out a few of the enemy, possibly? Not much going on. Bowbreaker Valley, one of those game modes that you're actually able to go a lot of different ways. You can see Sky Guy taking a lot of damage, getting rolled on his side there. I think Flying Kittens was the one to take a load of damage from that attack.
This is going to matter a ton here. While Flying Kittens is first, you have to maintain that health bar. You see Sky Guy there already on 25%. I don't know if he's going to be able to do much more than maybe hit a few times, him taking some damage as well. And the blue side, that would be the side of the Ravens, up now by almost 30 points. And we see KLiK just saying, yo, get off my field. I'm done. I'm not playing with you anymore. Get out. We're gone, we're done, and we're dusted. Now pulling up the Flying Kittens, and now Jekyll trying to maybe get a little bit of damage out himself. And let's see if KLiK instead decides to maybe go for wreck, get some space. No, instead, both of the KLiK players are looking for an opportunity to play, and KLiK says, I don't care that him pulled up. I'll kill you and keep moving.
And all these HP bars are starting to drain really bad. The Ravens have to be careful here. I think a few of the people on the KLiK still have a lot of HP, but you can also see KLiK here in a very heavily fortified car, able to take a lot of damage.
Yes, he's doing a great job, and now contesting Jekyll, forcing Jekyll to avoid hitting the wall there, earning him a spot into that top four. All four players, I believe, are Ravens players. And so now we're in this crazy situation. No, it looks like one of the KLiK have managed to stay in this top four, trying to keep their team in the game. But I have to believe that's Killer taking first place. Jekyll's almost out of the race. But now they're looking, I think, the wreck. They realize that too much damage has been done. They're not going to win off of points. They're instead going to have to get a kill. That wrecking assist means that Jekyll's out of the game now, and it's just KLiK Killer in first place. So I have to believe they're going to start trying to deal some damage, start trying to take somebody out, and start continuing their already dominant win. Even though he's not in his car, you see Sky Guy there still drifting a little bit, trying to take out the Ravens. The ghost of Wreckfest past at work. But Killer still with a solid lead. The issue here is I don't know if he recognizes that he will not win except by wrecking everybody out and needing to maybe interact with his opponents a little bit more to possibly go ahead and find him. KLiK comfortable to just race. He realizes they're up on points. I don't need to do anything different. I don't need to change my MO. We just need to finish this race.
I'm looking at this here. It's not looking at all possible, really, for the KLiK. Only one in the race remaining, I believe, and it is Killer in first place, however. So maybe Killer's going to be able to pull off some kind of miracle, but I don't think it's going to be possible here for the KLiK.
Yeah, and this is where you see Killer's trying to do some damage. I think Killer might also be maybe now trying to take himself out. They realize they don't want to waste time on this game. They want to get to something different to move forward. Let's see what they're able to do. They're just ignoring him completely. They're saying, we'll finish the race. I'm not worried about it.
Passing him by entirely, going back around the loop. If they hit Killer one more time, he's most likely out of the game entirely, though. So this lead is atrocious. 200-90 is some of the biggest difference I've seen in the UEL before.
Flying Kittens there, almost taking on his teammate instead. Moving out of the way, letting KLiK come by. KLiK now in first place. Kiz is still in first place as well.
You can hear Flying Kittens out there screaming, I shall sacrifice my life. dealing even more damage to the enemy of Kismoys and Killer.
Boys are trying. He's trying as much as and I think that's a finish there. Finishes the race. That should go ahead and be the game ending. There's not enough points on the board, and you're not going to be able to wreck them out. So that's a game. Another Ravens win. Another point on the board. 40 minutes left. For those at home, they were adding the point. We got the point both for Blaze Blue and then just the point right there for Wreckfest. Yes. Now in F1, Sky Guy's available, so I think we should have a pretty good race here. Maybe I Am Herb, maybe Flying Kittens, even Genghis. You never know. Koza might be a F1 player as well. Somebody sitting down and playing, but I have to believe that we're going to see Sky Guy going here first.
I hope Sky Guy is able to go in here. I know he is one of those players at the UEL that has been known for playing F1 for the longest time. One of the older players here at the UEL, not in age, but in tenure. Been, I don't know, what was it, season 3? I don't know how long he's been here for.
Who?
Sky Guy.
Season 6. He should have come in the season before. Yeah, I think he came. No, season 7. He came in the season that I believe I was drafted.
Oh, so he's actually not as tenured as I thought, but he's still very good
He
at
might have been
F1.
here before. You know, a lot of players have coming, like stepped away from the league. Obviously, it's like demand. So maybe he's a little bit older. Maybe I'm not as known. But F1 is a game that I know you are, I'll say, unfortunately familiar with. I know it's not your favorite game on the wheel. What is F1? How do we play it? What's so different about this game compared to maybe how people are traditionally expecting F1 to be played?
So F1 is a racing game. It is a 1v1 racing game, and we play with 18 other bots. F1 is the Formula 1 racing car game, and it's really quick, and if you crash into anything, you instantly lose the game, you lose a tire, and you are out for good. I have a great disdain for this game.
I could not tell. I thought it was your favorite game all the time on the wheel.
I have never had a good experience in this game. The races in this game are so difficult. It actually is funny, though, because this was the first game, or one of the first games I ever played at the UEL, and it was one of my first ever wins, too.
Okay.
But I still do not like it. I beat 300, who is a player who does not play anymore.
Look, a win is a win.
A win is a win. But again,
win is a win.
F1 is a game that's notoriously difficult to set up, notoriously explosive, notoriously very long, or sometimes very short, or sometimes both of the above somehow. You'll get to the last lap, and then someone will go really hard and slam themselves into a wall going mock Jesus. And it's not... It's a difficult game to master, in my opinion.
You know what's difficult to master here in the UEL? Not running out of timeouts. The Ravens used their last timeout. Both teams have no timeouts. And now we play the last 38 minutes of this game, hoping that everybody gets it set up.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Ravens don't get it set up, technically they could not play a single game for the rest of this game and still win.
Please.
But
I'm hoping. Please, Sam, that might be. So, the caster curse is when we say something, and especially if we say something
stupid,
bad, and it will happen.
The Ravens are going to forfeit the next 10 games, wait through all 4 minutes of all the setup times. They can just walk out and enjoy the rest of Halloween.
I guess that would be 40 minutes of setup.
Yeah, and there's 37 minutes left in the game.
Ravens, please don't do that. Please don't do that.
Please don't.
KSC specifically, we will have strong words if you were to make that decision of all things. But KIC isn't going in here. It's going to be Sky Guy versus Koza, the rookie. So both players here may be here to prove something. Maybe Koza's a racer. Maybe we just don't know it just yet, and they're going to go ahead and jump in here and look for a play. If they're calling a timeout, I have to believe they're looking to play this game. You wouldn't call the timeout. Otherwise, you just go ahead and burn the timeout and look the other way and keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing here. I want to make sure that the Ravens did want to do this. Sometimes you can make the mistake of having to be forced a timeout no matter what, even if you want to forfeit a game. But hopefully Koza is able to get in here, win this game maybe. I want to see exactly how he plays if they're this confident in him.
It's interesting to see. I think rookies are the most unpredictable. Sports and racers are the categories that are the hardest to predict as well. Keeping it very simple, when people come into this league, I expect you to either be you have a primary space in shooters or fighters. one of the two. At this point, you play one of the two genres almost guaranteed. After that, you see some strategy players, but you don't see a whole lot of them. Then you get to this point where strategy after strategy, sports and racers specifically, there's a drought for. Famously, Hollywood, I know, has always talked about how, like, hey, most of y'all just don't practice the races enough. Take a week, put some music on, play the game, and you'll be better than like 90% of the league.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's this interesting spot where if you're a rookie that plays racers and you're able to come in and show that, you might just diff and really put a lot of fear in teams because they're like, whoa, 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 they have multiple racers here. We'll find out here, though, as we jump in to the likes of F1. Yes, for those racers.
Here comes another racer, Forza Motorsport.
We're going to have to see whose setup this is. Because otherwise we might be going to the
Nürburgring, if it's the Ravens. Oh, God.
If it's the Ravens, they should absolutely send them to Nuremberg.
Oh.
10-minute laps would be the most crazy. So on the top of your screen is Sky. On the bottom of your screen is Koza. Koza currently sitting in that second-place spot, braking pretty well, following this initial line. I'm liking what I'm seeing immediately, and I'm already comfortable in believing that he knows exactly what he's doing. On the other side, looking at the top of my screen, I have to believe that Sky he's looking for an opportunity to cut in here, doing a good job, not taking too much damage, forcing an inside line and getting a little bit more time. He's only 4 places back, yet Koza here is driving cleanly throughout this entire race. Part of me wants to believe, I think bottom might be Sky, legitimate, because I think he usually plays in first. But whoever is on bottom, they are driving an incredibly clean race, and I have to give him credit.
Yeah, I mean, whoever is in the bottom, I can also tell is very experienced. First-person view is an incredibly higher-level decision. It lets you have a lot more view of the road in front of you and a lot closer view of the road in front of you, letting you understand where the enemies or enemy racers will be. Yeah, we're getting into this. We're seeing the whoever is on the top here trying to cut corners, see if they can just barely reach past someone. Getting past Charles Leclerc here, but it's just not working.
And to your point, I think that's a really good indicator that I hadn't thought too much about. First-person players aren't as worried about the players around them. They know the racing lines. Whereas third-person, you're playing in third-person to keep track of where these computers are, where these CPUs are, so that you don't accidentally take a dangerous racing line and maybe getting knocked out here.
Yeah, and it looks like whoever's on the top and bottom are super-duper close. I don't know why we're doing the Beyblade spin special, but it seems to be giving him the power to maybe catch up to Perez here, meaning he's going to be on top of whoever is on the bottom of the screen. Third and second place, these can be going any way again.
This might be one of the closest games of F1 we have ever seen. And now as we open up, they're going to start picking up some speed coming into this turn. We have to see if he's able to make a win and to find a win and find an opportunity. I love Bottom's lines right now. He's doing a great job of staying inside, outside, transitioning quickly and importantly before a turn, slowing down, making sure they're maintaining as much speed so that even though this is a close race, he's not able to fully cut the distance down and to find a win. And again, this would be one of the best showings of a rookie in a racing game, I think, ever coming out of Koza.
Yeah, Koza definitely. If this is, I mean, either way, if this is Koza, this is incredible gameplay. You see on the top, he's checking the amount of stuff on his car, his heat, how much speed he's got, all the stuff. You can see the engine heat is in the thousands of degrees Fahrenheit, which is insane. But moving forwards here, I'm really curious to see who exactly is on top and bottom, because this is really good gameplay.
Yes, there's one more lap after this, so still another opportunity to look for the pass. And with both these players fighting and really holding on to this spot, I have to believe in this next race, Top is going to go ahead and make that play for it. Skies has to be looking to maybe pass his opponent and to take a victory here. And we see him coming up on this corner pretty quickly, pretty fast. I have to see it, and he's slamming on brakes at the last second to take the inside edge, and he does manage to go ahead and get the lead here. That's important here on the last lap, but he has to maintain control of this. And I wonder how well is he going to be able to keep track of his opponent. Is he going to try to maybe brake check him? Instead, trying to stop him from cutting over, hoping that he over-accelerates into the turn. But instead, The opportunity to take the lead back showed its face, and Hamilton has managed to do it. Let's see, only a handful more turns.
This is genuinely one of the tightest games I have ever seen of Forza F1 in the UEL. Switching back-to-back spaces. No one's ever sure of who is the winner and who is the loser here. I can think this game could go either way. Still, these racing lines are very clean on both sides. This knowledge is definitely showing.
Have to see here. Once again, taking that outside edge a little bit better. That's what that first-person view gives you. How he's able to ride just on the edge of the track and make sure he is taking as short of a distance in these turns as possible. Now maybe wanting to win the whole race, instead putting in a CPU between him as they approach the last turn of the race. If this ends up being clean, we could have a first-place finish here and a victory. This could be heartbreak to slow down, and instead tries to maybe hit him, probably take him out, but there's no time left. A first and second place finish. I don't think there are any penalties. They're not anything to change the difference here. First and second, big credit to both of these racers.
I'm curious to see what I think that may have been the KLiK from the sounds of it.
We'll find out here in a second. Trusting in production of Game Master to get everything handled.
We're going to hopefully get to see the scoreboard here. If the controller does not... Never mind. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, never mind.
Player 1, I believe, was on top. I believe player 1's red. So we'll find out. Be good. Player 2, actually. I'm wrong. Player 2 is red.
Oh.
And that was Koza. Koza. Credit to you. That was some beautiful racing. Sky Guy, you did amazing as well. This might be another forfeit from the side of the KLiK, though. For those that don't know, Nuremberg is a map in this game with 10 minutes approximately laps.
And we do 2 laps.
And now if you realize, like, hey, you're down by 12 with 30 minutes to go, unless the Ravens forfeit 5 games and then don't set up 5 to 10 more, this game is probably order. Then you might just accept it and go ahead and hop it into Nuremberg.
Forza's going to be a 4v4.
Looks like
Forza v Forza.
Yes, some software stuff. We'll make sure that we can do a 4v4, make sure everybody's up to snuff. But I want to go back to Koza there. That was an incredibly impressive F1. He got in second place and basically held it the entire race and picked his moment to take first and to just win the overall race.
Yeah. Sky Guy had a lot of pressure. He caught up to Koza at one point and tried to get the lead on him, but it was just not enough. And at a point, Koza was able to get that lead back after being aggressively, basically, turned off the road. But it just was not enough. Really good showing by the rookie Koza.
And that's pretty scary for players that have to go up against the Ravens. It's another one of those games you have to know you can win it. You can't kind of guess. I only speak about myself. The one time I played this in the league, Lily looked at my coach and I'm like, look, I'm not promising you a win. I'm going to promise you I'm going to finish the race. I can finish a race, but to take a win is a very different thing, whereas he won out of all the CPUs. You mentioned players not necessarily surviving the race. No, both players survived. Both players took those first 2 podium finishes and just showed off some impressive driving skills. So maybe Hollywood, you might need to rethink that, bring it down to maybe 70% of the league doesn't know how to play F1. But now we're going to be getting into the side of Forza. There's 3 seconds left on the setup timer. And we're going to maybe hear a forfeit called on one of these teams if they're not quick. 4v4. I love the fact they got that all handled ahead of time. Side note, this was also a gauntlet to PC game, so it was a 2-minute setup.
Ooh.
Hard game to set up in 2 minutes. So.
Yeah, that is a very difficult game to set up in 2 minutes. Hopefully your team was working on it while you were in F1, though. Trying to figure out all the problems and how to get your lobby set up, get everyone in the lobby, and all the goofy stuff that's required to play this game.
I heard a ready call, so I think we'll be getting into the game.
I think so. From what I heard, the Ravens are at least definitely in this game and prepared. Now I'm curious to see what the KLiK are going to be doing. You can hear the GM maybe calling for a start it up, going to game in, getting into the game right now.
Staying out. They're sending Sky Guy back in here to play the game. The Terrifier himself, Flying Kittens, putting on a terrifying performance tonight. If you're a KLiK fan and FC, all the sports and racers are now rolling. I think, again, the KLiK were looking for a few more of those shooters, maybe even some of those fighting games still left on the wheel, like DBZ. They think that they could take a win in. You have to see some rain, your favorite weather effect. Is this Nuremberg? I don't believe
this is not the Nürburgring, luckily. Oh, we may have a call here, but looks like we're going to keep going for the race as this is getting discussed.
Koza doing a good job. Koza really showing his skills as a racer here. I say that as he goes off track. Sorry for the caster curse there. This rain making the track in some of these turns a little bit slicker than normal. Again, some other bumps. I heard the my fault called.
Another one is out of the race here. Oh God, he's gonna hit his teammate. Just barely, he's not.
Nice dodge there. Big credit. We have to see here. EC12. It's gonna be one of the KLiK members out to a 6-second lead, but I don't think anybody's really able to accelerate and get a lot of space due to this rain. That's kind of slowing everybody down.
This lap is getting incredibly close here. Koza is still keeping up, even though he was dropped out of the race earlier. Maybe you can see another one spinning out here. One of the ones on the red team, which is going to be the KLiK. KLiK are definitely keeping a competent lead here, but again, the Ravens can absolutely still catch up. Anyone doesn't finish this game too, it is a 10-minute time, and how we play here at the UEL is the average of everyone's time together. So it can become incredibly detrimental if you have a total of 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to finish here. I think that's the immediate game plan that we always see. Koza getting passed up there by one of the KLiK members. KLiK is in blue. KLiK is in blue, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I believe so.
The Ravens are in red.
Yeah, one of them spinning out like crazy.
Go ahead, slow it down. This is a sharper turn. Sharper turn. A little too much speed.
You hear the call by Flying Kittens, though, that one of the KLiK is just spinning out like crazy. Most likely doesn't have their track to control enabled here.
Doing a good job. I like this rotation, this speed. They're all together, holding some of these spots, but there's a lot of blue ahead of them. But making sure you finish the race could be the difference. As long as your teammate ends up getting it. This is a fast car for the rain, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about this. Picking the Batmobile in the rain, if there's no Joker on the map, I don't think that you're going to be finding a win. And Koza's been doing a good job of keeping the car under control when he does end up going off the map. But he has to be a little bit more careful here. That's one lap down, about a 2.5-minute game so far. So we'll get another, about a 5-minute game, plus setup, so 9 minutes overall. Not too bad. Maybe not wanting to run Nuremberg themselves.
I bet you the Ravens did want to score more points here today. I'm willing to bet that they weren't satisfied with what they've gotten already. They want to see exactly what the length and extension of their skills can be. At this point, it's very, very impossible for the KLiK to catch up at all if the Ravens play this game smart. So I think at this point, this game is going to be for entertainment and for learning for the future of this season.
Yes, good job there. Again, him maintaining control of his car is really impressive. I agree with you. I think you don't worry too much. Killer out here in first place, enjoying his ride, enjoying his drive. Very comfortable here. Looks like he has plenty of traction, plenty of control. If you see Killer in real life driving like this, please give me a call. Let me know. You want to be a little bit careful. He has a 6-second gap, or a 4-second gap on the nearest teammate. Nearest opponent's a lot bigger than that. One of his teammates, it looked like, all the way back 30 seconds here. So got to be a little bit more careful here. Just taking his turns, and it seems like they know this map. It's really surprising to me that the Ravens are kind of in this spot if this is the map they ended up choosing for the game mode.
Looks like, yeah, Killer is playing around here. I'm almost at the edge of the race here. I got about 20 or 30 seconds left before he makes it to the finish line, hopefully in first place.
Yeah, I think he's playing really smart here.
I'd like to see every player here make it to the end and not have any people struggle.
Funny. Magni, you're funny. Hey. Somebody has hit a wall by now. I promise you. Somebody has hit a wall. And speaking of, right on cue.
Genghis hits a wall.
Right on cue. I need you to understand. And now he may be stuck in first gear, which means he's more than likely not going to be able to finish this race. He's only 20 seconds out, so this should be still okay. If you just hit a wall there, you should be able to get across the finish line.
Genghis most likely will be able to make it to the end here. Now the question is, can the rest of his team make it too? Sounds like all of the KLiK have mostly made it in by the sounds of it, and by the looks of it, only one KLiK remains out of the finish line.
But importantly, if they're the last person on the track, there is a chance that KLiK can still lose.
Genghis actually finished 3rd there.
Yeah, he was decent distance behind.
Oh, never mind. All of Red Team. Oh, wait, no. Is all of Red Team done? Yeah, all of Red Team has completed the race by the looks of it.
PC2, PC5, PC3, and PC6. Everybody did complete the race, so you acquiesce to the whims of Magna, and KLiK go ahead and take that win. They put themselves up to 5. You never beat the KLiK by 12.
Yeah, next
Ignored
up is
what I said based on the next game, by the way. FC coming up next. It's probably going to be him and Killer. I'm going to go ahead. Maybe Kiz plays this. On the other side, Koz is unfortunately not available, but a Genghis Herb combination gotta be a little bit spicy.
That is a very, very clean setup, like stuff like that, I'd say. I think either team could absolutely take this game. Him, again, showing that his dominance in the sports game is really important and really helpful to his team, winning a lot of the sports games for them here today.
Yeah, the Ravens are looking like a really good team. If this is the Ravens' form going into playoffs, I think the Ravens have the chance to do some damage. Especially, again, right now, sitting at the top of the Southern Conference, you have the Bots who have been looking like a force this season. Only losing a game to the Ravens. Now, again, that game is in contention. If you ask a Bot player, they're going to tell you Billy wasn't there. If you ask Billy, Billy wasn't there. If you ask the Ravens, we win anyways. So we might be seeing a setup for our Southern Conference championship here. If the Ravens keep playing like this, honestly, they look like one of those really strong teams coming out of the South, but you can't doubt the Blaze. The LAX guys just got to find a win to solidify their spot in there as well. So we got to see where everybody is going to go ahead and move to. FC is football company for those at home. For our American viewers, soccer ball. Used to be called FIFA. We play what's called Volta. It's a 3v3 mode with 2 players controlling and 1 AI kind of running around. You'll sometimes be switched to goalie. You'll have to bounce between different members. It's an interesting game mode. We can also pick between having walls on the court, no walls, which adds a level of skill because you can bounce the ball off the walls. It becomes really interesting. There's a lot that can happen, but when we get in the game, we'll tell you specifically what to keep an eye out for. Just know that we're only playing 1 half or first to 5 points.
That's the thing, though. You did mention the walls again. I mean, the big thing about walls, right? It's the biggest skill check you could probably have in a sports game, right? It's either have no walls or have walls. A lot of teams will opt to have no walls just to skill check and see if their enemy team can mess up at all, push them out of the map.
Final Stand Ragnarok is our next game, one of our featured games, possibly closing us out for the day. Let's see here. And some nice footwork, Manchester City as well as PSG. We'll get that information to who's who here shortly. But the immediate play, I like Manchester City, a little bit different. A little bit saucy. I appreciate it. I like the idea here to do something a little bit different. No score on either side. Never mind, the fight in front of the goal is getting a little bit dangerous. But we do see the Ravens on PSG get control of the ball once again. But KLiK not too worried about it. Set up with Man City for a shot. Doesn't end up going in. And now it's going back the other way. Whoever gets that first score, we've seen it in Roller Champions. We saw it in the side of him specifically as well in NHL. If KLiK get the first score in a sports game, they manage to hold on to that usually for a win. So the Ravens got to be fighting for this nice pass. And this is what's going to be a key here. There are walls. You're not going to be able to avoid it, but passing the ball, keeping the ball rotating around means you're going to be able to find a score.
Yeah, you could see there. I mean, already Ravens getting one of the scores needed to win the game. Already taking the lead there. 1 in goal, but they're just not able to make it in. Ravens are on PSG, or the white jerseys here. They're just keeping a lot of pressure and a lot of control over the map.
Yeah, and a wide shot there from the side of Jekyll. And again, that pass almost finding purchase, wasn't able to, and immediately KLiK go on the counter attack. Jekyll, you don't want to lose this ball. You got to be careful. Good job. You're bringing that goalie forward. You can't lose it. You got to get the score here because you do not have a goalie back. If you lose this ball, you have to get somebody back as soon as possible. They still have control. Jekyll bringing himself back a little bit, looking for another pass, looking for an avenue to send the ball over. He sends it over to Killer, who's now the furthest back. Is he aware? Both sides, they're protecting this ball pretty well. They send it across, looking for the shot. It isn't able to find purchase, isn't able to find this moment. Kicks the ball over, and once again, they're not able to find a moment. And instead, the second goal goes the way of the Ravens. KIC and I am Herb together. The duo, the dynamics, the tier 1, the tier 2. They're playing together, and they're finding their opportunity. They cut across here, looking, but immediately a response back. This game isn't going to run away from them. Looks like KLiK is here to play.
Not at all. The KLiK are doing exactly what they need to do here.
We have to see here. The Manchester City team pick is an interesting pick. We've seen some teams starting to experiment a little bit more. Killer not being ready there for the swap over to goalie, and we do see the goal go in there without too many problems. And now the counterattack happens from them. We got to keep it even, keep it within one goal, and you might be in a good spot. The header doesn't find purchase, but this is KIC. He's looking for an opportunity. He gets the ball back, luckily off the wall, and is continuing to try to make his way around. He's trying to play towards his teammate, who is Herb, but instead Killer has the ball now, looking maybe for his teammate, looking for a kick in, and now Herb has it. I like the play, and a nice 1-2 there. KIC and Herb have very clearly been working together, clearly been working on their sports games and working on that synergy, and I think that's the tale of today. It's a tale of synergy, a tale of two teams, one that's still putting it together and one that's spent a lot of the season putting it together, but finally after 6 games on their 7th, they seem to have it all put together. That's the first half. That's the game done, and that is 12 wins going up. Final stand Ragnarok being the next game on board with 18 minutes left in our game.
That was a really good showing there by the Ravens. The KLiK were able to keep up for a little while, but the Ravens ended up taking up in the end 1-4. So, again, a very dominant showing by the Ravens.
The Ravens are looking different. I said the KLiK doesn't get beat by 12. I think that they put up a pretty good showing. Man City, I think you have a plan there. Maybe just look at it once again and evaluate. This is the hardest part about UEL to me. Teams end up getting specialists a lot of times in various games. And there's not an easy way to test your specialist to see where or how good they are relative to another player or set of teams. What do I mean? Maybe you have played internally with Man City and you've always won against PSG. How good is your team at FIFA? Let's ask a serious question. How good are you at FC? If you're okay, that might be fine. But against teams like the Ravens, teams like even the Reapers,
or the
who are
Blaze.
Good across the Blaze.
Yeah.
You have players and teams that can show up and show out and prove to you that, hey, we are the best the league has to offer. It doesn't matter who we're playing against. It doesn't matter really what team we pick. We're just going to skill diff you. Final Stand Ragnarok is a little bit less of an individual skill diff, and it goes back to that team play since it is a PvE game. Can you let the people at home know maybe what Final Stand, what you like about it, what you expect to see?
Final Stand is a game. I've had it described to me like Dynasty Warriors. I've never played the game, but I've had it described to. I'm young. I am a small child.
I'm just old. I'm just realizing I'm old. It's crazy.
But basically, for those of you younger audience members, it is like Field Runners but 3D.
I don't know what Field Runners is, which makes me feel even older.
Field Runners like the game, like the app game on your phone that you played, like the tower defense game.
It's a mobile game. First, if it's a tower defense game, we're talking about balloons, all right?
No. It is the tower defense game that inspired balloons.
I don't know. Maybe this is
What's that next game gonna be? What's that next
How?
game?
When did it come out?
I don't remember, but it's as old as Angry Birds and stuff like that.
Oh no, Balloons is a classic. I need you to. Balloons was like you go into the computer lab in like the late '90s, and you play it. I think it's the same as I Am Bread.
Very Zoomer of me. I assume.
When you said that, I was like,
I'm sorry. I assumed your balloons. I assumed your balloons.
That's no problem. It's no problem. It's fun. I'm old. Hey, everybody here, you're going to learn about a character known as Ayala, with Kiz being the one individual Yuki here. So this character, which you're going to see a lot of, she's an archer with fire abilities. Look at a lot of AoEs, a lot of damage across the board. Both teams are just going to see a lot of everybody doing their best here. And on the other side, we have Kiz playing
the
Ice Ninja.
Oh Okay, so the sky is being blotted out by arrows. These are secretly the people that killed the 300.
Yes.
My goodness gracious. There is a large amount of nuclear bombs going off in the lines of the enemies. The goal of this game is to get the most points as physically possible for each team. Both teams can get points by dealing damage, getting kills, healing, and taking damage. All of those sorts of things. But as this game goes on, we'll see exactly what strategies people want to run here. Koza, I'm noticing, not picking up the feline fascination, one of the most powerful items in this game. He's opting to not pick it up or use any items.
I think a lot of people haven't like dove into the items super heavily. And for this game mode, I would want them to actually pick it up and hold on to it. We're playing the game mode, which is not just kills based, but far more objective. And so after we get this initial wave done in the first minute or two, there's going to be some yapping. We're going to talk for a little bit. Then we're going to run north to the fire tower. And most importantly, when you get up there, there's going to be a large area outside of the tower that you're supposed to defend. And having that feline potion that you were mentioning, it will lure enemies to a spot, making it far easier to control where enemies are going and find some success. Oh, excuse me, we have to stand guard first. We can't just leave. Again, the streets lights are on. Make sure you're inside. Make sure you're sitting on the couch. Don't wander around after dark.
Speaking about after dark, how is everyone's Halloween?
Ooh,
yeah, Halloween day, one of the weirdest games of the UEL. We got the Terrifier in here and the Glizzy Gladiator on Kismois.
Not the Glizzy Gladiator.
Yup. He's killing them.
Yep, kill those ones over there.
Can
Alright, get ready to come get me.
Can one Glizzy dual-wield Glizzies if it has hands?
Just focus me, just focus me.
No.
You're good.
And
I'm an expert in this, and the answer is no.
You are an expert. Okay, Glizzy expert Magna on the case. Koza's doing a good job here of maintaining control of his maintaining control of his
I can't do nothing. It says you're too tired.
Maintaining control of his combo. We hear some comms coming in, so that was catching me a little bit off guard. So it seems like the Ravens players don't realize, and this is something a lot of players in the game don't realize. You cannot revive if you're out of stamina.
Oh, yeah.
So if the game ever tells you you're too tired, it's probably because you've been sprinting, jumping, and running around way too much. So you have to make sure you have some so that you're able to revive.
Is that what's inflicted to?
I don't know, Koza's playing target practice with the street lamps. You were talking about the street lights being on earlier, but I don't think he wants them on. I think he wants it to be pitch black, dark, like Vengeance the Night.
Herb, I want you to stick with me, okay?
I think our final game is DBC, by the way.
I understand.
We have to see players now running up and running forward. Looks like maybe some discussion about the heal strat going on here. We've seen more and more teams kind of using it. We hear Flying Kitten say, hey, Herb, stick with me. We're going to have a gameplay. Luckily for KLiK, Kiz is the first one out into this field, is going to get his first choice of maybe controlling some of these enemy spawns and getting them to run around where he needs to. But Koza not giving him too much space, instead taking the opportunity to get as many shots in. He's got to find a kill here. He loses his streak at only 21. He did get it close to 100 last time. And now the portal is up and damage is coming out. Now having Kiz means they're going to be able to burst this down a decent bit. Having the, I like to call it the Naruto sign of weakness. You place it on top of an enemy and they end up taking enemy or an object and they end up dying. Looks like with the treasure race, they're finding their opportunities, they're finding their damage, they're finding whatever they can here. And now Koza trying to move out further to maybe pull some of these enemies out further. And now they're making the call here. They're going to have one of the players go down.
Watch out, Herb. Gotta listen.
I am listening.
I know, bitch.
Watch out.
Back away.
Watch out. Watch out. Doesn't mean back away. Back away means back away. So back away next time.
And I love this. They're trying to clear up comms in the moment. This shows that the Ravens players have actually done a ton of work to have effective. One of the things about effective comms, more than anything else, is like a lot of people just think saying things. But I love that the Ravens are being very clear about their intention and the comms that they have here. We're on the side of Killer. A lot more stoic, a lot more focused up here. Still a little bit of comms here, but more focused on his gameplay. I think that's, again, speaks to the differences of these teams, whereas the Ravens have been playing as almost like a collective of individuals and playing as a team. KLiK will kind of designate a in-game lead. And that in-game lead is going to do their do the best to find some damage. Now, Killer very clearly is also trying to set up the strat here. But notice someone is anyone paying attention? Doesn't look like Flying Kittens has noticed that he's about to go down and is instead not going to be able to get over. He tries to run over in time, but isn't able to tap the revive to get the points. So unfortunately, that's going to be a plus 1,000 points going over to the side of the KLiK. Good job, nice awareness. Now kind of moving out, looking at Genghis and Koza, and notice what happened to him. He's not trying to let it happen again. Goes down and is trying to go ahead and get over here. As long as you get over here and touch it, you do and can get some points. But in fact, Genghis moves away. More importantly, the stun is huge. Genghis is about to go down as well. Killer manages to snipe 1,000 points and get away with it scot-free.
And that means that, I mean, the KLiK may actually be able to take this game out here. They've taken a lot of lead here, but down goes Killer again. Next to Genghis. Is Genghis going to be able to res him in time? Does Genghis
stun and pick him up?
And Genghis is going to get the res on him, but Killer is going to try to walk away from him. Kismois is slowly trying to get him rest here, but he is again walking away from Kismois, making sure that he's not able to rest. I don't think they do know, though, that you can rest someone while moving.
Yeah, a lot of people in the KLiK haven't realized that just yet. This seems to be catching them off guard, and now we're back on the Terrifier himself, Flying Kittens. He's back on the tower trying to get as many kills as he can as we approach the last minute and a half of our game. There's not a whole lot of time left. They're going to have to start building up these kills, and it looks like he got caught there unintentionally, not trying to actually go down. Almost takes too much damage, his entire shield being removed, but now able to maintain a pretty big kill streak, and instead doing the best here. Looks like having a little bit of PC issue. We see some calls here, and they look like the calls are being called out there. Doing a ton of damage here. I like the movement, but this is what is going on here. Again, we see him moving around and jumping around a ton, but with 1 minute remaining, you see how his stamina is completely empty. If he gets put in a situation where he needs to revive somebody, he's not going to be able to. And that's going to be the key here, because they had some early revives. They were kind of catching, felt like KLiK off guard initially, but because of that one mistake, they're in a position now where I think KLiK has firm control of this game. I haven't seen anybody with a ridiculous kill streak in the hundreds, if not the thousands. And so I have to believe that the healing is going to be enough to take a win here.
And I'm also noticing that there's only 30 seconds left in this game mode, 20 now. Let's see, Flying Kittens has a lot of damage coming out here. Maybe is he going to be able to get a lot more damage? He's able to get over 170 kills. We're talking about that big kill streak. But even if not, killing some of the bigger characters, like the Draugr here, are going to give Flying Kittens a lot of different damage.
Hands are up. Wave them like just don't care. Everything should die, maybe. This will be really close. Now that the voices are starting, yeah, this is the unfortunate thing. Everything might die before they're able to finish this up. If the last person isn't able to go down one more hit, can they find it? They did.
Good job. I'm proud of you.
And Herb with the most points, it looks like they're going to the leaderboards. Herb with 13,000 points, notably with 3 revives. This is really difficult, but Sky with only 3K points on his side. It looks like a good balance with the kids. If they got the top 4 spots, they win. I don't have to do the math. That's very simple math. If you have the top 4 spots in this game, you are going to win this game.
No, in general, that is going to be another one for the Ravens. The final game in the game here today, or the game in the greater game here at the UEL is going to be Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Some might be petty and forfeit it. I want to see Halo. They're not going to. Both teams want to play this.
Yeah, both teams want to play this.
But I want to see Halo, so I'm being greedy.
KIC, Flying Kittens, Genghis versus most likely Jekyll, him, Kismois. Yeah, no DBD tonight, even though it is Halloween night.
What do you mean? The killers are already there. They joined us the entire time. Thank you to our staff. Everybody is not looking at me. By the way, everyone is looking at me. The Ravens did manage to win, but everybody is looking at me because I said multiple times, I'm like, because it's Halloween, we're not getting that game.
Yeah.
Any other time, we would get DBD. It's the same thing as when it's like my birthday and StarCraft and League didn't roll. Nothing ever rolled. Fighting games don't roll. Yeah, it happens. It's Halloween. It's spooky enough out there, all right? We have Terrifier in the building.
and the Glizzy.
truly the most demonic and terrifying of all the horror villains.
I'm scared of him.
The New York Glizzy.
Yes. I mean, that thing's full of whatever goes in those things. I think that's more scary than the Terrifier.
Are you when you go to the store and you're buying glizzies, are you a all beef person, or are you willing to buy like the Oscar Mayer whatever's in there?
Now we going gambling, you know? We're gonna
You're talking about that's insane. You do not ever read or look up how hot dogs are made.
Don't.
I need people to understand. You'll be good.
I'm
Same with
forever
bologna.
cursed with this knowledge.
Same with bologna. There's some meats that you should just be happy to enjoy, and to have some fun. But Dragon Ball Fighters should be a pretty good time.
But yes, Dragon Ball Fighters, the meat and potatoes of this game. It's a fighting game where you have 3 people going against 3 people. It's a tag team game where each player plays one different character. Obviously, it's going to be Jekyll, him, Kiz versus KIC, Flying Kittens, and Gengish. And
I don't believe you. Oh, wait, you're right. It immediately was right. See, this is what happens when you look at the lineups and you learn how the game functions. Thank you for joining us and being here for the UEL.
But yes, going into this, most likely the final game here at the UEL as it gets slowly set up. Hopefully, we will be able to play it today. I would really like to see this played.
I just want to see Jekyll versus Cassie. Cassie was like, audibly like, what? When Jekyll said he was going to win Dragon Ball Fighters. So I got to see.
What?
There are 2 minutes. So this is something that I just want everybody at home to be aware of. There are still 2 minutes on that clock. This was actually a PC to PC game setup, which does mean that it's a 4-minute, not a 2-minute setup. Please, please, please be aware. So they still have some time there. You don't have to worry just yet. If you're like Magna, we got some more time. Got a few more chances. Everybody, make sure you change your names. It does log you back out of the game, so don't wait till like 30 seconds to do that. Otherwise, your teammate who loves Dragon Ball Fighters will be really mad at you.
We are so sorry, TLG. I would like to put this formal apology out.
It's his fault.
It's actually his fault. Yes, it's your fault, TLG. I'm no longer formally apologizing. I'm formally dissing.
Formally dissed? No response? It's crazy.
I'm kidding. Love you,
No,
TLG.
no. We're not backing down. We just take the victory here. Dragon Ball Fighters is an anime fighter from probably, obviously, the most well-known shonen of all time in Dragon Ball Z. But even beyond that, one of the most popular anime of all time. You pick a multitude of the characters. You pick 3. Each player will be playing one character. Last team standing wins it, baby. And they will decide who wins what could be the last game. Someone could win incredibly quickly.
Yes.
And then be setting up Halo on the next species. I don't know if Halo's the next game. I just want Halo to be next.
Why do you want to see Halo so badly?
Hello, because whatchamacallit?
Whatchamacallit?
Sky Guy. Sky Guy's really good at Halo.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. He is scarily good at Halo. This is true.
Scarily good is crazy.
He's scarily good at Halo.
Is scarily good at Halo is a
He is
crazy,
spooky
crazy
at this game. He's scary.
Spooky?
Yeah, it's
I think it's
spooky
the
on
hat.
Halloween.
I think it's the hat.
That hat?
Yeah, Flying
That's
Kittens
actually
and
kinda
him are
floating off his
crazy at
head.
Halo.
Yeah.
They both I think have hat power.
The power of the hat side of the Force?
Yes.
Okay, fair
Yes,
enough.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I got
It's
you.
crazy. It's insane. It's just
Getting into this game on the last few seconds of the setup, we're gonna have Hit here, who I believe is.
I don't have to. Cassie's on the right side of your screen. He's about to kill people. I'm just going. Lumina Rush is our last game. Get it set up. I want to see it. It's going to be amazing. We got to end off the day on our peak gaming. Cassie, I'm not kidding to you when I say Cassie will absolutely kill people. This is going to be not fun for kids. You are trying your best, but I promise you that Cassie will just blunder you. Next up is him on the Gogeta Blue. Let's see if he's able to get a hit on Cassie. He hits the assist, but instead he takes out the drink. But now he has to deal with the lab coat herself and finds an opportunity to get a hit. So maybe we see the drink in action. More on that when we get there. Instead, going ahead, burning the super, immediately getting some damage. I think they realize if they can take out Cassie, they're in a pretty good spot. But Jekyll playing the patented UI Goku with 20 frames of delay, hopefully appearing here shortly. We have to see where we're going to next. Now, you're in the corner. You have to try to survive the onslaught. I'm trying to believe here, but him finds the opportunity to take his turn back and now put Cassie. Why are we not teching blue combos here? Yes, I'm going to complain about him. Of all players, he's supposed to be one of the best and brightest at this game. It is insane. You're in the corner. She's going to kick you a few times, put you back down, and say, are you ready to die just yet? And that is why Cassie, he's leaned back. He's unbothered. He's moisturized. He is a boss in this moment, but getting checked, he has to be careful. He could still go down. Instead, the drink pops out to end this game. And now all that's left is Jekyll on the UI Goku. The delay is low, and the opportunity is here. He has to continue his opportunity to find a win now. And the assist is going to lead to a combo coming out of KIC. It ends up dropping. Jekyll gets away. You don't have a whole lot of room. I want to see this sparking used. You don't want to die with sparking available. There's a ton of damage going here, and KIC has these, but he drops another one. What is he going to be able to do here? Trying to get an opportunity, but KIC is blocking. The reflect doesn't work. In the sparking, KIC is down. Jekyll is looking for the win. The clock is running down. The drink, known as Flying Kittens, has stepped in, and he's ready to take his fight. Unfortunately, UI Goku, the music is too loud. You can't hear it at home, but there is a loud dun, 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 playing, emanating from the theater. You can see it there in these moments. Damage, and now another guess will go in. He gets touched, and all that is left now is Genghis on the Kid Gohan. Sparking available. He has to look for his touch, and instead, Jekyll is going to find his hit, and I have to believe he's going to find the 6th win for the side of the KLiK. Hit after hit, he's coming down. I want to see level 1 and the level 3. I want to see him spend it all on the people. Boom! There we go.
Jekyll winning the game. He said he was going to win a lot of these fighters today. He did not do that. But he did that, and he disconnected. A rage quit, so he doesn't even get the final finish. That is crazy. But anyways, the father Goku beats up his young son Gohan as the game ends. 18-6.
I hear the call. Set up Lumina Rush. That is why the Game Master is goated. Calling out there on the floor, letting people know. We got one more game on our hands. Maybe, just maybe. We'll find out for a second here. We're getting a confirmation on the time left in the game. So technically, we have 2 minutes left on the game clock. So we will be possibly getting into Lumina Rush. One of these teams could go ahead and eat the forfeit and take the time to not play it, but we have to see. Well, no, time will run out before the setup is done, so it won't matter. So we'll see if these teams want to play Lumina Rush. I, for one, love Lumina Rush. It's a speed-running platformer. A lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I would love to be able to see. I want to see it. I want to see Lumina Rush. I want y'all to play different levels. I want us to start banning levels every week. So if you are like the last team to play, what is it? That would be 12 of the levels in the game are just unavailable to you. It would be really funny and would create some really zany things where people are like, yeah, I'm playing 137. Like that doesn't exist. I know. We have to play it though. I'm making it right now.
Hold on, let me go to custom creation. That sounds like Patrick.
I promise you, I'm letting you know right now. If they allow custom levels in the UEL, we are never losing that game again. I will create the craziest thing
I don't
ever.
like the look on your face and the focus you have.
So randomly, so when I was really small and a kid, my favorite thing was Halo Forge mode in Halo 3.
Okay.
I love making game modes and like any game maker is the funnest thing ever. With 2 minutes left on our clock, though, I'm gonna pull us back to the game. Maybe, just maybe. 16 minus 10, 6 to 18. There we go. Those are numbers. That's how we find our moment. That is our final score more than likely. The Ravens came out and showed why they are one of those playoff contention teams. And the KLiK showed that they still have some things to take back to the drawing board to figure out, to solidify, and to get better. I don't think this team is bad. I just don't think they're a team just yet. How are you feeling about this game?
I definitely do agree. I think the KLiK need to work on their teamwork a little bit more in their coverage. I think a few of the games that they had covered by older players on the team are no longer as covered, and it's causing them to struggle a lot. While the Ravens kept their core 5 or core 4, adding Koza as their 5th, and letting them have a lot of strength in the games they need to have strength.
Beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see, and I have to agree. I'm excited to see what both these teams do. They have both hit that 70% mark. Every team will play 10 games, and I hear a game being called by the Game Master. So at home, don't go anywhere just yet. I need you to take a seat, hold on, and post-game interviews with both of these teams will be coming up shortly.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And I am joined here by today's losers, Killer and
Crazy!
Ham.
Wow. Okay.
So, how you guys feeling, man?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm doing good right now.
Really? You're feeling great?
Yeah.
Why are you guys feeling great, actually, out of curiosity?
Positive mentality. We
Yeah.
left on top.
Fair enough. Okay.
KSC sucks at DBZ.
Okay, that is true, actually, seeing as Jekyll was able to wipe all of them. But again,
Hey, we did damage.
But
Hey,
again,
dude does it
at the
again.
start of this game today, you said that Jekyll said specifically that he had confidence in your team winning a lot of the fighting games, and you guys were not able to take that out. Maybe one of your weaknesses was the fighters a little bit more today. But overall, what do you think is the category you guys need to work on the most going forwards?
Fighters. Fighters. I mean, we had with just recent situations. I mean, the team's gone into a different path. We had different people coming in. We have some people that have left. So it's just navigating a way through what we should do. And we had some fighters that were on our team that are no longer on our team. So it's some people need to step up if we want to take a step towards fighters and shooters. I think are the main two that we need to prioritize and we can do better in.
Yeah, probably fair enough. I mean, working on fighters seems like a pretty good strategy here. Now, secondarily, what do you think were some of your highlights of today, in general?
DBZ, KIC sucks.
Yeah. Forza for sure, bro. I've been first every time in Forza so far.
Wow. Okay.
NHL, that was all me, baby.
Yeah, that's true. NHL was all him.
That was all me.
Yeah, no, you guys did a really good, strong showing in the games that you did win here today.
Overwatch. Yeah, I
was
could spin
some of
my.
the best
I could spin my sleeping dart now.
Yeah. No, that was a very entertaining game to watch. But again, thank you all for coming in today and playing on Halloween of all days of the year. Again, thank you for playing in this spooky game, and I'll catch you guys next
We could have
time.
been playing Dead by Daylight for today. I should have been mandatory to play Dead by Daylight on Halloween. I should have been first game no matter what as an agreement.
I see him right here, bro. I see him right here.
All right.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
So we gotta give the tier 1 a second. He's got to go ahead and avoid the ops, just in case. They went ahead and took a victory over the ops right now. taking the ops. So going to both of them once again. DC Ravens, congratulations on your win. A strong showing, 18-6. What changed between your last game and this in the season? Y'all have been looking like y'all are picking up steam.
Man, I tell you what, practice pays off. Practice pays off. Is it not on? Am I chilling?
Yeah, you good.
Oh yeah, practice pays off, bro. I mean, we put in some hard work, and we knew what we were gonna win.
Okay, now y'all did drop a few games here, and I'm gonna go ahead and look over to tier 1 on this one. You're supposed to be leading this team, sir. What happened in those 6 games? I could point out DBZ specifically. He was a bot.
I was on autopilot. It is what it is. I was on autopilot.
But in general, like, did y'all expect the game to go this way today, being a little bit more serious? Did you expect this to be outcome, this big of a gap between the two teams?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I wasn't really worried too much. I mean, I was very confident that we was going to wash Killer in R6 because he's washed. But bro probably got champ in a season where they was just giving it out like candy, happy Halloween to everybody. But, it is what it is. I just had to, give him the 1-2 real quick, show him what it looked like to be a real shooter in these streets. And, that's just what it takes.
Bold words, and I got to give a compliment, Genghis. We saw you on Alabama and NCAA.
Hey, you got a new QB around here, brother. You got a new QB around here.
Have you been playing a lot of NCAA?
Hey, let's just say a week of practice pays off.
A week of practice is crazy. I'm going to give y'all the floor, to your fans, to your viewers, to sponsors, to anybody around. Do you have something to say? To the league itself, people doubting y'all going to make playoffs. What do the Ravens have to say to the rest of the league?
Y'all hope that we don't make playoffs. Y'all just don't want, y'all hope we don't make playoffs. Y'all just don't want to see us because y'all know it's about to be rough. It's about to look just like this.
And shout out to the sponsor, Hollywood in History. You get me? Check them out.
All right, I appreciate Hollywood in History. Check them out, as well as they don't want to be seen. The Ravens are coming for that spot, and y'all are scared. Appreciate y'all. Have a great evening.
Give me.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And welcome back for the final time. Great game here today. First game of Week 10, Season 9. Game Ravens versus KLiK. Ravens won 3 times the score of the KLiK on our spooky day, Halloween. Ravens came in and showed off what they could do on this great day. Now, thank you all for tuning in. Great gameplay. Make sure to tune back in tomorrow at 6 p.m., I believe.
Yep.
If not tomorrow, then Saturday at 3 p.m. So tomorrow at 6 p.m. For another great game of UEL, where gamers go pro.